Part 1, Chapter 5. One of the oldest legends talk about the Hope Goo. In the legend, when the world was just formed, it was a land of savage wilderness. Among the wild beasts that walked the earth, the first man appeared. He was known as Rinzu, eating raw meat and drinking blood, living a difficult life. In particular was a group of wild beasts called Predicament. These wild beasts loved the taste of Rinzu and longed to eat him. Rinzu did not have a body as strong as mountain rock, nor did he have the sharp teeth and claws of a wild beast. How could he fight with the Predicaments? His source of food was unstable, and he had to hide all day. He was at the bottom of nature's food chain and could barely survive. At this moment, there were 3 Goo that came up to him and said, "As long as you use your life to provide us, we will help you through this difficulty." Rinzu had nowhere to go, so he could only agree to these 3 Goo. He first gave his youth away to the biggest Goo among the 3. That Goo then granted him strength. With strength, Rinzu's life began to change. He started to have a stable source of food and was able to protect himself. He fought bravely and ruthlessly, defeating many predicaments. But soon he suffered and finally realized that strength was not everything. It needed to heal and be cultivated, not spent freely at his will. Not to mention, when facing the entire group of predicaments, his strength alone was too small. Rinzu reflected over this lesson bitterly and decided to give his prime middle years to the most beautiful Goo among the 3. And thus, the second Goo gave him wisdom. With wisdom, Rinzu was able to learn how to think and reflect. He began to accumulate experience and found out that many times when he used wisdom, it was more effective than using strength. By relying on wisdom and strength was he able to conquer all the goals that he formerly could not, and killed many predicaments. He ate the meat of predicaments and drank the blood of predicaments, surviving with tenacity. But good things do not last, and Rinzu was old, and would only grow older and older. This is because he gave away his youth and middle years to keep the strength Goo and wisdom Goo. When a man is old, his muscles deteriorate and his brain slows down. "Human, what else can you give us? You don't have anything else left to provide to us," the strength Goo and wisdom Goo said as they realized this. They left him. Without wisdom and strength, Rinzu was once surrounded by predicaments. He was old and could not run, his teeth had fallen out, and could not even chew wild fruits and plants. As he fell weakly onto the ground surrounded by predicaments, his heart was filled with desperation. It was at this time the third Goo said to him, "Human, take me up. I will help you escape predicament." Rinzu tearfully replied, "Goo, I don't have anything else left. See, the strength Goo and wisdom Goo have abandoned me. I only have my old age left. While it is not as worth my youth and middle age, but if I give you my old age, my life would immediately end. Even though I am surrounded by predicaments right now, but I will not die immediately. I wish to live a little longer, even if just a second more. So you should leave. I have nothing else to provide to you." But the Goo said, "Among the 3, I have the smallest needs. Human, if you just give me your heart, it will be enough." "Then I will give you my heart," Rinzu said. "But Goo, what can you give me in return?" In this situation, even if the strength Goo and wisdom Goo returned to my side, it would change nothing. When compared to the strength Goo, this Goo looked frail and was just a tiny ball of light. When compared to the wisdom Goo, this one was only able to give out a dim white light, not beautiful in any way. But when Rinzu gave it his heart, this Goo suddenly gave out endless light. In this light, the predicaments screamed in horror. "This is the Hope Goo. Withdraw. We predicaments are most afraid of hope." The predicaments retreated suddenly. Rinzu was speechless, and from that day onwards, whenever he faced predicament, he would give his heart to hope. Part 2, Chapter 38. The story mentioned that Rinzu was able to escape his predicament because of hope. But eventually he grew old, and without strength Goo and wisdom Goo, he could no longer continue to hunt. Even his teeth fell off, making him unable to chew many wild fruits and vegetables. Rinzu felt death slowly approaching. At this time, the Hope Goo said to him, "Human, you must not die. If you die, your heart will be lost, and I will lose my only place of residence." Rinzu was helpless. Who wishes to die? But if the heavens and earth want me dead, I have no choice. The Hope Goo said, "There's always hope in everything. As long as you can catch a longevity Goo, you will be able to increase your lifespan." Rinzu had heard of the existence of the longevity Goo long ago, but he waved his hand helplessly. When the longevity Goo stays still, nobody can detect it, and when it flies, it is faster than light. How can I possibly catch it? It's too hard. The Hope Goo then told Renzu a secret. Human, don't give up hope no matter what. Let me tell you, on the northwest corner of this continent, there is a huge mountain. On the mountain, there is a cave, and in that cave, there is a pair of round and square goo worms. As long as you can subdue them, there is no goo in this world that you cannot catch, including the longevity goo. Renzu had no choice. This was his last remaining hope. He braved all difficulties and finally found the mountain. He then risked his life and ventured through countless dangers to ascend the mountain. On the mountain top, near the cave entrance, he used his last remaining strength to slowly make his way in. The inside of the cave was completely dark, and one would not be able to even see their own fingers. Renzu walked in the darkness. Sometimes, he would bump into things not knowing what they were. This caused himself to get injured and wounded all over. At times, he felt that this dark cave was huge beyond words, as if this was a world of its own. He felt as if he was the only person in the area. He spent a lot of time, but he could not walk out of the darkness. Not to mention subduing the two goo worms. Just when he was at a loss about what to do, two voices spoke to him from the darkness. One voice said, "Human, you're here to catch us? Go back, for even if you had the strength goo, it would be impossible." The other said, "Human, go back, we will not take your life. Even if you had the wisdom goo to help you, you may not be able to find us." Renzu laid exhausted on the ground, panting. The strength goo and wisdom goo had left me long ago, and I do not have much lifespan left, so I'm at my wit's end. But as long as there's hope in my heart, I will not give up. Hearing Renzu's words, the two voices went silent. After a while, one of the goo said, "I understand. Human, you have already given your heart to the Hope Goo. You will not give up no matter what." The other continued, "In that case, we shall give you a chance. As long as you can say our name, we will allow you to use us." Renzu was stunned. To find their names among all the words in the world, it was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, he did not even know how many words were in their names. Renzu quickly asked the Hope Goo, but it did not know either. Renzu had no alternatives and had no choice but to randomly guess their names. He said many names and wasted a lot of time, but the darkness did not respond to him, so evidently he was wrong. Eventually, Renzu's breath got weaker as he turned from an old man into a dying man. It was like the scene of the evening's setting sun. The sun that was slowly descending had already been lowered halfway across the horizon, becoming a sunset. The food he had brought was gradually reduced, his brain becoming slower, and he barely had any energy to speak anymore. The voice in the darkness urged, "Human, you are almost dead, so we will let you go. Using your remaining time, you can climb out of the cave and take a final look at the world. But you have offended us, and as punishment, the Hope Goo shall stay here as our companion." Renzu clenched his heart and rejected. "Even if I die, I will not give up hope." The Hope Goo was very touched and answered Renzu's call enthusiastically, emitting a bright light. At Renzu's chest area, a light began to shine. But this light was too weak, it could not illuminate the darkness. In fact, it could not even cover Renzu's entire body, but only engulfed his chest area. Yet Renzu could feel a renewed surge of energy gushing into his body from the Hope Goo. He continued to speak, shouting out names. But he was already muddled. A lot of names had already been said, but he could not remember that and repeated them, wasting a lot of effort in the process. As time continued to flow, Renzu's lifespan was almost over. Finally, when he was on his final day, he set out the word regulation. A sigh came from the darkness as a voice spoke. "Human, I admire your perseverance. You have said my name, so from today onwards, I will obey your commands. But only with my brother can I aid you in capturing all the goo in the world. Otherwise, with my ability alone, it is impossible. Thus, you should give up. You're almost dead. You might as well use this chance to take a final look at the world." Renzu was determined and shook his head. He made use of all his time to continue saying out names as he tried to guess the other goo worm's name. Seconds and minutes went by, and soon, he only had 1 hour left. But at this time, he unknowingly said the word rule. Immediately, the darkness dissipated. The two goos appeared before him. As the Hope Goo had said, one was cubic, called regulations. The other was spherical, called rules. Together, they made up rules and regulations. The two goos said together, "No matter who it is, as long as they know our names, we will listen to them. Human, since you know our names already, we will be at your service. But you must remember, it is important to not let others know of our names. The more people that know our names, the more people we have to obey them. Now that you are the first to subdue us, tell us your request." Renzu was overjoyed. "Then I order you both, go and catch me a longevity goo." The rules goo and regulations goo worked together and captured an 80-year longevity goo. Renzu was already 100 years old, but after consuming this goo, the wrinkles on his face vanished and his frail limbs became muscular again. A vibrant aura of youth oozed from him. With a belly flop, he jumped up onto his feet. He ecstatically looked at his body, knowing that he had regained the body of a 20-year-old. Part 3.1, Chapter 58. Ever since Renzu was able to get their names and subdued the rules goo and regulation goo, his first order was for them to capture a longevity goo. Rules goo and regulation goo, one round and other square, worked together and could capture all the goo in the world. A longevity goo was nothing difficult. Renzu used the longevity goo and got back his youth, becoming 20 years old again. But now the rules goo said, "Human, although you subdued us, every time you command us, it will add a rule and regulation." Regulation goo continued, "We can catch the longevity goo for you. This is the first order. Our new rule and regulation is, we will not repeatedly catch the same goo for you." That means, if Renzu wanted to catch a longevity goo again, the two rules goo and regulation goo would not help. Renzu nodded, having no choice but to accept. He gave his second command. "Then, other than the longevity goo, please capture all the other 10,000 goo in the world for me." Rules goo and regulation goo got this command, and rules goo turned into a giant circle, encompassing the universe. Regulation goo turned into a giant square, covering the large world. One square and one round formed a giant net together, enveloping the entire world. When they shrunk again and returned to Renzu, all the goo in the world other than longevity goo were captured. Renzu was overjoyed. With this, all the goo belonged to him. From now on, he was the ruler of the world. But once he opened the net, with a swoosh, a large number of worms flew outside, and the goo that rules goo and regulation goo worked hard to catch. All escaped fervently. When Renzu closed the net, only 5 goo were left. Why is this? Renzu was astonished. Rules goo and regulation goo answered him. "Human, the world has over 10,000 goo with all sorts of abilities. You have no strength or knowledge. How can you subdue them? We can only capture goo for you. To subdue them, you have to rely on yourself to get them to work for you." Next they added, "This is your second order, so we'll add a second rule and regulation. From now on, we can only catch one goo for you at a time." Renzu could only nod and carefully open the net, only showing a small gap. The remaining 5 goo contained the strength goo and wisdom goo. Seeing this, Renzu was overjoyed. He said to strength goo, "Strength goo, you left me back then. Do you have any regrets? If you succumb to me now, I will return you your freedom." Strength goo said, "Human, you are wrong. I didn't leave not because I couldn't, but because I wanted to stay. You want to subdue me, but that's impossible. I only succumb to those stronger than me, but you are out of the question. However, we can deal again. Give me your youth, and I will temporarily obey you." Renzu was reluctant upon hearing this. He had just gotten back his youth. Was he about to lose it again? But he desired strength. He knew that with strength, he would get stronger and life would get easier. Moreover, with strength, he could subdue more goo. Thus, Renzu accepted and formed a second deal with it. Renzu became middle-aged at once, and the strength goo flew out of the web and landed on Renzu's shoulder. Renzu had strength and was full of confidence. He said to Wisdom goo, "Wisdom goo, you left me back then. Do you have any regrets? If you succumb to me now, I will return you your freedom." Wisdom goo said, "Human, you are wrong. I did not leave not because I couldn't, but because I wanted to stay. You want to subdue me, but that's impossible. I only succumb to those smarter than me, yet you are not smarter than me. But we can deal again. Give me your middle age, and I will temporarily obey you." Renzu, upon hearing this, refused to do the same deal again. He treasured his life more, and he also knew that once he sold his middle age, he would be left with old age. Before long, the strength goo and wisdom goo would leave him again, just like last time. Renzu refused to deal, but did not want to let go of the wisdom goo. Wisdom goo was anxious, reluctantly giving in. "All right, human, you win. I lost to you this time. As long as you tell me what method you used to capture me, I will admit defeat and not take anything from you, being at your disposal." Upon hearing this, Renzu was overjoyed and before the rules Gu and regulation Gu could stop him, he said, I used the rules Gu and regulation Gu to capture you. Wisdom Gu laughed upon hearing. I remembered it. So these Gu are called rules Gu and regulation Gu. Haha, now that I know your names, you can no longer capture me. Saying so, it turned into a flash of light and flew away, vanishing into thin air. Rules Gu and regulation Gu begin to complain. Human, we told you long ago that our name should be known by you alone and not others. Otherwise, we would be used by others. Look what happened. Now that Wisdom Gu knows our names, it spells trouble. Only then did Rinzhu realize that he was tricked by Wisdom Gu. He was anguished, for he knew he lost the only chance he had of capturing the Wisdom Gu using rules Gu and regulation Gu. Part 3.2, Chapter 59. Rinzhu had the rules Gu and regulation Gu, and could capture all the 10,000 Gu in the world, obtaining strength Gu but losing wisdom Gu. At that point his net still contained 3 Gu. He opened and saw that they were the attitude Gu, belief Gu, and suspicion Gu respectively. Rinzhu was unwilling to let them go, thus the 3 Gu could only bet with him. Once Rinzhu opens the net, they would run out in 3 different directions, and whoever is captured by Rinzhu would be subdued. Guess, who did Rinzhu capture in the end? It's the attitude Gu. Part 4, Chapter 87. Words have it that Rinzhu used the rules Gu and regulation Gu and obtained strength Gu, but losing wisdom Gu, leaving behind 3 Gu worms. One was suspicion Gu, one was trust Gu, and another was attitude Gu. Rinzhu grabbed the attitude Gu. Attitude Gu followed the betting rules, submitting to Rinzhu, telling him, Human, you caught me. I can only curse my bad luck. From now on, I will be at your command. Wear me and you will be able to use my ability. Attitude Gu's appearance was like a mask. Rinzhu put it on his face, but in the end he could not wear it. Even if he used a rope to tie it, it would still fall off. What's going on? Rinzhu was troubled. Attitude Gu laughed. I know, human, you have no heart. Attitude is the mask of the heart. So without a heart, how can you wear me? Rinzhu realized at once. He had already given his heart to hope. He was heartless. Someone who is heartless cannot wear the attitude mask. In other words, to someone with a heart/an intention, their attitude is a mask. Part 5.1, Chapter 131. Legend says, Rinzhu had obtained the attitude Gu. Attitude Gu was like a mask, and without a heart Rinzhu couldn't wear it. Because before this, Rinzhu had given his heart to the hope Gu, and from then on he never feared difficulty. But if Rinzhu wanted to use the attitude Gu, he needed to have a heart. Rinzhu was troubled, thus he asked attitude Gu. He said, Oh Gu, sometimes attitude says it's all. Now that I have encountered a problem, you know it. Thus I'm here to seek advice. Attitude Gu said, This is not hard. Rinzhu, you lack a heart, thus you just have to find a new one. Rinzhu was confused, asking again, Then how can I find a new heart? Attitude Gu sighed. Heart is nowhere and everywhere. Finding a heart, it is both easy and difficult. With your situation, you can obtain a heart now. Rinzhu was overjoyed. Quick, tell me how? Attitude Gu warned him. This heart is called loneliness. Human, are you sure you want it? Once you obtain it, you will face endless pain, loneliness, and even fear. Rinzhu did not listen to his warning. He continued asking. Attitude Gu could not defy Rinzhu's orders. Thus he said, You only have to stare at the sky on a starry night and say nothing. Once you reach daylight, you will obtain the heart of loneliness. That night, it was a star-filled sky. According to Attitude Gu's instructions, Rinzhu sat alone at the mountain peak, staring at the night sky. Before this, his life was very difficult, constantly struggling for survival. He had no time to admire this beautiful yet mysterious sky. But now, as he stared at the starry sky, his thoughts began floating. Constantly thinking about himself, such a meager and weak being like himself, living a life of constant fear and insecurity. Sigh, although I have hope Gu, strength Gu, rules Gu and regulation Gu, and attitude Gu, to survive in this land, it is still difficult as ever. Even if I die tomorrow, it is not shocking. If I die, will the world remember me? Will anyone rejoice over my existence and grieve over my death? Thinking of this, Rinzhu shook his head. In this world, he was the only human. How can there be others? Even with Gu accompanying him, he still felt a strong sense of loneliness, heart of loneliness. At this moment, when Rinzhu felt lonely, his body suddenly had a brand new heart. The sun rose from the horizon and shone on his face. But Renzu felt no happiness, and instead felt an endless pain, despair, confusion, and even fear. He could not endure this loneliness and fear, for all he felt was the advent of darkness and apocalypse. Thus, he painfully cried, stretching out his fingers and digging out his eyes. His left eye fell onto the ground and transformed into a young man. He had golden hair and a strong body. Once he appeared, he kneeled at Renzu's feet, saying, "O Renzu, my father, I am your eldest son, verdant great Sunday." At the same time, his right eye turned into a young girl, and she held Renzu's hand, saying, "O Renzu, my father, I am your second daughter, desolate ancient moon." Renzu laughed loudly, tears flowing out of his empty sockets. He said "good" 3 times and continued, "I have children now. I can finally endure the pain of the heart of loneliness. From now on, there will be people celebrating my existence and grieving for my death. Even if I die now, you will remember me. Only that." Finally, he sighed, "I lost both my eyes and can no longer see the light. From now on, you too shall observe this world for me." Part 5.2, Chapter 135. In the legend, before Renzu died, he gave birth to 10 children. The eldest son, verdant great sun, second daughter, desolate ancient moon. Among the 10, there was one named Northern Dark Ice Soul. Renzu's legends, whether real or false, alluded to many secrets in Gu Master's cultivation. Renzu's 10 kids individually represented 10 types of ultimate aptitudes. In Renzu's story, his 10 kids didn't have a long life. In reality, it is difficult for the Gu Masters who hold 10 extreme physiques to grow and mature, almost all dying an untimely death. Of course, if they can really grow to become a rank 6, they will be able to sweep through same-stage opponents and even perform miracles such as fighting a higher rank. Part 6.1, Chapter 144. Renzu was unable to endure the heart of loneliness. Thus he dug out both eyes, turning them into a son and daughter. This alleviated his sense of loneliness. But good things do not last, for his children started to crave the scenery of the outside world, forgetting all about their father Renzu and always going out to play until they forgot the time, and even forgot to take care of Renzu. Renzu could not see anything. It was total darkness. But at times, he could see a little bit of light. To this, he felt perturbed and asked the Attitude Gu. Attitude Gu told this to him. "Oh, this is the eternal light given out by the Faith Gu." Part 6.2, Chapter 181. Renzu's 10 children. Eldest son, verdant great sun, second daughter, desolate ancient moon. The 10 children's aptitude defied heaven. Thus heaven was wary and did not give them a long lifespan. In the Gu world, the 10 children also represented the top 10 most extreme aptitudes. That is, the 10 extreme physiques. Renzu's 10 children died one by one, and Renzu was about to die of old age. But at the end, Renzu gathered the corpse of his 10 children and sacrificed himself, all going into the stomach of the Derivation Gu. Derivation Gu's stomach burst, exploding and countless life spreading across the land, creating the first batch of mortals. These mortals did not have Renzu's or the 10 children's talent, but they could cultivate after awakening their aperture. Humanity thus grew and developed, forming today's size. Of course, that is all a mythological story. Part 7, Chapter 213. In this world, humans weren't the only ones who knew how to brew wines. The earliest records of wine came from the legend of Renzu. Renzu's 2 eyes turned into his eldest son, verdant great sun, and daughter, desolate ancient moon. Verdant great sun was always with desolate ancient moon, and this close association created feelings towards his own sister. However, desolate ancient moon refused his wooing. Verdant great sun was annoyed because of this, and knew he needed some help. Thus he asked the Wisdom Gu. At first, the Wisdom Gu ignored him and avoided him as much as it could. But Verdant Great Sun kept on persevering, and the Wisdom Gu couldn't endure this annoyance anymore, so it told him away. In the east dwells a group of honey peach monkeys. Drink the wine brewed by them, and come find me. Thus, Verdant Great Sun went to the east and drank the wine. The wine brewed by the honey peach monkeys was fruit wine. And ever since Verdant Great Sun drank the wine and returned, his face had a rosy flush. He smacked his lips as he recalled the taste. "So, wine is sweet." The Wisdom Gu smiled and said, "In the west lies a group of psychic monkeys. Go taste the wine brewed by them." The wine brewed by psychic monkeys was bitter wine. Verdant Great Sun went to the west and drank the wine. Since then, his tongue had a yellowish-brown hue to it. He recalled the taste with a bitter expression. So, wine can also be bitter. Wisdom Gu said to him again, wine is both bitter and sweet. Love is the same, and human lives are even more so. At the north dwells a group of Vajra monkeys. They also brew wine. Go taste it. The Vajra monkeys brewed strong wine. Verdant Great Sun enjoyed this wine very much and drank till he was dead drunk. He felt this wine was really to his taste and wanted to drink even more after getting drunk. He drank from the bowl at first before trying to drink it directly from the wine jar. Finally, he started throwing up. The wine started showing its effects, making him feel an unbearable pain. He felt the insides of his body was on fire, as if lava was flowing through them. It's too hot, he screamed. All the fire flowed in reverse towards his head, and his hair started burning. From then on, his hair burned endlessly like fire. When Verdant Great Sun woke up, he saw the Wisdom Gu looking at him. What did you think of the strong wine? The Wisdom Gu asked. Verdant Great Sun heaved a sigh. I understand now. No matter how good the wine is, you will vomit it out if you drink too much. Everything should be taken with moderation. The Wisdom Gu laughed out loudly. In the north dwells a group of Skywater monkeys. Their wine is also quite good. Go taste it. Skywater monkey's wine was clear wine and was completely opposite of the strong wine. Verdant Great Sun lightly tasted the wine, and the moment he did so, he completely forgot all his worries and felt like he was floating in the air, with a hazy and intoxicated look in his eyes. The Wisdom Gu again asked him about his experience. He lightly waved his hands. Having known the joys of wine, I will not pass it on to those who are sober. The Wisdom Gu chuckled and left quietly. Thus, humans weren't the first species to brew wine. Rather, it was the monkeys who were ahead of the humans. Part 8, Chapter 287. Regarding the Reputation Gu's story, it originated from the legends of Rinzhu. One time, Verdant Great Sun got very drunk. When he woke up, his head hurt, and he forgot all that happened when he was drunk. He did not know why he was trapped on a lone hill, one which was surrounded by a bottomless abyss. The abyss was filled with spiral winds, pale green color. This was the usual wind. The winds blew dust into the air. Those were the dark yellow color mortal dust. Verdant Great Sun's heart sank, because he recognized that this was the ordinary abyss. No living being had ever managed to fly past it. He was trapped on this lone hill, unable to get out. He would die of starvation eventually. Thankfully, there was a forest on the lone hill. Verdant Great Sun was hungry, and came into this forest to find fruits to eat. But this forest was very strange. The black soil was like a swamp, smelling extremely pungent. The trees had no leaves, and the branches looked like strange claws. But when the wind blew, there was the sound of leaves moving in the wind. Verdant Great Sun could not find food, and fell into despair, knowing he was going to die soon. Part 9, Chapter 357. The earliest record of hairy men was in The Legends of Rinzhu. It was said that Rinzhu dug out his two eyes, which turned into a son and a daughter. The son was Verdant Great Sun, and the daughter was Desolate Ancient Moon. Verdant Great Sun liked to drink wine a lot. One time he caused an incident while being drunk and was trapped at the depths of the ordinary abyss. In the end, he profited from the disaster and obtained Reputation Gu, which looked like chrysanthemum, and was able to escape alive. Because of Reputation Gu, Verdant Great Sun's reputation gradually became bigger. Soon, news that Verdant Great Sun was a huge drunkard spread all over the world. One day, a group of tiger-striped honeybees brought their beehive and found Verdant Great Sun. Verdant Great Sun, we heard you really like drinking wine, and you have been saying the wine made by the 4 heaven and earth monkeys are the most delicious in the world. But how could the wine they brewed compare to our honey wine? Today, we have specially brought our honey for you to have a taste. Each of these honeybees was the size of a leopard with patterns on their body resembling tiger stripes, golden with black stripes on top. They were speaking politely, but their tone contained a threatening and forceful intent. Verdant Great Sun complained in his heart. This was truly misfortune befalling on someone who merely stayed home. Tiger-striped honeybees were very powerful. He was not a match against one of them, let alone a whole group. Verdant Great Sun could only reluctantly taste the honey wine inside the beehive. He had only taken a sip when his eyes brightened. Honey wine was sweet, but not overly sweet. The wine fragrance was mellow and very delicious. Absolutely a treasure of the world. Delicious, delicious, really delicious. This honey wine makes one feel like the most fortunate person in the world. Verdant Great Sun drank a mouthful of wine, praising it to the high heavens. Tiger-striped honeybees laughed, feeling very happy. The leader asked Verdant Great Sun to tell us which tastes more delicious, our honey wine or the wines of the 4 heaven and earth monkeys. Verdant Great Sun was already drunk and forgot about the terror of the tiger-striped honeybees, speaking frankly. They all have their own merits. It is very difficult to compare them. Tiger-striped honeybees were furious. He said our wine is actually at the same level as those mere monkeys. This Verdant Great Sun is too hateful. We need to teach him a lesson. They were just about to attack, when suddenly Verdant Great Sun disappeared. This intoxication of Verdant Great Sun lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. In his haziness, he heard a voice calling out for him from the darkness. Verdant Great Sun, wake up quick. If you don't wake up, you will be eaten. Verdant Great Sun was startled awake. He discovered he was bound up and was being carried by a group of savage people. This group of savage people had hair all over their body, and their 2 eyes were dark blue. There was already a bonfire burning, and above the bonfire was a cauldron. The savage people quietly sat down, speaking pleasant-sounding words. We are refining eternal goo, and we're just lacking a human to be the catalyst. Now heaven has sent us Verdant Great Sun. It is truly worthy of celebration. Human is the spirit of all living beings. Rinzu is the spirit ancestor. Verdant Great Sun was born from his left eye and has ample spiritual energy. The way I see it, the refinement will succeed this time. Throw him into the cauldron quick. We will obtain eternal goo and live for eternity. Verdant Great Sun turned pale from fright at these words, immediately shouting out and struggling with all his strength. However, these savage people remained unmoved. At this very moment, Verdant Great Sun again heard the voice from before in his mind. Sigh, it is no use. These savages are the hairy men, loved by the world. They have an innate talent in refining goo worms. Verdant Great Sun instantly forgot his predicament and curiously asked in his mind, Who are you? That voice laughed. I am Divine Travel Goo. As long as any person drinks 4 different top-tier wines in the world, they will give birth to me in their hearts. I can let you teleport to any place you wish. Verdant Great Sun was exalted. Then, please quickly bring me out of here. Divine Travel Goo sighed. It is no use. You can only use me when you are drunk. Your mind is sober now, and so you can't use me. Verdant Great Sun suddenly realized. So that is why I was trapped in the isolated island and almost starved to death that time. Fortunately, I obtained reputation goo and could leave the ordinary abyss. So it was you who harmed me. Divine Travel Goo replied. Sigh. Human, I did not have any intent to harm you. It was all because you used my strength after you became drunk. You don't need to blame me. Last time you were almost captured by the tiger-striped honeybees, but you were able to escape thanks to me. 1 harm and 1 rescue. We can call it even. Verdant Great Sun also thought of the tiger-striped honeybees and no longer blamed Divine Travel Goo. He was thrown into the cauldron by the hairy men. The huge fire was burning hotter under the cauldron, and the liquid temperature inside also soared. Add agates and red pepper. A hairy man threw precious agates and red pepper into the cauldron. The liquid inside the cauldron immediately changed to red and dyed Verdant Great Sun's body red. Add blue smoke foxchild. A hairy man grabbed a small fox and threw it into the cauldron. The small fox's whole body was hairy and looked extremely cute with its eyes like black diamonds. But the moment it touched the liquid, it turned into blue smoke and blended into the water. The liquid in the cauldron slowly boiled, and Verdant Great Sun also felt more despair, feeling it would be difficult to escape the disaster this time. Hairy men continued to add in many supplementary materials and goo worms. Add vanity goo. A hairy man threw a goo into the cauldron. This goo was strange and looked like a huge blue crab. But different from real crabs, its crab shell was hollow. The moment it saw Verdant Great Sun, the huge crab like vanity goo was very excited. You are Verdant Great Sun? I have heard about you, but had never expected I would meet you here. It is really my good fortune. I am too happy, too excited. Verdant Great Sun gave a bitter smile. How can it be good fortune when we are about to die? I don't care about death. I only wanted to ask, how did you become so famous? I really admire you. I have the utmost admiration for people like you. Vanity Goo asked with urgency. I am not in the mood to talk about this now. I need to escape. Verdant Great Sun struggled in the cauldron and tried to climb up, but was quickly pressed down into the cauldron by a watching hairy man. Quick, tell me quick. Vanity Goo was not tactful and wholeheartedly wanted to ask for guidance. Verdant Great Sun furiously rebuked. Can't you see the situation we are in now? Vanity Goo opened its eyes wide and stared at Verdant Great Sun before it beamed with pleasure. I understand now. If I want to be popular, I need to endure the heat. Thank you for the guidance, thank you. Verdant Great Sun, as thanks, I will do a favor for you. Saying so, the Vanity Goo exploded. This explosion was not intense and was very light, only giving off a soft bang sound. The Vanity Goo turned into a formless, poisonous wind and attacked the hearts of all the hairy men. The crystal-clear dark blue eyes of the hairy men turned red. Verdant Great Sun was dazed for a good while before coming back to his senses. He could not help sighing at Vanity Goo's sacrifice and immediately shouted, Although you hairy men can refine goo, but it is nothing. Even if you all live for eternity, so what? You are so ugly with hair all over your body. You are simply an abomination. The hairy men were stupefied. If it was before, they would not care about Verdant Great Sun. But now, the poison of vanity had spread in the depths of their hearts, shrouding their intelligence. Hearing Verdant Great Sun's shouts, the hairy men started refuting loudly. Nonsense, nonsense. We hairy men are the most perfect. There can be nothing more beautiful than hair all over the body. Verdant Great Sun was suddenly hit by an inspiration. No matter how beautiful your hair is, could it be as beautiful as my hair? Because he had drank Vajra Monkey's strong wine, his hair had become blazing fire. The hairy men were baffled at his words. The beautiful fire was flickering and changing all the time. Even they could not help but admit the movement of Verdant Great Sun's hair was beautiful. Verdant Great Sun continued to stimulate them. Even if you obtain eternity, you won't be as beautiful as me. Look at my hair. It is as colorful and charismatic as fire. The hairy men were spurred on by Verdant Great Sun, and finally someone could not endure it. You have such amazing hair. I will have it too. Look at mine. He then used a fire torch to ignite his whole body. The hair on his body burned, and he became a fiery man. Ha ha! You only have beautiful hair, but my whole body is beautiful now. This hairy man shouted. Soon, the other hairy men also rushed to do the same. All of them became fiery men. The fire burned them, and the intense pain caused them to howl in pain. But when they realized this, it was too late for them to extinguish the fire and bombastically displayed their beauty. Divine Travel Goo was overjoyed and praised Verdant Great Sun endlessly. Human, you are really clever, actually thinking of this method. Verdant Great Sun escaped out of the cauldron and succeeded in surviving. He replied in his mind with a cold smile. It is not me who is clever. It is the vanity in people that have turned them stupid. They often silently endure pain for false beauty, giving up the goals they should truly pursue. Part 10.1, Chapter 361. How can flying type goo be easy to control? By nature, humans walk on the ground. If they want to fly and soar freely, they need a lot of painstaking practice. And to battle while flying, it needs even more bitter training. Even Verdant Great Sun, son of the great Renzu, died while flying. Part 10.2, Chapter 364. Humans were creatures that walked on ground and did not have wings. Even Renzu did not have ability to fly. Being able to fly by itself was a miracle in defiance of heaven. Part 10.3, Chapter 366. Danghun Mountain, known as Crystal Mountain in the legends of Renzu. As long as any living creatures enter the range of Danghun Mountain, their soul would receive a shock. The closer they get to the peak, the stronger the force of the shock would be. Many living beings don't have strong souls, and their soul would often scatter when they reach halfway up the mountain. Part 10.4, Chapter 370. In this world, there is a thing that is more precious than life. That is glory. Eons ago, Renzu's eldest son, Verdant Great Sun, gave up his life while chasing for glory. Part 11.1, Chapter 371. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 2, Section 3. The sunlight of the immemorial antiquity era shone on all living beings. Cicadas made noises, giving off the clamor of life. Dense green trees formed a large area of shade as they swayed with the wind. A large vat of delicious wine was in front of Verdant Great Sun, but he frowned, having no desire to drink. Divine Travel Goo, O Divine Travel Goo, you have harmed me so deeply. Right now, I do not even dare to drink wine. I am afraid of getting drunk, and end up transported to a dangerous land by you. Verdant Great Sun sighed in anguish. The previous 2 times, he was sent into the ordinary abyss by divine travel goo, as well as the cauldron of the hairy men. Thankfully, he was lucky and made it out of both the incidents alive. Divine travel goo said, "Prince of Humans, I was not intentionally harming you. In fact, every time you got drunk, you were the one who used my power. I am innocent. In fact, I even saved your life once, didn't I?" Divine travel goo had, in fact, saved Verdant Great Sun's life from the tiger-striped honeybees before. Verdant Great Sun's expression was dejected. "Sigh, don't mention the past. Now because of you, I do not dare to drink wine. My life has become meaningless and boring." Hearing this, Divine Travel Goo felt ashamed. "In that case, let me teach you a method. Go up into the sky, and in the azure heaven among the 9 heavens, there is a bamboo forest. Inside the bamboo forest, pluck a jade bamboo that is jade sky in color. Next, go to blue heaven and during the night time, collect the 8-sided diamonds inside the star fragments. Next, when it is dawn, fly into the sky and use the light of glory of the rising sun to turn me into fixed immortal travel goo. Once I become that goo, I will no longer send you to random places when you are drunk." Verdant Great Sun heard this, and he was overjoyed. But he thought about it, and felt that hope was slim. "Oh goo, I have stepped on the earth since I was born. I am not as light as clouds, nor do I have wings like birds. How can I fly into the azure heaven and pluck the jade bamboo? How can I collect the 8-sided diamonds and the star fragments? Not to mention flying towards the rising sun." Divine Travel Goo said, "That is right. Humans cannot fly. But it is not a problem. We can ask Wisdom Goo. It has the greatest wisdom in this world. There has to be a way." Verdant Great Sun and Wisdom Goo were old acquaintances. The reason Verdant Great Sun started drinking was because of Wisdom Goo's teachings. But Wisdom Goo taught him to drink merely because it did not want to be disturbed. Sensing that Verdant Great Sun was going to find it again, Wisdom Goo quickly went into hiding. Verdant Great Sun did not find Wisdom Goo and felt dejected. But Divine Travel Goo said again, "If we can't find Wisdom Goo, we can find Cognition Goo. It is the mother of Wisdom Goo." Verdant Great Sun quickly found Cognition Goo and requested for the methods of flying. Cognition Goo answered, "You found the right person, because cognition is the wings of freedom. But everyone's thoughts are different. What wings you have depends on yourself." Saying so, Cognition Goo turned into a warm light and shone on Verdant Great Sun. In the light, a pair of white pure feathered wings appeared behind Verdant Great Sun's back. This pair of wings was very beautiful, white and pure like snow, without a trace of impurity. It was like the wings of a white crane. Cognition Goo took a look and said, This pair of wings is called self. Everyone has their own self-cognition. This pair of wings has a high degree of flexibility and freedom. But you must be careful. Do not overly bask in sunlight. Otherwise, your sense of self will either expand or shrink. Young man, you must remember my words. The higher you fly, the harder you fall." Cognition Goo thought and said the last sentence with deep meaning. Obtaining the cognition wings named self, Verdant Great Sun was very happy and flew into the sky. He flew and flew, going higher and higher. Humans were not born to fly, like birds soaring in the sky. This brought Verdant Great Sun great curiosity. He played around freely in the sky, extremely happy. At the same time, he remembered Cognition Goo's warning and did not overly expose himself to sunlight. When it was sunny, he would hide in the clouds. Like this, Verdant Great Sun flew higher and higher, finally reaching the limits of heaven, the end of azure heaven. There, jade bamboos grew in the air, having lustrous green leaves. These jade bamboos were rooted in the void, and their tips also extended into the unknown void. Looking from outside, one could only see their thin, long stem. Verdant Great Sun retrieved one segment of the bamboo casually. This dark green bamboo stem was like jade, palm-sized, and hollow in the middle, giving off a cold feeling. Verdant Great Sun obtained the jade bamboo and was very happy. He continued flying upwards. The sky of the immemorial antiquity era had 9 levels. White heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven, and black heaven. Verdant Great Sun plucked the jade bamboo in azure heaven. A few days later, he flew to the higher blue heaven. It was night time, and stars were shining to the sky. The stars flew around happily, raining down stardust. These stardust gathered into a sea, a beautiful river of light made of silver stars, flowing across the entire blue heaven. Verdant Great Sun willed his wings and plunged into the star river to swim. He searched painstakingly in the endless stardust. He did not want those 7-sided or 16-sided fragments. He only wanted the 8-sided ones. These star fragments were like diamonds, crystal clear and flawless. He searched for a long time before finding one. On the second day, Verdant Great Sun flew towards the rising sun at the break of dawn. The sunrise was like a large red lantern, emitting a warm light. This sunlight was not ordinary. It was the light of glory. It could shine on all living beings and penetrate the river of time. Verdant Great Sun's left hand was holding into the jade bamboo. His right hand was holding the 8-sided diamond. As he flew towards the sun and summoned Divine Travel Gu. Basking under the light of glory, Divine Travel Gu swallowed the star fragment and entered the jade bamboo. O Verdant Great Sun, I need time to metamorphosize and become fixed immortal Travel Gu. During this period, you have to fly towards the sun and do not leave the light of glory. But you have to be more careful, Cognition Gu had said. Pay attention to this self, wings on your back. Once my transformation ends, you should fly towards the cloud cover immediately. Do remember. Divine Travel Gu reminded. Verdant Great Sun laughed heartily. Oh Gu, rest assured. I have even survived the ordinary abyss and lived after the hairy man. I have the reputation Gu and have transcended vanity. The light of glory can do nothing to me. Then I can stop worrying. Divine Travel Gu's voice weakened as the sunlight turned into threads, forming a cocoon and wrapping the Divine Travel Gu in the jade bamboo. Verdant Great Sun moved his pure white wings, flying towards the sun. During this process, the light cocoon became thicker and heavier. A moment later, the cocoon was burst open, and a butterfly glowing in green light flew out. I succeeded. From today onwards, I am not Divine Travel Gu, but Fixed Immortal Travel Gu. Ha ha! Fixed Immortal Travel Gu flew around Verdant Great Sun, happily dancing, but suddenly shouted, "Ah, oh no! Verdant Great Sun, look at your wings." Under the light of the sun, Verdant Great Sun's wings had expanded to 3 times of its original size. Do not fluster, I noticed it long ago, but so what? The larger my wings, the stronger they are, and the higher and faster I can fly. Verdant Great Sun laughed loudly. Quickly hide in the clouds, stop flying. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu said worriedly. Don't worry. Verdant Great Sun was not worried at all. The wings on his back grew larger and larger, becoming even larger than his body. Verdant Great Sun's speed also became faster and faster. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu, what do you think is above the 9 heavens? He shot up towards greater altitudes. Stop flying. If you fall down, I cannot save you. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu was very worried. What's the problem? How could I fall down? Look at my wings. How strong are they? How powerful are they? Verdant Great Sun was just rebuking, when suddenly his wings expanded to their limits and exploded. Losing his wings, Verdant Great Sun fell towards the ground immediately. Eventually, he landed on the ground as an unrecognizable grotesque corpse. Renzu eldest son met his end. Part 11.2, Chapter 378. Divine Travel Gu was very mysterious and also legendary. Its earliest appearance was in The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu was the first classic of Gu. It appeared to be a story when one first read it, but it actually held profound messages, recording the secrets of the ancient times and all kinds of Gu. Some Gu were directly described like Wisdom Gu, Strength Gu, and so on. And some Gu were hidden. Their descriptions were very vague, requiring the readers to dig through it and study carefully. In The Legends of Renzu, Divine Travel Gu's earliest appearance was beside Verdant Great Sun. Verdant Great Sun drank 4 different top-tier wines in the world. The dense liquor aura in his body congealed into Divine Travel Gu. Divine Travel Gu had the power to send the Gu Master to any place in the world, but its activation required the Gu Master to be in a drunken state, and its destination also could not be controlled. Verdant Great Sun was transported to many dangerous places and suffered a lot due to Divine Travel Gu, his life on the line several times. Divine Travel Gu might be one of the 4 great movement Gu and is very powerful at that, but its flaw is extremely big. Who would dare to use it? Even Verdant Great Sun had no choice but to refine Divine Travel Gu into Fixed Immortal Travel Gu in the end. Divine travel Gu might be at the noble rank 6, but its every use carried extremely high risk and had low worth in using. Thus, Verdant Great Sun refined it into fixed immortal travel Gu. Part 11.3, Chapter 384. The Door of Life and Death was a big deal. It was recorded in the Legends of Rinzhu, a secret forbidden land in ancient times. It was similar to the River of Time, an ordinary abyss. After Verdant Great Sun died, Rinzhu went to the Door of Life and Death to attempt to revive him. Legend says that behind the Door of Life and Death holds the secrets of life and death. If a person can comprehend it completely, they would be able to control life and death itself. In the legend, even Rinzhu had to spend all his effort to find it. Door of Life and Death is an unparalleled holy land, the controller of life and death. Part 12.1, Chapter 410. Dang Hun Mountain is a forbidden ground, first appearing in Legends of Rinzhu. Legend says that Verdant Great Sun flew towards the sky and ended plunging to his death. Rinzhu, as his father, was extremely upset after receiving the news, finding Wisdom Gu for an explanation. It was Wisdom Gu who taught Verdant Great Sun to drink, causing the series of events thereafter. Wisdom Gu quickly said, Rinzhu, oh Rinzhu, don't find trouble with me. Although your son died, it is not impossible to revive him. As long as you enter the door of life and death and lead him towards the road of life, walking under the sunlight, he would be revived. Rinzhu was shocked, before becoming overjoyed, and then extremely furious. He grabbed Wisdom Gu and questioned, Wisdom Gu, oh Wisdom Gu, do you still think I am that ignorant boy from before? The door of life and death is a dangerous place. Once I enter, I will never be able to leave. After harming my son, you want to kill me too? Wisdom Gu quickly said, other living beings do not know the secret of the door of life and death. Thus, they cannot leave. But I can teach you all of these secrets. You are a living person. To enter the door of life and death, you have to enter from the road of death. This road is extraordinary. It was the road left behind by Destiny Gu when it left Fairness Gu. The road left behind was called Path of Destiny. There are many suffering Gu inside the Path of Life. You have to enter from the road of death, and you need to own courage Gu. That way, you will not fear the torture of suffering. When you enter the door of life and death, and see Fairness Gu, you are already dead. But at the same time, you will see your eldest son, Verdant Great Sun's soul. You will bring him away, and go out from another road, the road of life. Road of life was the path treaded on by Destiny Gu when it visited Fairness Gu. It is also called the Path of Destiny. But during this path, you will meet 3 obstacles. One is Dang Hun Mountain, another is called Luo Pa Valley, and lastly the Reverse Flow River. To climb past Dang Hun Mountain, you have to smash the gutstones on it and obtain Guts Gu's help. To get past Luo Pa Valley, you need to find Faith Gu to help. To get through the Reverse Flow River, you have to move forward continuously, not stopping for even a second during the process. Rinzhu heard Wisdom Gu's words and let it go. He quickly found Faith Gu. Ever since he became blind, Faith Gu's light was the only light he could see. Oh Rinzhu, I can feel your determination in getting back your eldest son. I am willing to help you, but I urge you not to give up on this goal. Because when you give up, I will leave you for good. Faith Gu said with concern. Rinzhu found Courage Gu next. Courage Gu and Hope Gu were good companions. Rinzhu had Hope Gu, and thus saw Courage Gu occasionally. He had a decent relationship with it. After getting Courage Gu's help, Rinzhu came to the door of life and death, entering the road of death. The road of death was pure darkness. The large number of suffering Gu were like yellow fireflies, swarming towards Rinzhu. At this time, Courage Gu shone brightly, chasing away the suffering Gu for Rinzhu. Courage was needed to face death. Rinzhu succeeded in going down. His body turned whiter as it turned hollow, gradually turning into a ghost. He could see again. When he got to the end of the road, amidst the calm darkness, he saw Fairness Gu. He was extremely shocked by Fairness Gu's huge body, exclaiming, You are Fairness Gu? Why is your body so huge? A mountain is a speck of dust compared to you. The sea is like a droplet compared to you. Fairness Gu's voice was grand. Life and death are the greatest fairness in this world. When I am inside the door of life and death, my body will become enormous. Oh Rinzhu, you are here for your son, right? Feel free to go, he is right there. Rinzhu was overjoyed upon seeing his son and ran towards him. Verdant Great Sun had turned into a white ghost and was lying beside a lake, scooping out the water with a bowl and drinking it. The water was like wine with its fragrance pervading the area. Verdant Great Sun drank it with utmost satisfaction. My son, don't drink anymore. Come, let's go back. Rinzhu walked towards Verdant Great Sun and shouted, Esteemed father, how did you come here? This is great. Let's drink together. Verdant Great Sun opened his hazy eyes and looked at Rinzhu. Rinzhu seized the wine bowl from him and said with exasperation, Don't drink anymore. You only know how to drink wine. Everyone knows there is a bewitching lake in the land of the dead, and its water is the bewitching soup. When ghosts drink it, they become muddle-headed and lose the desire to leave. Verdant Great Sun, however, refuted, Father, you are wrong. This is not the bewitching soup. It is the soul-calming wine. It can calm down your soul and remove all the impurities. Your soul will no longer be restless, and you will experience utmost tranquility in your heart. This is one of the best quality wines in this world. I don't care what wine it is, you have to follow me back. Rinzhu pulled Verdant Great Sun's hand, but found Verdant Great Sun was as heavy as a mountain and could not be budged. Verdant Great Sun shook his head. Some people, upon death, will be as heavy as a mountain. Some people, upon death, will be light as a feather. Father, I had reputation goo in my life and died after bathing in the light of glory. When I arrived here, my body had become heavier than a mountain. I cannot even walk a single step and can only lie down here. What? Rinzhu immediately felt gloomy and anxiously shouted, I told you before, a tall tree attracts the wind. Reputation is not always a good thing. Throw away the reputation goo. Verdant Great Sun shook his head and sighed. We were not born with fame and fortune. We also cannot take them with us after death. After I died, reputation goo left me. It is fixed immortal travel goo that has accompanied me. Fixed immortal travel goo could bring Verdant Great Sun's soul out of the door of life and death, or even bring him to any place in the outside world. However, Verdant Great Sun could only truly resurrect after walking through the path of life. What do we do now? Rinzhu realized he had been played by wisdom goo. Although he had arrived at the deepest part of the door of life and death, a death domain that had endless darkness, and has also found Verdant Great Sun, he discovered he could not bring back his son. At this moment, Fairness Goo spoke. Oh Rinzhu, do you still not understand? There are only two paths in door of life and death. Both appeared because of destiny goo. Life and death are determined by destiny. All living beings live and thus die. This is the cycle that allows the universe to continue existing. Your eldest son Verdant Great Sun died. This is destiny, and you should accept it. Moreover, he is living a good life here. Obsession Death Domain is the world's most tranquil place. He is drinking the world's supreme quality wine and is free from all the worries of the outside world. Do you know how blissful this is? Rinzhu stood there and looked at his flesh and blood for a while before heaving a deep sigh. He knew he could not bring back his son's soul. At least it was like that for now. He bid farewell to the Fairness Goo and also his son and left the Obsession Death Domain. He stepped on another path this time. It was the path of life which went from darkness to light. However, Rinzhu soon realized walking this path was countless times more difficult than when he walked in through the path of death. There were many more suffering goo on path of life than path of death. When Rinzhu had walked through the path of death, his journey became smoother along the way and the suffering goo lesser the further he walked. But as he walked through the path of life, there was not only more suffering goo, but every step he took would cause much more suffering goo to fly over and obstruct him. Courage goo could not resist them any longer. Rinzhu, there are too many suffering goo and they will continue to increase. There is peace in death, but life has endless suffering. Go to Dang Hun Mountain quickly and break some gut stones. If you want to survive, just relying on courage won't be enough, you need guts too. Rinzhu hurried forward to Dang Hun Mountain and picked the guts goo while enduring the tremors in his soul. With guts goo's help, his soul strengthened greatly, and although he still suffered the tremors, it was not of much worry. He passed through Dang Hun Mountain and arrived at Luopa Valley. Luopa Valley was a maze with winding and twisted paths. Occasionally, there were a large area of bewilderment fog which could cause the soul to loosen, and occasionally, Luopa wind would blow through and cut apart the soul. Rinzhu had fallen into the lowest part of my life and could not distinguish the directions. Because his soul was strengthened by guts goo, it was loosening in the bewilderment fog at a slower speed. The loosened soul was cut apart by the Luopa wind. Rinzhu almost completely lost his way, but fortunately at this time, Faith Gu flew out and shone upon his path. Rinzhu was able to walk out of the Luo Po Valley with only the essence of his soul remaining. He let out a huge breath of relief and could feel he was close to success. He walked to the reverse flowing river. This was the final barrier in the path of life. It was extremely difficult to move against the stream. Endless suffering pushed upon him, causing him to make very slow progress. However, he forcibly persevered and walked towards the light. Almost there, he looked at the success that was just ahead of him. Only one final step remained. He let out a breath of turbid air and relaxed. Forgetting the warning of the wisdom Gu, he stopped. This brief pause caused Rinzhu to be washed away by the river. Life was not easy. It was like a boat moving against the flow of the river. If you do not continue moving forward, you will be pushed back. Rinzhu was washed away by the river into the depths of Luo Po Valley. He was so tired he could not budge a bit and was trapped in the Luo Po Valley. Part 12.2, Chapter 434. Space Cave was first depicted in the Legends of Rinzhu. It was a forbidden ground on the same level as the River of Time. In the River of Time, there were large numbers of Time Path Gu worms. Inside the Space Cave, there were countless Space Path Gu worms. It connected the 5 regions, hidden in a place no one knew. Pushing open a door from inside the Space Cave, one can reach any place in the world. The door that connected the Space Cave was also known as the Space Door. Space Door was omnipresent. It could be in a narrow crack or in the wide and boundless sky. Where there is space, there is a door into Space Cave. But from the past until now, very little people could find the Space Cave, not to mention going inside. In the entire human history, only one person had managed to enter and exit it. Part 13.1, Chapter 435. According to the Legends of Rinzhu, Rinzhu could not save his eldest son, Verdant Great Son, and at the final juncture of resurrection, he made a great mistake and was swept away by reverse flow river back into Luo Po Valley. His eldest daughter, Desolate Ancient Moon, heard of this and wanted to go rescue her father. However, one must have the help of Courage Gu and Faith Gu to enter the life and death door. But these Gu were with her father Rinzhu. Desolate Ancient Moon was unable to enter the life and death door. She wanted to rescue Rinzhu but had no ways, so she asked for guidance from Cognition Gu. Cognition Gu gave her 2 methods. The first method was to enter Space Cave, then open the space door to directly move to Rinzhu's side. She could then use the Space Cave to escape life and death door. However, this method could only rescue Rinzhu's soul and could not resurrect him. The second method was to climb to the peak of Chengbai Mountain and find the one and only Success Gu. As long as she made a wish to Success Gu, she could rescue Rinzhu and allow him to successfully resurrect. Desolate Ancient Moon already knew of Space Cave's existence, but she had no idea how to find the Space Cave. Moreover, to let her father truly resurrect, she had to go to Chengbai Mountain. Chengbai Mountain was not tall and was like a mound. It was peculiar as it was made from millions and millions of pebbles. These pebbles were actually Failure Gu, and there was only one Success Gu at the peak of Chengbai Mountain. Desolate Ancient Moon walked to the foot of the mountain and began to ascend the mountain. Her movement woke up Love Gu, who was sleeping nearby. Love Gu was very angry at having its sleep disturbed and wanted to take revenge against Desolate Ancient Moon. It used its unique power to awaken a piece of stone. The stone gained life because of Love Gu and became a Rockman. The Rockman was tall and might, his body filled with gold, silver, copper, and iron, looking very dazzling and gorgeous. After the Rockman was born, the first thing he saw was Desolate Ancient Moon. Her shocking beauty immediately conquered his heart. He started following behind Desolate Ancient Moon, and as he looked at her fair back view, his heart was filled with love. Finally, he could not endure it anymore and ran past Desolate Ancient Moon and blocked her, shouting loudly, "Beautiful lady, your appearance is so dazzling. Your body is so elegant, and your temperament is so noble. The very first moment I saw you, I was subdued by you. You are my love. Please accept my love for you." The Rockman's physique was huge, completely blocking Desolate Ancient Moon's path. Desolate Ancient Moon slightly furrowed her brows and sized up the Rockman before speaking coldly. "Love, what is that thing? You want me to accept your love, but where is it?" The Rockman immediately took off the iron pieces from his body and offered them to Desolate Ancient Moon. "Beautiful lady, this is my firmness. I give it all to you. This is my love." Desolate Ancient Moon disappointedly shook her head. She had no interest in these iron pieces. The rockman was dazed before taking out the copper pieces from his body and piling them above the iron pieces. Beautiful lady, this is my obstinance. I give it all to you because this is my love. Desolate ancient moon impatiently said, Please move away. I have no interest in love. I need to rescue my father. The rockman panicked, seeing that the goddess of his heart was unmoved. He kneeled down and made up his mind, taking out all the silver pieces in his body and piling them above the copper pieces. Beautiful lady, this is my dignity. I give it all to you. This will prove my love for you, right? Desolate ancient moon's furrowed brows deepened. Listen, I don't have time to waste with you. The rockman became more anxious and took out all the gold pieces in his body and put them above the silver pieces. Beautiful lady, this is my self-confidence. I give it all to you. They represent my love for you. Desolate ancient moon heaved a deep sigh. Rockman, to express your love for me, you gave up your firmness, put down your obstinance, lost your dignity, and even gave up your self-confidence. However, what I see is a very ugly rockman. Get up. I cannot accept your love. I have more important things to do. After losing his gold, silver, copper, and iron decorations, the rockman looked very small and weak, even appearing comical. It lost all the beauty and might it had before. The rockman wept and begged Desolate Ancient Moon. Then, how can I obtain your love? Desolate Ancient Moon was anxious, but the rockman kept on kneeling on the ground. She thought of an idea and changed her expression to show a smile. Rockman, since you love me, take out your real heart for me to see. The rockman opened his chest without any hesitation and offered his scarlet heart to Desolate Ancient Moon. Desolate Ancient Moon took the heart and immediately kept it. The rockman then said, Now, I can obtain your love, right? Desolate Ancient Moon shook her head. Even if you offer your heart, it cannot exchange for my love. The rockman was panicking, seeing Desolate Ancient Moon had stored his heart away. He said, Heartless woman, your cold-heartedness has made me despair. Since I can't obtain your love, then please give back my heart. Without my heart, I will die. But Desolate Ancient Moon did not return the heart and watched as he slowly died. Why? I love you so much. Why are you killing me? The rockman shouted before his death. Desolate Ancient Moon looked at him with pity, but her voice was tranquil. Rockman, I did not want to kill you, but you blocked my path to success. Part 13.2, Chapter 466. Above blessed lands were grotto heavens. The most famous grotto heaven was recorded within the legends of Rinzhu. It was the famous immemorial Nine Heavens. Verdant great sun refined the fixed immortal travel goo and flew up to the Nine Heavens. In azure heaven, he obtained a segment of the jade-green jade bamboo. In blue heaven, he collected the 8-sided diamonds inside the star fragments. The immemorial Nine Heavens consisted of white heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven, and black heaven. But later, when Rinzhu's sun caused havoc in heaven and earth, red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple, the 7 heavens were destroyed consecutively, and all that remained were white and black heavens, with the two alternating between day and night. Part 13.3, Chapter 495. Gray-white stone slabs they were from the immemorial era, Rinzhu's 9th daughter, Carefree Wisdom Heart. The Legends of Rinzhu states that in order to save Wisdom Gu, Carefree Wisdom Heart came to the Qiankuan Crystal Wall. Qiankuan Crystal Wall was straight from top to bottom. It floated in mid-air like a giant mirror. In the mirror, there was a book mountain. On the book mountain, there was an ink waterfall, landing on the mountain rocks to form a literature spring. The ink waterfall continued to flow. As it landed on the literature spring, water splashed about. These black color splashes flew in the air as the water droplets formed into words. This was the origin of the 100-clan writing system in the Gu Master World. After Qiankuan Crystal Wall was broken, it turned into numerous gray-white stone slabs. Legends say that if one gathered all of the stone slabs, they could piece back Qiankuan Crystal Wall, and the Gu Master would be able to enter Book Mountain again. Part 13.4, Chapter 497. Inkmen were also recorded in the Legends of Rinzhu. Their homeland was the Book Mountain. The Book Mountain had an ink waterfall which would crash down on the literature spring, and the raging ink would fall on the rocks, forming Inkmen. Part 14, Chapter 547. The Legends of Rinzhu. When Rinzhu was in a certain death situation after he fell into Luo Po Valley and had no way to get out, desolate ancient moon, in order to save her father, climbed up Chengbai Mountain and tried to get to the top in order to get that one and only success Gu. As long as she made a wish to success Gu, desolate ancient moon would be able to save Rinzhu. But when desolate ancient moon got to the foot of the mountain, she was obstructed by the rockman. It turns out that when Rinzhu's second daughter arrived at Chengbai Mountain, she ruined Love Gu's wonderful dream. Out of anger, Love Gu awakened the rockman in order to obstruct desolate ancient moon. After desolate ancient moon killed the rockman and got to the mountain waste, Love Gu had yet to leave. It appeared before desolate ancient moon and said, "O human, you interrupted my sweet dream, yet you still desire to take away success Gu. Now I will topple the entire Chengbai Mountain. You can have fun finding that one and only success Gu out of billions of rocks." Ha ha. Saying so, Love Gu crashed towards Chengbai Mountain. Chengbai Mountain was not an ordinary mountain. It was a mound entirely made up of stacked rocks. After Love Gu crashed into it, the entire mountain crumbled. Love Gu left smugly, leaving behind desolate ancient moon, who looked at this huge pile of rocks in a daze. How was she going to find that one and only success Gu among this chaotic pile of rocks? Desolate ancient moon was troubled. Without a choice, she had to return to Cognition Gu to seek advice. After Cognition Gu heard desolate ancient moon's description, it sighed. Love Gu had always been demanding and unreasonable. Even if it was me or my child Wisdom Gu, we would not want to confront it. Right now, Chengbai Mountain had collapsed. You can only look at these rocks one by one to find the real success Gu from among them. There are no other ways. Cognition Gu said again, but you have to be careful. There are two Gu on Chengbai Mountain. One is success Gu at the peak of the mountain. The other is failure Gu at the bottom of the mountain. Failure is the mother of success, but it also has many other children. Those rocks are success Gu's siblings. When you pick those rocks, many unthinkably bad situations will occur. I will tell you a secret here. As long as you continue to affirm the belief of me in your heart, these disastrous situations will gradually disappear. Desolate ancient moon heard this, and her heart sank. She asked again, "Then how do I differentiate the rocks in my hand? What do success Gu and failure Gu look like?" Cognition Gu sighed. They look almost the same, but it is easy to differentiate them. Just hold them in your hands. You will learn about their identities. In your search for success Gu, that failure Gu will be your biggest threat. You cannot hold on to the failure Gu. Otherwise, you will be completely lost and your life would be in danger. Desolate ancient moon heard this and nodded, expressing her gratitude. Cognition instructed her again before leaving. "Do not say that I taught you that. If Love Gu comes to find me, I'd be in trouble." In the face of fanatic and toyful love, wisdom and cognition can only run away. "Don't worry, I won't expose you." Desolate ancient moon agreed, returning to Chengbai Mountain. Seeing the huge pile of rocks, her heart was gloomy. Success was not easily obtainable. To obtain success, she would need to bend down and search while taking great risks. Desolate ancient moon breathed in deeply, picking up the first rock. This rock was ordinary, but when desolate ancient moon held it in her hand, it shook slightly. A light wound appeared on desolate ancient moon's hand. This was not success Gu, but one of success siblings, one of the children of failure Gu. Desolate ancient moon's heart was shocked. She touched the wound on her hand as she recalled what Cognition Gu said. "When you pick those rocks, many unthinkably bad situations will occur. You have to affirm the belief of me in your heart." So this is the terrible situation. Desolate ancient moon understood. She chanted in her heart, "Me, me, me." As she chanted, the wound on her hand miraculously healed. Only a light scar was left. She tossed the first rock away and picked up the second rock. When she held this rock in her hand, desolate ancient moon's heart jumped, as an intense feeling of fear assaulted her. Desolate ancient moon was shivering in fear. She almost ran away to escape, away from this place. But she held on, and chanted me. After a long time, she slowly recovered as the fear in her heart was gone by half, finally picking up the third rock. This rock made her dejected. She could not help but think, "I want to find that one and only success Gu among these billions of rocks. How difficult is that? How long would it take me?" She could barely move anymore. She felt that the future was shrouded in darkness. It was too difficult to find success Gu. She almost wanted to give up, But she thought about her father who was trapped in life and death door. If I give up, who will save father? Desolate ancient moon shuddered. Oh no, I forgot to chant meet. Desolate ancient moon chanted again, getting rid of the despair in her heart, bending down to pick up another rock. Once she held the fourth rock in her hand, desolate ancient moon was shocked to find out that her nose had changed. It turned into a pig's nose. She chanted me, once again, allowing her nose to recover. Spending a lot of time, she exerted all her effort to get rid of the pig nose. But her nose was still slightly deformed compared to before. Like this, desolate ancient moon continued to pick up rocks, hoping to find that success goo. But days passed, and all she found were failure goose children. Among these rocks, some made her injured, some made her dejected, despair, or fear, while some made her grow a pig head, rat's tail, etc. Despite desolate ancient moon chanting me continuously, some of the scars still remained on her. As they accumulated, these scars turned her into a monster. She grew 6 heads, 3 arms, 5 tails, and looked like a centaur. She had 16 legs, and some of her legs had soft fur, some had snake-like scales, some had sharp claws, some had tough hooves. In the search for success, people often transform and become completely different. But desolate ancient moon also became much stronger because of this. After going through so much, she had become several hundred times as strong as before. These rocks could no longer trouble her. Success, oh success, where in the world are you? Her 7 mouths opened together. Some were screaming, some were shouting, some were whispering while others were growling. The more she failed, the more she desired success in her heart. After her great effort, the number of unpicked rocks became fewer and fewer. Eventually, when there were only 2 rocks left, desolate ancient moon was stuck between 2 difficult choices. Undeniably, among these 2 rocks, one was success goo, while the other was failure goo. If she obtained success goo, that would be the best. But if she picked failure goo, then desolate ancient moon would become completely lost. She would be in danger of dying. Even if desolate ancient moon became a monster, becoming so much stronger. 1 step to heaven, 1 step to hell, what should she choose? Desolate ancient moon could not help but become hesitant. If I do not dare to take the next step for fear of failure, then I will never succeed. I am already so strong. Success is a step away from me. Even if I take failure goo, as long as I chant me, I should be able to endure it right. Eventually, she mustered her courage and stretched out her palm, picking one of the rocks. Unfortunately, she picked failure goo. An unforeseen feeling of lost, self-doubt assaulted her. Me. Desolate ancient moon continued to chant me, but her voice became softer as her 7 mouths stopped moving eventually, her expression turning into a daze. She had fallen into endless perplexity. She had completely lost herself. The biggest tragedy for a human is to lose your sense of self. Part 15, Chapter 567. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, First Section. Renzu's second daughter, desolate ancient moon, climbed Chungbai Mountain and searched for success goo to rescue her father from the door of life and death. But at the final juncture, she failed and lost her sense of self, becoming an ugly and powerful monster. Without his daughter to rescue him, and his eldest son, verdant great son, still addicted and dejected, Renzu was trapped in Luopa Valley, unable to return to life. Luopa Valley was like a giant maze, its paths twisted and turned. Occasionally, boundless bewilderment fog would spread and cause the soul to slacken, and occasionally, Luopa wind that was as sharp as a knife would blow and cut down souls. Renzu had a spiritual body now and was unable to find the way out of the bewilderment fog. His soul was cut down by Luopa wind, becoming weaker and weaker, and the situation turned even more dangerous. The soul fragments cut down by Luopa wind started to converge gradually and turned into a youth. Like this, Renzu's 3rd son was born. He was Northern Dark Ice Soul. My son, thank you for your company. I do not have much time left. Having you to accompany me in my final days, Father did not have to feel lonely. Renzu sighed with deep emotions. Northern Dark Ice Soul had a cold appearance but was warm-hearted, and although he did not speak much, he was very filial to Renzu. And as he looked at Renzu growing weaker and weaker every day, his mood also became heavier. He decided to rescue Renzu. Renzu sensed his determination and felt both happiness and heartache. Don't be worried, my son. I know of your filial heart. I now understand that life and death cannot be forced. Humans will die in the end, This is our fate. Northern Dark Eye Soul said in a sobbing tone. Father, I know your words are right. I also know my efforts might be in vain. But looking at you growing weaker like this, if I do not make an effort, my heart will feel even more pain. Let me do something for you. Renzu sighed and could only let him go. Northern Dark Eye Soul wandered in the vast Luo Pa Valley. He was born here. As such, Luo Pa Wind could not cut down his soul, and the bewilderment fog could not obstruct his vision. He searched bitterly, but could not find the exit. Right as he was becoming more desperate, he came across a goo worm. Well, to think I would be discovered by you. This goo was like a ladybug with a chubby spherical body, but it was extremely agile and was flashing around Northern Dark Eye Soul's body. Northern Dark Eye Soul's eyes brightened as he asked in curiosity, What goo are you? I am known as Unexpected. This goo worm replied. Northern Dark Eye Soul's gaze dimmed down. So you are Unexpected Goo? It is a pity you are not Success Goo. Unexpected Goo sneered. Young man, do not look down on me. I have a love-hate relation with Success Goo. The strength of unexpectedness is very powerful. Do you know what your encounter with me here represents? What? Unexpected Goo shook its chubby body and said proudly. What kind of place is this? This is Luo Pa Valley, a death realm. You being here means you are already dead. But by encountering me, you have come across an unexpected event in death, that is life. Grab me. I will take you out to the human world, and you can be resurrected again. Really? Northern Dark Eye Soul was exulted. Can I bring my father along? Unexpected Goo shook its head. It is you who encountered me, not your father, so I can only take you. Northern Dark Eye Soul was extremely disappointed, refusing. Since I cannot take my father with me, then I will not go. I will accompany my father till his final moment. Unexpected Goo laughed loudly and spoke in a domineering tone. Unexpectedness in life is beyond your control. Young man, you must come with me. The moment it finished speaking, Unexpected Goo forcibly took Northern Dark Eye Soul and instantly left life and death door, arriving in a human world. Northern Dark Eye Soul obtained flesh body and was feeling extremely bewildered facing this vast world alone. Unexpected Goo disappeared. He suddenly remembered Renzu once saying he had an elder sister who was called Desolate Ancient Moon. At this moment, Cognition Goo took the initiative to find him. Young man, do not be suspicious. Cognition has always been the friend of humans. I am here to help you. Cognition Goo told Northern Dark Eye Soul about Chengbai Mountain and also the events detailing Desolate Ancient Moon. Northern Dark Eye Soul decided to first see his elder sister. When he saw Desolate Ancient Moon, his tears fell in sadness. Northern Dark Eye Soul tried to converse with Desolate Ancient Moon, but Desolate Ancient Moon, who had turned into a monster, kept on repeating questions. Where is this? Northern Dark Eye Soul thought for a while and answered. This is the human world. Living beings can move about here. Above us is the heavens, and below our feet is earth. Who am I? Desolate Ancient Moon asked again. You are a human, Renzu's second child. Your name is Desolate Ancient Moon. You are my elder sister. Northern Dark Eye Soul replied. Elder sister, wake up quickly. Our father is trapped in Luo Pa Valley, dying. We need to resurrect him soon. Renzu? Desolate Ancient Moon. Resurrect. The monster shook its head, extremely puzzled. Why should I resurrect him? Could it be that humans should not die? What disadvantage is there in death? Why do humans live? Why do I live? This time, Northern Dark Eye Soul was not able to answer. Why do people live? As Northern Dark Eye Soul pondered over this question, bewilderment Goo quietly approached him, making him lose his sense of the surroundings. Subsequently, Love Goo and Disguise Goo also approached him. Cognition Goo felt a big headache when it saw them. These several Goo were famous for their mischief and would often move together. Even Cognition Goo did not want to provoke them. Love, have you not harmed enough people? Why are you not letting them go? Cognition Goo sighed. Don't try to speak reason with me. I am completely unreasonable. Love Goo said in an unruly tone. Get lost, Cognition. I do not like you. Cognition Goo could only leave helplessly. Another human came again? Huh. Love Goo was extremely happy when it saw Northern Dark Eye Soul, because it had another target to play with. It and Disguise Goo were sworn brothers, and on the spot, it used Disguise Goo's power to disguise as Cognition Goo. Young man, your elder sister has lost herself. If you want to save her, you need to find Meaning Goo. Northern Dark Eye Soul regained his senses and asked Love Goo without doubting. I have seen Unexpected Goo. Please tell me where this meaning goo is? How should I look for it? Love goo deceived him in a serious tone. Oh human, you should know, there is a meaning to why you are all living in this world. As long as you find meaning goo, your elder sister can awaken. Follow the direction I point towards and keep moving forward. You will eventually find meaning goo. Northern Dark-Eye's soul expressed his gratitude before immediately setting off. Love, bewilderment, and disguise goo guffawed as they looked at his receding figure. In this world, how could there be a meaning goo? There was simply no such goo. Northern Dark-Eye's soul would, as such, not find it no matter how much he searched for it. Fool, who told you all to anger me? I will let you guys know how terrifying the punishment of love can be. From now on, let's follow him and toy with him in turns. Love Goo's proposal was approved by the other two goo. Thereupon, the three goo played tricks on Northern Dark-Eye's soul in turns. He suffered so much that words could not describe it. But to find this non-existent meaning goo, he kept on persevering. Such spirit moved Cognition goo. And when Love goo was not present, Cognition goo approached Northern Dark-Eye's soul to help him. Cognition, what are you doing? We are having a great time. Bewilderment goo and disguise goo were extremely displeased with Cognition. Cognition goo laughed. I am afraid of love, but I am not afraid of you too. Young man, use my strength to come to your senses. Northern Dark-Eye's soul used Cognition goo's power to realize the truth. He was no longer bewildered, and he had seen through the disguise. Bewilderment goo and disguise goo could only leave in defeat. Northern Dark-Eye's soul expressed gratitude to Cognition goo. Thank you, Cognition goo. Because of you, I have thought of a way to save elder sister. What way is that? In this world, there is indeed no meaning goo. But why can't I create a meaning goo? Northern Dark-Eye's soul replied confidently. Human life might have no meaning, but they could give a meaning to it. Northern Dark-Eye's soul came back to desolate Ancient Moon's side and personally created a meaning goo and pressed it into desolate Ancient Moon's head. The meaning in my life is to search for success goo and resurrect father. I understand now, I get it. Desolate Ancient Moon's eyes brightened. Part 16, Chapter 591. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 14. Northern Dark-Eye's soul awakened his elder sister Desolate Ancient Moon, and the two again asked for advice from Cognition goo on how to save their father. Cognition goo said, Humans, Chungbai Mountain has disappeared. Who knows when it will form again? I am also not clear on other ways to bring your father back to life. But no need to be dejected. You can try asking Wisdom goo. I am its mother. Wisdom is the crystallization of cognition. The student surpasses the master. The things Cognition goo did not know, Wisdom goo might not necessarily be unknowing of. Under Cognition goo's directions, Northern Dark-Eye's soul and Desolate Ancient Moon found Wisdom goo. Wisdom goo had somewhat of a connection with Renzu. Back then Renzu had used rules and regulations goo to capture it, but it was able to escape in the end. At first, Wisdom goo was not willing to help Northern Dark-Eye's soul and Desolate Ancient Moon. But seeing that they were introduced by its mother Cognition goo, it reluctantly said, Oh humans, I can show you the right path. But I need remuneration. One of you need to hand over your middle age to me. I will give my middle age to you. Desolate Ancient Moon immediately replied with no hesitation. She was awakened by her little brother Northern Dark-Eye's soul and had been bestowed with the meaning of her life, which was to bring her father, Renzu, back to life. Thus, she replied immediately without the intention of passing it to others. Northern Dark-Eye's soul was not able to argue with his sister and could only let her offer her middle age. This meant, once Desolate Ancient Moon's youth had passed, she would directly skip middle age to reach old age. But to save her father, she did not have many misgivings. Wisdom goo obtained Desolate Ancient Moon's middle age and gave her directions. In the center of the golden desert in the west, there is a still blue sea with no ripples, as flat as a mirror. That is the source of all living beings. All lives in the world originates from there. And in the depths of the blue sea lie many life goo shining upon all living beings. You need to infiltrate the sea, catch a human-shaped life goo, and bring it to shore. This human-shaped life goo can bestow your father a new life. But remember, you cannot spend over 15 minutes in the sea, otherwise you will be assimilated by the sea. Wisdom goo added another sentence in the end. It is extremely difficult to find human-shaped life goo. Only a person who has truly comprehended the truth of life can do it. If you are not able to do it, don't blame my solution for not being easy to use. Desolate Ancient Moon wanted to ask something, But Wisdom Goo quickly flew away and did not give the siblings any chance to make inquiries. Desolate Ancient Moon and Northern Dark Ice Soul traveled an arduous journey through the Golden Desert and arrived at the center of the desert, where they saw the blue sea. The blue sea was so beautiful that nothing more beautiful than it could be imagined. Just like Wisdom Goo said, even strong winds could not cause the slightest of a ripple on the blue sea. With the soft golden sand surrounding it, it looked like a deep blue gemstone embedded on this golden cloth. The siblings infiltrated into the depths of the sea and sure enough found large numbers of life goo packed together in the sea depths. These life goo were like blue gems, but they were of different sizes and shapes. Some looked like a colt, some like a tiger or leopard, some like an eagle or dove, while some like a snake or flood dragon. The siblings were dazzled from the sight. They saw all kinds of life goo from flowers, birds, fishes, insects, beasts, snowmen, hairy men, and all other shapes, except the human-shaped life goo. Helplessly, the siblings could only get out of the sea and back to the shore. The moment they had left the blue sea, a deer-shaped life goo Northern Dark Ice Soul had been holding let out a soft light before jumping on the sand and turning into a fawn. This was the birth of a life. The siblings looked at this sight in wonder, with their eyes wide open. Only when the fawn had hopped far away, the elder sister Desolate Ancient Moon suddenly comprehended. No wonder Wisdom Goo flew away immediately after speaking and did not let us question it. I have understood the truth of life. The truth of life, what exactly is it? Northern Dark Ice Soul quickly asked. Desolate Ancient Moon pointed at this blue sea in front of them and asked in return, "Tell me, if we were to really find a life goo, a human-shaped blue gem, and we bring it back, what will it transform into?" Northern Dark Ice Soul thought for a moment and replied, "It should be like that fawn and turn into a real active life form, right?" He suddenly looked distracted. Desolate Ancient Moon looked at him with a smile. "It seems you have also understood. We are these life forms. We were formed from life goo. We ourselves are human-shaped blue gems." Northern Dark Ice Soul completely understood. Where did humans come from? Wisdom Goo had already made it clear before. This blue sea is the source of all living beings. All lives in the world originate from here. Humans, naturally, also originated from here. Their father Renzu was once a blue gem in the depths of this sea. By some opportunity and coincidence, it was able to come out from the sea and form a zestful life form that roamed the world, surviving with difficulty and reaching this stage. But humans were the spirit of all living beings. So how many human-shaped gems could there be in such a large sea? It was definitely extremely few, and it was very possible Renzu was the only one. Searching for a small blue gem in such a vast sea. How big of a project was this? This was innumerable times more difficult than Desolate Ancient Moon looking for the only success goo in Chungbai Mountain. I know a method which can get us a human-shaped life goo quickly, Desolate Ancient Moon suddenly said. What method? Northern Dark Ice Soul had a bad feeling. Desolate Ancient Moon smiled. That is, I will go into the bottom of the sea and assimilate with this blue sea, returning back to a life goo. Although Desolate Ancient Moon had transformed into a monster, she was intrinsically a human. The essence of her life had not changed. Since she was a human, once she was assimilated, she would form a human-shaped blue gem like life goo. This speculation was not wrong. No wonder Wisdom Goo said. But remember, you cannot spend over 15 minutes in the sea, otherwise you will be assimilated by the sea. Wisdom Goo's words did not have any superfluous words. Wisdom Goo had also said, if you are not able to do it, don't blame my solution for not being easy to use. One could analyze from this sentence. It was extremely likely there were no human-shaped blue gems in the blue sea. If the siblings were not willing to sacrifice themselves, they would not be able to obtain human-shaped life goo. As such, don't blame me, the Wisdom Goo, if you are not able to do it. No, you can't sacrifice yourself like this, elder sister. Northern Dark Ice Soul immediately dissuaded. Although he wanted to bring his father back to life, he did not want to sacrifice his own sister. I need to do it. The meaning of my life is to bring father back to life. Desolate Ancient Moon replied tranquilly. Northern Dark Ice Soul suddenly could not say anything. It was him who gave this meaning to Desolate Ancient Moon's life, and Desolate Ancient Moon was living for this. In other words, if her father could not be brought back to life, there would be no meaning in her life. Then what would be the use in continuing to live? As long as she sacrificed herself, She could bring her father back to life. This was the greatest meaning of desolate ancient moon's life. Humans originally were gems of the world. It is only that whether the gems are bright or not require us to polish them. Every effort we make, every choice we take, are all polishing each of our gems. And humans can only obtain life by sacrificing life. Desolate ancient moon leisurely spoke before sinking into the blue sea. Northern Dark-Eye's soul tried his best to stop her, but he was not able to. Desolate ancient moon had become a monster with incomparable strength, and he was not her match. After 15 minutes of time, desolate ancient moon was assimilated by the blue sea and turned into a human-shaped blue gem. But this blue gem was not of a healthy human shape, but a badly damaged, less than half a proper human shape. This was because desolate ancient moon had given her middle age to wisdom goo. Humans, in the process of understanding what life was, would often have already used up half of their lives. Northern Dark-Eye's soul held this blue gem with tears in his eyes and left the golden desert. He did not have any of the happiness of success, but instead sank down into extreme remorse. From a certain perspective, it was him who had killed his elder sister. Part 17.1, Chapter 646. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 3 states, Luopa Valley was a very wide and complex labyrinth. Renzu searched for Northern Dark-Eye's soul, who was missing, but he got lost in the labyrinth himself. Even after several days, he did not find a way out. He was extremely tired. He had sprawled on the ground, his back leaning against the walls of the labyrinth. A feeling of boundless loneliness quickly engulfed him. This was because he had given his original heart to hope. Right now, he only had a heart of loneliness left. The feeling of loneliness was unbearable. Renzu was afraid of being lonely. He had once dug out both of his eyes and turned them into a son and daughter to accompany him. But right now, he could only endure the torture of loneliness. Amidst the loneliness, Renzu felt intense desolation, loss, and pain. Time seemed to have stopped. He was all alone in this world. There was nobody he could rely on. There was no fire that he could gain warmth from. Renzu felt suffocation, but as time passed, he got used to the feeling of loneliness. He even started to savor it. He started to feel that loneliness was not that scary. In his loneliness, he felt serenity, peace, and quiet. He talked to himself. "Oh human, what is the purpose of your existence? Struggling here in this world, rushing about everywhere." Next, he heard a voice from beside him. "Oh human, you are the spirit of all beings. You are lonely. Thus you wanted to be comforted, to be understood, to be recognized. Right now, the thing you want to do most is to find the way out of this damned place." Renzu was shocked. Who is talking to me?" That voice laughed as it said, "I am a goo, called Self. If you look inside yourself, you will find me." Renzu quickly inspected his heart of loneliness. As expected, in the deepest part of his heart, he saw a goo worm. This goo looked very real, almost like himself, but it was many times smaller than him, like the size of an ant. Renzu was curious. You are a goo worm. Why are you inside my body?" Self-Goo said, "Ever since you gained life, I had been inside your body. You just did not discover me. It is not easy to find me. You will need to inspect your inner heart of loneliness." "Is that so?" Renzu had little interest. He was quite indifferent about this as his mind was entirely concerned with Northern Dark-Eye's soul. Self-Goo saw Renzu's lack of concern and laughed. "Oh Renzu, you should be happy. You should know, finding yourself and understanding yourself. That is the most important thing in life. You yourself are the most reliable thing in the world. Let me help you leave this place." "You can help me leave this place?" "No way. Can you bring me out of Luopa Valley and travel in the reverse flow river?" Renzu was shocked and excited. Self-Goo laughed heartily. "Oh Renzu, why must you walk on this road? The door of life and death's entrance and exit are the traces left behind by Fate Goo when it visited Fairness Goo. When you walk on this road, you will be under the manipulation and arrangement of fate. If you want to revive, to leave this place, you should walk on a brand new road." Renzu was perplexed. Isn't there only one road? Wisdom Goo had already told me that. Where can there be a second road? Self-Goo said. "Oh Renzu, as long as you want to walk, there will be a road for you to step on." Renzu was even more confused now. "Then how should I walk?" Self-Goo said. "Didn't I say it already? First, you have to think about leaving. Think." Renzu tried using his brain, thinking of how to move on. He thought for half a day, his head was bursting, when finally, a goo jumped out of his mind. This goo was an old friend of Renzu. It was Cognition Goo. Where there is cognition, there is me. Cognition Goo said. Oh human, you seem to have gotten into trouble again. Let me help you think. Saying so, Cognition Goo gave off a bright light, enlightening Renzu. Cognition Goo had an ability that was to enlighten all beings. Any life form enlightened by Cognition Goo would gain wings. Back then, Verdant Great Sun obtained the wings of self, flying into the sky. When the light dispersed, Renzu obtained a pair of wings. This pair of wings was located at his heels. They were very delicate. Cognition noted, this pair of wings is called Independence, Renzu. It will help you walk on a new road. You have to be careful. A new road is hard to walk on. Other goo are unreliable. You can only rely on yourself goo. Saying so, Cognition Goo vanished. Renzu was still very much confused. How should I walk? Walk ahead and carve the path of your road of life. This is a road that is unique to yourself. Only you can walk on it. Self-Goo said excitedly. Renzu took the first step forward. Bam! The next moment, his vision changed. Part 17.2, Chapter 659. Legend says, when Renzu started walking on the road of life, his vision changed. It was pure darkness. He took the first step. Piop. At the next moment, he stepped into the mud. He raised his foot, wiping it with his hand. It was full of mushy mud and extremely smelly. He was hesitant to move forward. At this moment, Self-Goo said, Oh human, do not hesitate. If you want to walk on your own road, you will need to rely on your own legs. When your leg steps on the road, do not be afraid of dirtiness. Part 18, Chapter 722. Walking Meat Tree was a legendary plant that was recorded in The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 16 states, Renzu's third son, Northern Dark Eye Soul, was revived by unexpected goo and was wandering outside. After encountering his sister, Desolate Ancient Moon, he gave her a new meaning in life. Next, under the guidance of Wisdom Goo, the brother and sister came to the Blue Sea to search for the life gem that could revive their father, Renzu. In the end, Desolate Ancient Moon sensed the mysteries behind life and sacrificed herself, being turned into a damaged life gem. Northern Dark Eye Soul carried the life gem as he attempted to return to his father to revive Renzu. But it was extremely difficult for him to enter the door of life and death. The door of life and death had two routes. One was the road of life. The other was the road of death. No matter which path it was, there would be a lot of suffering goo. To overcome the interference of the suffering goo, to enter deep into the door of life and death, he would need the help of Courage Goo. But because Courage Goo had already been taken by Renzu and was currently with him, Northern Dark Eye Soul did not have courage and could not enter the door of life and death. He had no methods left and could only wander around and search for a method to resolve this. He walked past tall mountains, traveled through streams, ran for his life under the assault of wild beasts, and had gone hungry during the intense cold. He had suffered a lot. Northern Dark Eye Soul was filled with guilt and anxiety. He was guilty because he was the one who gave Desolate Ancient Moon her meaning in life, but that caused her to sacrifice herself and become the life gem. Northern Dark Eye Soul was the murderer who indirectly caused his sister's death. He was anxious because even though he had the life gem, he was unable to return to his father's side. He was afraid that if a long time passed, his father's soul might collapse in Luopa Valley, causing Desolate Ancient Moon's sacrifice to be in vain. He walked and walked, until the purple sky above him faded and became black. Originally, the immemorial 9 heavens, white, red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, black, would take turns to loom over the 5 regions at set intervals. The sky of the immemorial antiquity era was connected to the ground. Heaven and earth were connected and whole. People could walk towards the sky from the ground, or walk towards the ground from the sky. Northern Dark Eye Soul was walking aimlessly, unknowingly. He left the ground and walked towards an area deep within Black Heaven. It was complete darkness inside Black Heaven, but it was not desolate. There were large numbers of life forms there. Northern Dark Eye Soul was inside the darkness and could not find a way back. He was flustered, scared, and lost. He could not tell what direction to walk. He tripped many times and fell. Suddenly, he saw a lump of fire ahead of him. This was the only source of light in the entirety of Black Heaven. Northern Dark Eye Soul was overjoyed. He quickly walked towards the fire. When he got close to the lump of fire, he realized it was a goo. Northern Dark Eye Soul was very curious. He asked, "What goo are you? You can actually give out light in Black Heaven. Help me. I want to leave Black Heaven, heading back to the ground. I have very important things to do." The goo's voice was very weak. It said to Northern Dark Eye Soul, "My name is Fire. Who are you?" Northern Dark Eye Soul said, "I am a human. My name is Northern Dark Eye Soul. Can you help me? With your light, I will be able to see the way and return to the ground." The goo sighed. "So you are a human. I've heard of a famous human before. He is called Verdant Great Sunday. Because Verdant Great Sun had reputation goo, his name was spread in the entire world. There was almost nobody that did not know him." Northern Dark Eye Soul was overjoyed. "That's right. Verdant Great Sun is my big brother." Fire Goo said, "I can help you. But before I help you, you have to help me. I am too hungry. I am going to die of starvation. Go find me some food first." Northern Dark Eye Soul asked, "Oh, Fire Goo, what do you eat? This place is completely dark. How can I find what you need to eat?" Fire Goo said, "I am the least picky goo worm in the entire world. I can eat almost anything. I will eat whatever you feed me." Northern Dark Eye Soul searched around, finding some tree branches and throwing them towards Fire Goo. After Fire Goo ate, it started to shine more brightly. It was giving off a warmer light, and it also grew from the size of a fist to around the size of a basin. It was very happy. "Can you bring me more food?" Northern Dark Eye Soul nodded and looked around, finding a pile of rocks and throwing them at Fire Goo. After eating for some time, Fire Goo sighed. "Sigh. I was way too hungry. My teeth are not working well now. The things I could chew before, I can't chew them now. Bring me some stuff that are easy to digest." Northern Dark Eye Soul thought about it. "How about this, Fire Goo? Follow me and light the way. Along the way, whatever you feel like eating, I will feed to you. Is that all right?" Fire Goo agreed and condensed into a small lump, letting Northern Dark Eye Soul hold it. Like this, Northern Dark Eye Soul left on his return journey. Along the way, he fed many things to Fire Goo. After a while, Fire Goo grew larger. On this day, Northern Dark Eye Soul was resting. Fire Goo was eating branches in front of him while swaying with the wind. Suddenly, countless footsteps could be heard. Northern Dark Eye Soul looked and saw a huge group of trees shining under the light of the fire. They were running towards him in huge numbers. Not just trees, there were also countless wild beasts and insect groups. Northern Dark Eye Soul was extremely scared. He quickly picked up Fire Goo and ran. Behind him, the trees, wild beasts, and insect groups were chasing. Wherever Northern Dark Eye Soul went, they followed. The pursuers shouted, "Whoever is in front, stop running. We do not want to harm you. We just want to escape into the light. Dream realms are about to reach us. Please help us and let us live under the light of the fire." Northern Dark Eye Soul was breathing roughly. He could not run any further, seeing that he was about to be caught. Fire Goo said, "Oh human, don't be afraid. These pursuers are my food. Let me help you. Just toss me there." Northern Dark Eye Soul was forced by the circumstances. He could only listen to Fire Goo and toss it towards them. What Fire Goo first encountered were a huge group of trees. These trees were walking meat trees. The branches were made of meat. They resembled the tentacles of octopuses. Fire Goo burned all of these trees, turning the trunks into ashes and branches into cooked meat. The smell of fragrant meat attracted Northern Dark Eye Soul, and he picked up one to eat, exclaiming that it was delicious. Part 19, Chapter 724. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 16 states, Renzu's third son, Northern Dark Eye Soul, had entered a deep part of Black Heaven, obtaining Fire Goo. He was chased by many life forms inside Black Heaven. Left without a choice, he tossed Fire Goo towards them to protect himself. Fire Goo lit up many of the walking meat trees, and the fire spread out to ignite many of the wild beasts' bodies. At once, life forms were crying out as the light of the flames burst out brightly. "So many delicious things, so many delicious things." Fire Goo shouted in excitement. It was no longer weak like before, it was tall and imposing. There was even a hint of ruthlessness and madness in its tone. Northern Dark Eye Soul was shocked. "Fire! Oh fire! How did you become so huge?" I said, "I'm the least picky when it comes to food. I can eat almost anything. Fire can draw out more fire. A spark can create a forest fire." Fire Goo shouted proudly as it answered. Suddenly, the flame rose up like a wall, moving towards Northern Dark Eye Soul. Northern Dark Eye Soul quickly took a step back. Fire Gu laughed loudly. "O human, do not be scared. You saved me. You are my benefactor. You are my friend. They are afraid of me, but they need me to deal with those dream realms. Thus they imprisoned me and starved me. Only you helped me. Thus you are my true friend from now on. If you have any difficulties, you can count on me." Northern Dark Eye's soul's heart was eased. He said happily, "That would be great, my friend." "Friend." Fire Gu laughed loudly. It turned into a form of a human as it opened its arms, wanting to give Northern Dark Eye's soul a hug. Northern Dark Eye's soul jumped back in fear. "Oh fire, excessive fervor is the fire of self-immolation. Let's keep a distance between us." Fire Gu had no choice but to stop its actions. It spun around Northern Dark Eye's soul as he said, "Oh human, you are so weak. You are not fun." Northern Dark Eye's soul was surrounded in flames. He quickly waved his hand. "Don't get too close. Don't get too close. It is so hot. Way too hot. Leave a path open for me to walk out." Fire Gu had to open a path for Northern Dark Eye's soul to walk out of. After he walked for several hundred steps, he looked back at the blazing sea of fire with a sigh of relief. But at this time, a wild beast came out from the shadows behind him, swallowing Northern Dark Eye's soul in one mouthful. That is a dream realm. There are so many dream realms. They are catching up. Many life forms shouted as they escaped. "Quickly release my friend." Fire Gu shouted in anger, pouncing towards the beast group of dream realms. The dream realm beast group shrunk when shown by the light of the fire. They rapidly melted like a candle. They growled and scattered all over the place. Fire Gu continued to eat along the way. It spread towards the dream realm that consumed Northern Dark Eye's soul. The dream realms were escaping, but Fire Gu was chasing behind them. Among the escaping dream realms, the larger their bodies, the stronger they were, and the faster they ran away. Soon, they pulled some distance from Fire Gu. As it turned out, the dream realms used the emotions and desires of their prey to strengthen themselves. Northern Dark Eye's soul, who was swallowed by a dream realm, had a huge desire to survive. At the same time, his greatest goal was to revive his father. In addition, he was filled with anxiety and was afraid he would not make it. He was also filled with guilt and regret, because desolate Ancient Moon died due to him giving her a meaning in life. One could say that Northern Dark Eye's soul was the best prey for the dream realms. The dream realm who swallowed him grew rapidly. Fire Gu growled loudly in anger, but it was getting closer to the dream realm. Northern Dark Eye's soul was deep inside the dream realm. He had fallen asleep. In his dream, he saw desolate Ancient Moon reviving and smiling to him, calling him a good brother and saying she forgave him, and that she knew he did not do it intentionally. He saw that he was at the door of life and death, successfully saving his father, Renzu. Renzu praised him. "You are indeed my good son. If not for you, father would not have revived." Northern Dark Eye's soul's face was filled with a blissful smile. And like that, many days passed. The sea of fire was still burning intensely. It spread all over Black Heaven as it finally blocked all of the dream realms which were escaping. Under the burning of the flames, the dream realm quickly melted as Northern Dark Eye's soul fell onto the ground, waking up from his dream. He suddenly understood that everything in his dream was fake. His happiness was not real. What he faced was a burning hot Fire Gu. But his face was filled with tears. He felt an extreme cold that was piercing into his bones. He cried out loud, questioning Fire Gu. "Why? Why did you wake me up? I still want to dream. I want to be eaten by the dream realm." Fire Gu reminded him helplessly. "Oh human, you must know, dreams are often the opposite of reality. They are fake." "I don't want to listen. I don't care." Northern Dark Eye's soul cried out as he covered his ears and shook his head. Fire Gu was anxious. "I am your friend. I do not want." Northern Dark Eye's soul interrupted it before it finished. "Since you are my friend, you should not restrict me or obstruct me." Sigh. Fire Gu let out a long sigh. It fell into silence, giving Northern Dark Eye's soul a path leading out without a better choice. Northern Dark Eye's soul quickly ran out, wanting to find another dream realm within the darkness to have him eaten once again. Part 20, Chapter 730. At the end of the Legends of Renzu, it said, Renzu's 10 children died one after another. Even Renzu himself was going to die of old age. He was at the end of his life. Before dying, Renzu retrieved the corpses of his 10 children and sacrificed himself, sending them all into Derivation Gu's stomach, eaten by it. Large amounts of dream realms also followed the smell of the delicious food, going into Derivation Gu's mouth along with them. Derivation Gu's stomach was burst open, as countless light of life shone on the lands, creating the first batch of mortals. Because the dream realm was involved in the derivation, the first batch of mortals would experience dreams when they slept at night. Humans often sink deep into dreams, like Northern Dark-Eye's soul, and are unable to free themselves from it. Part 21, Chapter 733. There was a record in the legends of Rinzu. Rinzu started walking on the road of life. The surroundings were pure darkness, and under his feet was dirty mud. Rinzu asked Self-Gu, "Where is this?" Self-Gu replied, "This is the ordinary marsh in the lowest level of ordinary abyss." Rinzu knew of ordinary abyss. His eldest son, Verdant Great Son, had once been trapped inside. Rinzu could not help but become excited. Since this is the bottom of ordinary abyss, does that mean I have already left the door of life and death and returned to the living world? Does that mean I am now reborn? In a way, that is true. Self-Gu said, "But how is this possible? I have not passed Luopa Valley and have not charged through the reverse flow river." Rinzu said in an incredulous tone. Self-Gu said, "O human, you should know that you are talking about the path Fate Gu traveled. And this path you have walked on is a completely new path, a path created by you. Where this path goes is all decided by your own intentions. Like I said before, as long as you want to walk, there will be a road for you to step on." Rinzu suddenly came to a realization. So it was like this. He then felt doubtful. Then how did I walk to this place? Self-Gu. Humans are born ordinary. Although they are the spirit of all living beings, they do not have the claws of a tiger nor the ability to absorb nutrients from the earth like plants, and also cannot transform like clouds and rain. You came to the ordinary marsh. What's strange about it? It is not only you. Look at the mud under your feet carefully. You will see traces of many other footprints. Rinzu lowered his head close to the ground before he was able to see clearly. Like Self-Gu said, ordinary marsh was filled with all kinds of marks. Claws prints of wild beasts, root imprints of vegetation, traces of water flowing, and also traces of stones rolling past. How can there be so many marks? Rinzu asked curiously. Self-Gu replied, "This is ordinary abyss. All living beings will enter here due to various reasons. All living beings are ordinary, but the absolute majority of them will be trapped in ordinary abyss for all their lives. Only a small portion can leave ordinary abyss through their own efforts. I do not want to be trapped here for my entire life. There is nothing here. It is completely dark and the air stinks. I want to leave this place." Rinzu frowned. Self-Gu laughed loudly. "If you think that being ordinary is an abyss, then it is an abyss. But if you think that being ordinary is heaven, then it shall be heaven. Since you do not want to stay here, then leave. Use your 2 legs to walk out of the ordinary marsh step by step and become extraordinary." Rinzu took the first step. Suddenly, his body bent. His front leg was deeply embedded into the marsh. It was not easy to walk in the marsh. One step was deep, another was shallow. The path, which looked almost uniform, had some parts that were rather solid, while some were very loose. Rinzu walked several steps when his eyes suddenly brightened as he thought of a trick. He purposely chose to walk on the spots which had the claw marks. Since these spots could hold the marks, its soil texture was also much more solid. Thus, Rinzu was able to walk very smoothly, almost like he was running when compared to his previous speed. He said with a burst of emotion, "So it turns out that in ordinary marsh, walking in the footsteps of predecessors is much faster than finding the way on your own." Part 22, Chapter 807. The Legends of Rinzu. Chapter 3, Section 18 states, Rinzu stepped on his own road of life. He left the door of life and death, but ended up in ordinary abyss. He walked around in the bottom of the abyss, moving forward aimlessly, after a long time. Even though he wanted to get out of ordinary abyss, he could not find the exit. In his anguish, Cognition Gu gave him pointers. "Human, oh human, you walked in the footsteps of other existences. Although this road is simple and safe, if you want to become extraordinary and walk out of ordinary abyss, there is little hope if you follow other people's trails. Since you walked on your own road of life, all the difficulties need to be challenged by you personally. You need to innovate and carve out your own footprints." After Rinzu received this advice, he came to a realization. He was overjoyed as he followed Cognition Gu's instructions. He walked out of the footsteps that already existed. he started to step on the ground that was not too firm. The ground of ordinary abyss was not easy to walk on. Some places were swampy, it was easy to get stuck in the mud, and the stench was foul. Some places were full of thorns, sharp pointy tips were everywhere. Renzu was full of injuries. In some parts of the ground, there were also blade goo. When Renzu stepped on the ground, his soles were injured by the sharp blades, his injuries became larger as blood flowed. When he walked, the pain could be felt striking deep within himself. The injuries on his feet caused huge pain. Renzu decided to walk softly. But as he walked, Renzu lost his way in ordinary abyss. Many times, he would end up on the same route and waste extra effort traversing the same path. Renzu gradually found out this problem. He was perplexed. How could he not lose his way in the abyss? Cognition Gu told him, Renzu, if you do not want to lose your way, that is entirely up to you. You were afraid of pain. Thus you walked softly. The footprints you created were too shallow. When ordinary winds blow in this ordinary abyss, mortal dust will be blown out, and when the dust settles, your footprints will be covered up. If you do not want to lose your way, you have to leave behind deep footprints. Do you understand what I am saying? Renzu nodded. He understood. Thus, he started to walk using heavy steps. Each time, he stepped hard onto the ground, creating a deep footprint. This way, every step he walked would have a deep and clear marking left by him. As long as Renzu saw these markings, he would know that these routes were already explored and that there was no exit to ordinary abyss there. But good things did not last. After a while, even the deepest footprints would be covered up by the dust. Renzu was extremely troubled. He asked Cognition Gu. Cognition Gu gave him another suggestion. Oh human, even though you left deep footprints, you purposely avoided those thorns and blades. Every time you saw them, you would take a detour. This will not do. You cannot ask to be extraordinary while leading a comfortable life. Renzu got the hint and gritted his teeth. He purposely walked on the paths filled with thorns and blades. Every time he took a step, he would leave a deep footprint behind, no matter how painful it was, no matter how deep the scar was. His sweat and blood seeped into the ordinary soil as he stepped heavily into it. When he left his foot and moved forward, on his footprint, there would be a small stem of grass. The name of this grass was accomplishment. In each of his footprints, there would be a small stem of grass. The stems of grass did not fall when the wind blew. They could not be buried under dust. They grow stubbornly and could be preserved for much longer than the footprints. This way, I would not need to be afraid of losing my way. Renzu was overjoyed. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He tenaciously walked on a road filled with thorns and blades. He was not afraid of bleed or perspiring. He walked further and further. He no longer lost his way. He no longer walked in circles. He went into uncharted territories. He used his blood and sweat to nourish the grass under him. They started growing with more vitality and became taller. Gradually, it was no longer grass that grew from his footprints. They had turned into accomplishment trees. As time passed, the small trees grew into larger trees. The leaves were lush and green. They were even bearing fruits. Renzu was tired from walking. He leaned on a tree for rest. He ate the sweet and juicy fruits to recover his stamina. As time passed, he had almost walked in every corner of ordinary abyss. He created a huge forest spanning everywhere he had traveled. Renzu looked at the forest behind him and felt bliss and joy. But even when the forest covered the entirety of ordinary abyss, he did not find the way out of it. He felt anxious and disappointed. He plucked one fruit and put it in his mouth. The fruit no longer tasted sweet. Instead, it was bitter and hard to swallow. Renzu felt strange. He tried to find the reason and realized, unknowingly, there had been a second heart growing in his body. This heart was called discontent. With this, anything that he ate would not taste sweet. Renzu ate the bitter fruit as he looked at the boundless forest. He no longer felt joy or bliss. At this time, his original heart, the heart of loneliness, spoke in Self-Gu's voice. "O human, I have thought about a way to leave the abyss. You can plant a tall and grand accomplishment tree. As long as this tree is taller than ordinary abyss, you will be able to leave this place by climbing onto this tree." Renzu thought about it and his eyes shined. That's right. That is a good idea. But he was troubled again. But how can I plant a tree that is so grand, taller than ordinary abyss? Self-Gu said, "You used the blood from your feet to plant this forest. These are all ordinary trees. If you use the blood from your heart, you should be able to plant a great accomplishment tree. Buried under the ground of ordinary abyss are many blades. Why don't you use these blades to stab into your heart? The heart blood that flows out can be used to water the trees. Renzu tried the method that Self-Gu said. The blade stabbed into his heart. It caused an immense pain. This pain was hundreds and thousands of times greater than the ones in his body. Eventually, the trees that were watered grew tall and large. They were much larger than the original trees. Renzu felt pain but also joy. He continued to stab more blades into his heart, causing more heart blood to flow out. The more blades he stabbed, the more heart blood flowed out, and the larger the trees he planted. But even the tallest accomplishment tree was only half the height of ordinary abyss. Renzu continued to persevere, as Hope-Gu accompanied him. When the crown of the tree he planted reached the same height as ordinary abyss, the trunk of the tree cracked open. Inside, a girl came out. "Father, father." The girl went into Renzu's embrace. She was very adorable. This was Renzu's fourth child, called Boundless Forest Samsara. Renzu was also overjoyed. He played around with his daughter. When Boundless Forest Samsara was hungry, he would get her fruits to eat. So sweet, so sweet. Boundless Forest Samsara loved to eat fruits. She became healthy and well-fed. She played in the forest every day, feeling immense joy. Renzu still wanted to walk out of the ordinary abyss. Boundless Forest Samsara urged him many times. "Father, why must you exhaust yourself? Isn't staying here great? There are trees to shelter us, fruits to feed us. We can play here forever. Life will be peaceful until we die of old age." Renzu shook his head. His attitude was firm. He planted an even greater tree, and the branches of the trees left ordinary abyss completely. Boundless Forest Samsara cried. She held on to Renzu's hands as she pleaded, "Father, don't abandon me. I cannot climb trees. If you go, I will be left here alone. I do not know how to plant trees. There are limited fruits. One day, I will die of hunger." Renzu said, "Why would I abandon you? You are my daughter. I will carry you and leave this place." Thus, the father and daughter climbed the tree. The higher they went, the more exhausted Renzu felt. Boundless Forest Samsara was a heavy burden. Even without her, climbing the tree alone was very dangerous, not to mention carrying a person who could not climb the tree at all. The bigger problem was, the tree started wavering and making cracking noises. Cognition Gu told Renzu, "Oh no, Renzu, you are carrying your daughter. It is impossible to get out of ordinary abyss. This is your accomplishment tree. It cannot help others become extraordinary. Even your daughter is no exception." Renzu shook his head. "I do not want to give up." Hope-Gu also urged him, "Put her down. Otherwise, you cannot leave this place. Even though you have the hearts of loneliness and discontent, after planting so many trees, your heart blood is already dry. This is your last hope. Look, the tree is about to collapse." Renzu waved his hand. "I still want to try." Self-Gu saw that Renzu was stubborn from his actions, and seeing that the other Gu worms failed to convince him, it flew out. "Ah, this is killing me." Self-Gu did not discuss with Renzu. It bit on Boundless Forest Samsara's hand. Boundless Forest Samsara shouted in pain. She was furious. She wanted to kill Self-Gu. But this way, she let go of her hands. With the shaking tree, she fell off Renzu's back, crashing and tumbling. After breaking her fall from many branches, she landed on the ground. She was in great pain as she started crying. "Daughter," Renzu shouted, wanting to go down. "It's too late. The tree is going to fall." Self-Gu pushed Renzu. He took a huge step forward subconsciously. He left ordinary abyss. The tree fell. Renzu was at the edge of the cliff. He lost the way back. He shouted helplessly, "Daughter, I will return to save you." Boundless Forest Samsara cried. She said with much sadness and helplessness, "Father, how could you be so cruel to leave me behind to live here alone? I am so scared." Renzu heard her cries and felt extremely anguished. He checked around ordinary abyss, but could not find a way in. "It is no use," Self-Gu said. "Your accomplishment tree, even if it has fallen, is proof of your grandeur. A grand person is extraordinary. How can a person who is not ordinary enter ordinary abyss?" Part 23, Chapter 845. The Legends of Renzu states, after Renzu climbed the giant tree and walked out of ordinary abyss, he left behind his daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara. Renzu wanted to save her, but there was nothing he could do. He had become extraordinary, no longer able to enter ordinary abyss. Renzu saw that pacing around this place was not going to help. He decided to set out again to find a way to rescue his eldest child, verdant great sun, and his fourth child, boundless forest samsara. He started a new journey, beginning his road of life. On this day, he came across a hairy man. The hairy man stopped him and was clearly happy. Renzu, I had a tough time looking for you. Renzu felt strange. I don't recognize you. Why are you searching for me? The hairy man explained. It is like this, Renzu. I am the leader of all the hairy men in the world. No hairy man can match my goo refinement attainment. But I have recently encountered a problem when refining goo. I want to refine success goo, but I am unable to confirm if it is success or failure. Renzu had wanted to continue traveling, but he had a thought well up in his mind. If the hairy man leader could truly refine success goo and he borrowed this goo, couldn't he rescue his eldest child or his fourth child? Therefore, Renzu stopped and talked with the hairy man. But what do you need from me? The hairy man cautiously took out a goo. This goo resembled an ordinary rock and was covered with a thick layer of hair. The hairy man spoke. I do not dare to break it. If it is success goo, that is fine. But if it is failure goo, the moment I break it, I will completely lose my sense of self. But Renzu, you are different. You are walking on a path that solely belongs to you. This means you have self-goo. Since you have self-goo, even if you break the failure goo, you will not lose yourself. So I want to request you to appraise it. Renzu was happy. So it is like that. I can help you. But if it is success goo, please give it to me. I have an urgent need for it. The hairy man said. All right, that is no problem. Renzu touched the goo worm in front of him. He made a wish upon this goo. Please return my fourth child, boundless forest samsara, to my side. At the next moment, the goo worm crumbled. Failure. The hairy man was dejected. It seems I refined a failure goo. Courage goo on Renzu flew out. Renzu, you are a failure. I am leaving you. Courage goo left Renzu and flew away. The hairy man, however, was invigorated. It doesn't matter. I can improve the goo recipe. Renzu, wait a moment. I will refine it again. Renzu wanted to chase after courage goo and take it back, but he had an even greater desire for success goo to rescue his children. He thought for a moment and decided to wait for the hairy man leader to refine the goo. The hairy man refined the second goo and gave it to Renzu for inspection. Renzu touched the goo and made a wish. The goo worm crumbled again. Another failure goo. The hairy man sighed in dejection. Faith goo on Renzu flew out. Renzu, you are a failure. You are not worthy of me. Faith goo also left Renzu. Renzu stamped his foot and wanted to chase after it, but the hairy man tugged him. Don't be in a hurry. I have thought it through. This time I can definitely refine success goo. Faith goo had already flown far away. Renzu realized he could not catch up to it and said with a sigh, Hairy man, refine it quickly. This is the last time I am trusting you. The hairy man's third goo worm was still the failure goo. Strength goo also flew out. Renzu, you are a failure. You are unworthy of possessing me. Strength goo flew away. Renzu felt bitter as he knew chasing after it would not give any result, so he could only gaze as strength goo flew far away. However, right at this time, self-goo in his heart suddenly flew out and bit strength goo. Strength goo shrieked and flew even faster as a piece of it was bitten away. It soon disappeared like a streak of smoke. Renzu and the hairy man watched with stupefied expressions. Self-goo leisurely flew back and said proudly to Renzu, Any failure has its value. Renzu, I went through repeated failures and absorbed them to become stronger. Just now, I took a bite of strength goo. From now on, you will have your own strength. I can still become stronger. I can devour any goo worms to possess all their strength. Renzu was shocked. The hairy man leader slapped his thigh, shouting, I know how to refine success goo. It is through failures. The more failures there are, the closer I will be to success. I understand now. He shouted happily as he rushed away, leaving Renzu behind. Part 24, Chapter 870. The Legends of Renzu states, Renzu walked on his own road of life. After separating with the hairy man leader, he encountered feathermen in green heaven. Renzu was extremely happy when he saw these feathermen, because feathermen had wings on their back, and since the feathermen could understand Renzu's words, both sides could communicate. Renzu requested the feathermen, Feathermen, please help me. My daughter is in ordinary abyss and cannot come out. Please fly down and rescue my daughter. Let us father and daughter reunite. The feathermen laughed loudly. Human, how can you order us? Us feathermen are the most free-living beings in the world. No one can order us or bind us. You want us to listen to your request and follow your wish. That is impossible. Renzu kept on persuading and even pleaded with them, but the feathermen simply kept on flying in the air, enjoying the pleasure of freedom. Renzu's mouth had already dried, but the feathermen only treated him as a clown, ridiculing Renzu as if they were looking at a joke. Oh look, such a pitiful human. So what if he is the life form with the most intelligence in the world? He doesn't have wings and can only walk on the ground. He is so pitiful. Fortunately, I am not a human, but a featherman. See how vigorously I can fly. In Renzu's heart of loneliness, Self-Gu started getting angrier as it heard these words. Finally, it could not hold the anger back and jumped out. All of you come down. Self-Gu displayed its might, capturing all the feathermen in the sky at once. Renzu could not help but become greatly startled at this. Self-Gu, when did you become so strong? Self-Gu said proudly, it is only natural. I took a bite out of strength Gu. Now that I have my own strength, I possess immense might. Moreover, there is no need to pay any price to use this strength. Human, you need to know, what is most reliable is your own strength. And without strength, freedom is just an illusion. The feathermen were captured and could no longer fly to the sky, pressed onto the ground without being able to move. They began to throw curses at Renzu and Self-Gu in anger. Renzu heaved a sigh. Feathermen, I did not mean to offend you. Please forgive my rudeness. I only want to ask you to save my daughter. When I reunite with her, I will definitely reward you. Impossible. We feathermen are the most free. Even if our bodies lose freedom, our hearts are still free. Right? Cruel human, you can't impose your will on any featherman. The feathermen kept on shouting without any intention to compromise. Renzu persuaded them for 3 days and 3 nights, but it was in vain. Helpless, he could only let go of these feathermen. Self-Gu spoke bitterly. Human, how could you release them so easily? Don't you want to rescue your 4th child? Renzu, however, replied confidently. I have already understood that these feathermen cannot be forced. After these days of contact with the feathermen, I have found these feathermen might be free, but they don't have dens to shelter themselves from wind and rain, and they also don't have enough food to fill their stomachs. To make them help, I have to make them do it willingly. Thereupon, Renzu built a house near the feathermen. Every day, he relied on Self-Gu to gather a lot of wild fruits and hunt many beasts. The feathermen soon discovered the safety and warmth of the house. Especially during the days of storms, the feathermen could only hide in groves of trees, shivering and starving, while Renzu stayed within his house, enjoying the warmth of a fireplace and sumptuous food. On one cold night, some feathermen quietly moved under the roof of Renzu's house to evade the wind and snow, while also greedily absorbing the warmth leaking out from the crack in the door. Renzu wore the mask of attitude Gu and opened the door, using an extremely warm attitude to invite these feathermen into the house and to enjoy the warmth and food with him. As this repeated several times, more and more feathermen came into Renzu's house. Renzu was very hospitable and would entertain the feathermen every day, even giving the area near the fireplace to the feathermen. No matter how much the feathermen ate, he let them eat without restraint. The feathermen gradually became accustomed to living this way, until one day, Renzu saw the timing was ripe and took off attitude Gu, revealing his true, cold expression. He shut the door of the house and stored all the food as well, no longer supplying them to the feathermen for free. The feathermen were caught off guard and were frantic. They were already used to the safety and warmth of the house. They were used to plentiful food. They rarely flew now and hunted even less. Their stockpile of food was extremely small. Many feathermen were fat to the extent they could not fly. The feathermen had no way to deal with Renzu's behavior. They could not beat Renzu, who possessed Self-Gu. Soon, all the feathermen reached a situation where they would die from hunger or the cold. Several days later, many feathermen died. Renzu waited and waited until he became extremely anxious, as the feathermen showed no signs of coming to terms with him. In the end, when most of the feathermen died, Renzu could not help but mention the old matter again. Feathermen, as long as you move your wings to fly to ordinary abyss and rescue my daughter, I will give you enough food and also warm houses. However, the remaining feathermen still shook their heads. Eventually, they all died. From these feathermen's corpses, many small creatures flew out. They looked like tiny specks of light, shining with all kinds of colors. Renzu tried to grab them, but was not able to. It is no use. Cognition Gu informed him at this moment. Wild freedom, Gu cannot be caught. These feathermen chased after freedom since their birth, but it is a pity that only after their death could they find freedom. Part 25, Chapter 886. The Legends of Rinzhu had an interesting account. Boundless Forest Samsara was separated from her father, Rinzhu, and could only stay in ordinary abyss. She was heartbroken and did not feel happy eating the fruits anymore. Every day, she would shed tears and weep incessantly, until she got tired and gradually fell asleep. In a dream of hers, she vaguely heard some extremely soft voices and felt something small, like an ant was climbing her body. Immediately, she woke up and sat up and saw a mini-man was climbing on her body. Because of Boundless Forest Samsara's movement, this mini-man's foothold became unstable and it fell to the ground. Who are you? There is actually such a small person like you in the world. Boundless Forest Samsara saw the mini-man that was not even the size of her finger and felt extremely curious, forgetting to cry for a moment. The mini-man looked at the giant Boundless Forest Samsara with a stupefied look, and after the shock, he raised his head and started crying loudly. Hey, little person, I am not crying. What are you crying for? Boundless Forest Samsara was puzzled. The mini-man spoke while crying. I am the tallest in my tribe, and I was brave, arrogant, and proud because of this. Today, I intended to climb a mountain, but to think that this mountain was really a person. There are actually such giant people like you in the world. This is the first time I've seen someone like you, so I burst into tears. Almost every person who explored and grew up would have such a mental journey. The more they saw, the more they realized their weaknesses. Sometimes they would sigh at the vastness of the world, and sometimes they would find how far their goal was, and to reach their goal, they had to go through an endless journey which they had not considered before. They would feel loss, bewilderment, discouragement, panic, even hopelessness. Thus, one could understand the mini-man crying when it saw Boundless Forest Samsara. Part 26, Chapter 944. Legend says that Rinzhu tried to rely on the capabilities of the Featherman to save his daughter, who was still stuck inside ordinary abyss. However, the Feathermen wanted freedom. They did not want to be restricted. Rinzhu thought of a scheme, but he failed. The Feathermen would rather die than compromise their freedom. Rinzhu fell into deep perplexity. He could not find a better way to save his children. The same situation applied to his eldest son, Verdant Great Son, and also his daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara. At this time, Self-Gu spoke in Rinzhu's heart. "O human, you want to save your son, Verdant Great Son. I have a method." Rinzhu thought that he had to save at least one of them. He quickly asked, "Oh, what method?" Self-Gu laughed. "All living beings in this world will die. This is because Fate Gu entered the door of life and death and left a trace behind when searching for Fairness Gu. O human, you can enter the door of life and death and walk on the road of life and death. As long as you do not walk on the traces of fate, you will step on a road that belongs to you solely. When you walk into the door of life and death and leave again, you will form a brand new road. That would be partway to success. Next, as long as you bring Verdant Great Son onto the path that you walked on and leave the door of life and death, you will be able to return to the human world where the sun shines. Your son, Verdant Great Son, will be able to escape death and revive." Rinzhu heard the method of Self-Gu and was very hesitant, but there was no better solution available. Thus, he decided to let Boundless Forest Samsara stay inside ordinary abyss for a while longer, while he used the method taught by Self-Gu to save his eldest son, Verdant Great Son. Rinzhu set off towards the door of life and death. As he walked, one day, he met with a beast man. This beast man was very muscular. His muscles were like rocks. The fangs in his mouth were sharper than blades. He took huge steps, sprinting in the wilderness as he shouted, "Don't get any closer. Don't come here. I am afraid." Rinzhu was very curious. He asked, "Oh beast man, what are you afraid of?" The beast man said, "I am afraid of my own shadow. It keeps following me. I cannot get rid of it. I am so afraid that I can only run around in all directions. I am tired, hungry, and thirsty. I am going to die." Rinzhu felt that this was funny. "Oh beast man, you have such a powerful body, yet you are afraid of a harmless shadow. Do you have a cowardly heart? What is there to be afraid of?" At this time, a goo worm came out of the beastman's heart. It laughed at Rinzhu. "O human, do not speak so shamelessly. You do not feel afraid because you have not encountered me, Fear Gu. Hee hee. Fear Gu." Rinzhu took a step back, His expression changed. Once Fear Gu appeared, fear started to well up in Rinzu's heart. He was afraid. Fear Gu laughed even more arrogantly now. It said to the beast man, "I will let you off now, little beast man, you pitiful worm." The beast man was free now. It fell to the ground, weeping in extreme joy. Fear Gu turned around, facing Rinzu. "Oh human, you dared to look down on me. Fear Gu, now I will torture you with endless fear." Saying this, Fear Gu flew into Rinzu's heart with a whooshing sound. Rinzu felt immense fear. He was afraid of this and afraid of that. Fear Gu made him scared of the wind. Every time the wind blew, Rinzu screamed in horror. Fear Gu made him afraid of sunlight. Rinzu could only travel at night and often lost his way. During daytime, he would enter caves or hide inside thick bushes. Fear Gu also made Rinzu afraid of tree leaves. Thus Rinzu ran away from the forests. Every tree he saw made him shriek. Fear Gu made Rinzu afraid of snakes. In the end, Rinzu even stopped using the grass ropes that he made himself. After that, Fear Gu made Rinzu scared of rain. Whenever it rained, Rinzu would shrivel up and look at the sky that was raining continuously, feeling extreme fear. Rinzu wanted to go to the door of life and death, but after being struck by Fear Gu, he could not move much. He could not make any progress. When Fear Gu understood Rinzu's motive, it made Rinzu scared of death. Rinzu no longer dared to walk towards the door of life and death, because once he entered the door of life and death, he would be walking from life towards death. Rinzu was afraid that he would die. He could only stay in place. Gu sighed. "Oh human, actually death is not scary. The real scary thing is the fear in your heart." "That is right." Fear Gu heard this and said proudly, "The only thing worth being afraid of is fear." Part 27, Chapter 1157. City Well first appeared in The Legends of Rinzu. Or more accurately, The Legends of Rinzu, Chapter 4, Section 23 clearly described it. Legend has it, Rinzu's fourth child, Boundless Forest Samsara, fell from the tree. She did not follow after Rinzu. Instead, she was trapped inside ordinary abyss. One day, when she was sleeping, she met a mini-man. The mini-man was crying. Boundless Forest Samsara asked him why. The mini-man spoke while crying. "I am the tallest in my tribe, and I was brave, arrogant, and proud because of this. Today, I intended to climb a mountain, but to think that this mountain was really a person. There are actually such giant people like you in the world. This is the first time I've seen someone like you, so I burst into tears." Since then, Boundless Forest Samsara and the mini-man became good friends. They were inseparable. "Mini-man, oh mini-man, where's your father? Do you not have siblings? Why have I never seen your family?" One day, Boundless Forest Samsara asked the mini-man. The mini-man directed Boundless Forest Samsara to a well, saying, "Look at this well. My former home is inside." Boundless Forest Samsara sprawled in front of the well, extending her head to look inside. Next, she shouted, "Ah, there are so many mini-men." She saw that there were countless mini-men inside the well. They were living together. They built many houses. They lived among each other. There were markets, flowers. It was a harmonious scene. They were very happy. The mini-men in the well also shouted, "Why did the sky become so dark? It's nighttime already. There was thunder but no rain. I don't see lightning either." The mini-men were in panic. They discussed as the entire city went into commotion. "Your family is here? Why did you go outside the well? You don't want to live with them?" Boundless Forest Samsara asked. The mini-man shook his head. "They were the ones who exiled me. They think I am a monster." "Oh, why is that?" Boundless Forest Samsara was curious. The mini-man answered with sadness. "I told them that the world we were living in was just a well. The outside world is very big. But they did not believe me. They told me to stop spouting nonsense. I also told them that the mountain at the fringe of our city is a very small mound. But they refused to believe me. They think that it is the tallest mountain in the world. They told me to stop spreading lies." "Which mountain is it?" Boundless Forest Samsara asked. "That's Minuscule Mountain." The mini-man pointed. Boundless Forest Samsara started to giggle. "You call that a mountain? It can fit in my palm." Suddenly, Boundless Forest Samsara clapped. "Then let me tell them the truth." The mini-man shook his head. "It is useless." Boundless Forest Samsara did not believe him. She faced the well as she shouted. The mini-men inside started to panic even more. They felt that today was too strange. Not only did the sky turn dark, there was thunder rumbling, and it was getting louder and more frequent. "Heaven is raging. I want to repent." I want to confess. No, it is a monster ate heaven. It is burping now. Save me. This world is getting destroyed. Some mini-men knelt on the ground and begged. Some had despair on their faces, while others were running around crazily. Boundless Forest Samsara's breathing became a tornado inside the well. Boundless Forest Samsara's saliva became a huge rainstorm when it went into the well. Boundless Forest Samsara's words were like rumbling thunder in the mini-men's ears. Their eardrums almost burst from it. Boundless Forest Samsara eventually gave up. She sprawled outside the well. Exhausted, she said weakly, "Why are these mini-men so stupid? Can't they be like you, to get out of the well and see the world?" The mini-man shook his head as he sighed. "They think that they are big enough. They think the sky is round. They think the mountain is only that tall. They think life is just like this. Then why did you climb out?" Boundless Forest Samsara opened her eyes wide as she asked with curiosity. The mini-man smiled bitterly. "Because I realized how small and insignificant I was. Therefore, I got out to see how big the world is." Part 28, Chapter 1175. According to the Legends of Renzu, Chapter 4, Section 24. Renzu wanted to save his own children, but he encountered a beast man along the way. He was affected by Fear Gu. Fear Gu made Renzu fear everything. He was unable to advance due to his fears. Renzu was tormented by his fear. He was in deep agony. He consulted Self Gu. Self Gu answered, "Then let me eat it." Renzu waved his hand. No. I want nothing more than to avoid fear. If you eat it, this fear will stay with me for life. This is too risky." Renzu asked Cognition Gu. Cognition Gu said, "Oh human, you want to conquer fear. You need to have courage." Renzu was troubled. "I used to have Courage Gu as my companion. It is the friend of Faith Gu. But afterwards, because I encountered the hairy men, due to failure Gu, it left me." Cognition Gu said, "I'll teach you a method. Hide Fear Gu deep within your heart. Move forward after that, and Courage Gu will come to you." Courageous people are not fearless. They are just hiding fear deep within their hearts. Renzu was more troubled now. "Oh Gu, what are you thinking? Precisely because of fear, I cannot advance. Thus I need courage. But you were telling me that to obtain courage, I need to move forward first." While they were talking, a Gu worm flew over. "Is it Courage Gu?" Renzu was overjoyed before feeling disappointment. Because this immortal Gu was not Courage Gu, it was Love Gu. Sometimes, love comes to you on its own. Love Gu said, "Oh human, I can smell hope and fear from you. As love, they are my food." Renzu was overjoyed. "You can take fear away, but hope is mine. I cannot give it to you." Love Gu refused. "Only hope and fear can nourish me together. That is how I survive." "Oh human, then I can only stay by your side." Renzu did not have any good feelings towards Love Gu. He was not very willing, but Love Gu said, "Don't chase me away. With me around, you can summon Courage Gu." Indeed, after Renzu called out, Courage Gu flew to his side a while later. "Ah, this is the aura of love. Oh, and fear too." Courage Gu landed in Renzu's heart with much satisfaction. It was actually good friends with Fear Gu. The two were playing as they flew around Renzu's heart. Fear and courage are often within one's grasp. Renzu had courage. His fear dissipated by a huge amount. He could move on again. "Oh Renzu, I want to thank you. You are the reason why I broke free from fear." Before Renzu left, the beast man came to him. "I have two Gu here. One is loyalty, one is betrayal. Choose one. This will be my token of gratitude towards you." The beast man said, taking out two Gu worms, holding one in each hand. Renzu did not know which to choose. Love Gu said, "Choose loyalty. You already have fear." Cognition Gu said instead, "Go choose betrayal. You already have courage." Renzu was troubled. He asked the beast man, "Can I take a look at them first?" The beast man said, "Of course." Renzu thus obtained both Loyalty Gu and Betrayal Gu. But to think that after he took them, Loyalty Gu turned into Betrayal Gu, and Betrayal Gu turned into Loyalty Gu. Renzu was puzzled. The beast man explained, "Loyalty to others is betrayal to oneself. Betraying others is loyalty to yourself." Self Gu spoke at this time. "O human, choose betrayal. Since you are walking on your own road, you will need to betray others, and even betray yourself." Renzu made up his mind. He chose Betrayal Gu. The beast man kept Loyalty Gu. Before leaving, he told Renzu, "Oh Renzu, you have betrayal now. You cannot go to a place called Care." At that place, betrayal will harm you. But if you do not care, then betrayal cannot harm you at all. Renzu nodded. Thank you, Beastman. I will remember your advice. Part 29, Chapter 1229. Renzu obtained love, courage, and betrayal. He was no longer unable to progress due to fear. He continued to move forward. On this day, he walked on his road, hearing a voice behind. Oh, Renzu, I finally found you. Slow down, wait for me. Renzu stopped moving, turning around. He saw a snowman running up to him. What is it, snowman? Renzu asked curiously. The snowman said, Oh, Renzu, I finally found you. I am the strongest snowman in my tribe. Snowmen are said to be afraid of fire. I want to prove that it is untrue. I traveled the world. I have already conquered the bright light, glorious ring fire in the sky, the azure divine stone furnace fire in the earth, and the raging wave rising dragon fire in the sea. But I heard that there is a fourth type of fire in this world, called the fire of love. Once it burns, it can turn all life forms in this world into cinders. I do not believe it. I heard that you have just obtained love goo, thus I wanted to try it. Fire of love. Renzu was surprised. He was hearing it for the first time. Thus, he called out love goo, asking, Oh goo, can you emit the fire of love? Love goo replied, I can, and I cannot. Renzu and the snowman were curious. They asked, What do you mean by can and cannot? Love goo explained, I can because I am necessary in order to emit the fire of love. But I cannot, because I alone am not sufficient. 2 hearts are needed. 2 hearts. The snowman was worried. She took out her heart from her chest. This heart was huge and tough. It was emitting strong pressure. The snowman said, This is my heart of domination. It is a pity that I only have 1 heart. Renzu said, Don't worry, I have a heart too. Renzu originally had 1 heart, but he gave it to Hope Goo. He next obtained a heart of loneliness. Self Goo was residing within it. He also had a heart of discontent. Thus, right now, he took out the heart of discontent. The heart of discontent was dry and shriveled. It was small and weak, because this heart had little blood left. Renzu had once used almost all of his heart blood in ordinary abyss to grow the grass and trees of achievement. Love Goo flew into the heart of discontent and flew out. It flew into the heart of domination and flew out again. It flew into the sky and said, All right, you want the fire of love. Let these 2 hearts clash. The snowman and Renzu took out their respective hearts, putting them together. Crackle, sparks were created. The sparks grew rapidly, turning into a blazing flame. Fire of love. The fire of love burned on Renzu's heart of discontent. It instantly turned this heart into ashes. Renzu was stunned. Love Goo said, Love has a price. It makes people willing to sacrifice. The snowman laughed. Oh, Renzu, thankfully you have 2 hearts. Otherwise, without a heart, you would die. The snowman turned to look at the heart of domination in her hand. The fire of love enveloped this heart, but this heart shone brighter and brighter. The snowman was nonchalant. Oh, what? This fire of love only has an impressive appearance. It neither has the heat of bright light glorious ring fire, or the heaviness of azure divine stone furnace fire, or the chaos of raging wave rising dragon fire. As she said, she placed the heart of domination into her chest. Next, her body started bursting out in flames. She started melting like snowflakes under the sun. She turned pale from shock. She quickly patted and attempted to put out the fire of love. But the fire of love could not be extinguished. Eventually, the snowman completely melted. Only her heart was left, burning in raging flames. Renzu was extremely shocked. He felt that this snowman was very strong. To think that she would vanish like this. The fire of love is so scary. Renzu was shocked. Love Goo said, The result of love varies from heart to heart. The heart of the snowman was domination, but you had the heart of discontent, and it was completely burned from the fire. Thus, this was the result. Actually, there are good results that can occur when the fire of love burns. The results of love varied. Each experience of love was a risk and gamble. Renzu suddenly thought of something, becoming stirred up. Oh, Love Goo, you said that love can make people willing to sacrifice. This is wonderful. I will fall in love with the feathermen and make them willing to fly for me, so that they can save my daughter from ordinary abyss. Right at this moment, a voice could be heard. Father, Father. From the burning flames of the heart of domination, a boy jumped out. He was blazing glory lightning brilliance. Blazing glory lightning brilliance jumped into Rinzu's arms as he said, "Father, Father, so I have a sister as well. I support you. Let's go save sister." Rinzu was extremely overjoyed. He rubbed blazing glory lightning brilliance's head as he said, "My son, you are so smart and sensible." Rinzu brought blazing glory lightning brilliance and went on a journey again. Not long after, they returned to the gathering spot of the Feathermen. Rinzu took out his heart of loneliness, saying to the Feathermen, "Do you all have hearts?" The Feathermen answered, "We all have the heart of freedom." Rinzu laughed. "Then let us fall in love. I have a heart too, as well as love goo." The Feathermen shook their heads. The heart of freedom will be completely burned in the fire of love. The process of pursuing love was also the process of losing freedom. Rinzu was persistent. The results of love vary from hearts to hearts. Don't just look at one heart. My heart of loneliness is part of the process too. But no matter how Rinzu urged, the Feathermen would not agree. Rinzu was helpless. He asked Love Goo, "Oh Goo, oh Goo, they don't want to love me. You have to help me and ignite the fire of love in our hearts." Love Goo sighed. "This is beyond my abilities. I cannot force others to love, no matter what heart. It has to collide on its own free will." Rinzu shook his head. "No, this is a good chance to save my daughter. I cannot give up. Self-Goo, I will rely on you." Self-Goo nodded, using its own strength. It had once eaten a mouthful of strength goo. Right now, Rinzu had his own strength. Thus, these Feathermen were all captured by Rinzu, their hearts to dug out and used to collide with Rinzu's heart. But no matter how they collided, there were no hearts that created the spark of love. Love Goo sighed. "Oh Rinzu, forcing others to love is impossible. You will only create hatred." As it said that, a goo worm appeared before Rinzu. Rinzu took a look. It was hatred goo indeed. Hatred goo made all of the Feathermen feel hatred. They shouted, "Oh Rinzu, you are too much. You are bullying us. We will make you pay the price." Thus, these Feathermen flew up together. Shining worms were flying out of their bodies. They were wild freedom goo. The freedom goo fused together into a gigantic freedom goo. This freedom goo easily took away Rinzu's love goo. Henceforth, love is free. This giant freedom goo said. Rinzu's self goo quickly flew out. It wanted to snatch love goo, but it could not overpower freedom goo. It only managed to take a bite of love goo. Self goo said angrily, "Love also belongs to oneself." Part 30, Chapter 1276. The Legends of Rinzu, Chapter 4, Section 26. Rinzu's daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara, was trapped inside Ordinary Abyss. She made friends with a mini-man. The mini-man brought Boundless Forest Samsara to see his home, City Well. After Boundless Forest Samsara saw City Well, she raised her head at the sky. "I understand now." Boundless Forest Samsara looked above her. She was trapped inside Ordinary Abyss. She was just like the mini-men who were trapped under the well. The mini-men raised their heads and saw the sky within the well. It was like the sky that Boundless Forest Samsara saw when she looked up at Ordinary Abyss. "I have decided. I will work hard and get out of this abyss to meet with Father again." Boundless Forest Samsara raised her fists, making up her mind. The mini-man was overjoyed. "Sure. I want to leave Ordinary Abyss and see the world outside as well. I see that there are many trees here in Ordinary Abyss. We can chop them down and make a ladder to climb up." Boundless Forest Samsara gasped, looking at the mini-man. "Oh mini-man, don't you have wings? Why can't you fly out?" The mini-man smiled bitterly. "Oh human, I might have a pair of wings, but they are flimsy and weak. They can only carry me for a short distance. When I left City Well, I also used a ladder. So that's it." Boundless Forest Samsara realized. In the following days, she stayed with the mini-man, chopping trees and creating a ladder. Trees were chopped down one by one. Wisdom Goo flew out from them. Boundless Forest Samsara was shocked. "Wisdom Goo, why are you here?" "Wisdom is hidden in the ordinary. Of course I can be here." Wisdom Goo answered. Next, Wisdom Goo said, "You are all very smart. You know how to use the achievements of predecessors to escape from being ordinary. But if you too want to leave Ordinary Abyss, you need to build your own ladders and complete them alone. Otherwise, you cannot leave." Boundless Forest Samsara quickly nodded. "Oh Wisdom Goo, thanks for reminding us. We will take note." She and the mini-man made their own ladders. The ladders became taller and taller. Soon, Boundless Forest Samsara's ladder surpassed the mini-man. The mini-man's ladder was short and small, The distance between each step was also small. In comparison, Boundless Forest Samsara's ladder was long and tall. Boundless Forest Samsara teased the Mini-Man. Mini-Man, oh Mini-Man, the ladder I make in half a day is as tall as the one you make in half a month. At this rate, when can you make a proper ladder to step on and escape from ordinary abyss? The Mini-Man was helpless. I can't help it. I am already doing my best, but this is all the wood I can carry after spending half a day, while you only need one hand to carry this over. I need to use a long time to chop down a small tree, but you only take 3 swings. I am already doing my best to reach this extent. Boundless Forest Samsara nodded. It is a pity we can only make our own ladders. The Mini-Man replied. That's right. To leave ordinary abyss, we can use our predecessors' achievements, but we truly need to rely on ourselves. Let's continue working hard. Boundless Forest Samsara and the Mini-Man continued to chop down trees to make their ladders. Trees fell one by one. From within, Strength Goo flew out. Boundless Forest Samsara was shocked. Oh Strength Goo, why are you here? Strength is hidden in the ordinary. Of course I can be here. Strength Goo answered. Boundless Forest Samsara thought about it and asked, Oh Strength Goo, can you give us any advice? Like Wisdom Goo. Strength Goo said, I have no advice to give you, but I can grant you great strength, as long as you give me your youth. Boundless Forest Samsara fell into hesitation. Strength Goo said, According to your current strength, when will you be able to build a ladder tall enough to escape ordinary abyss? Boundless Forest Samsara thought, Very long. I will need 20 to 30 years. Strength Goo said, Yes, by then, you will no longer be young. You will lose your youth and become middle-aged. Rather than that, you might as well give me your youth. Even though you will become middle-aged, you only need a few years to build the ladder. Boundless Forest Samsara thought about it and nodded. You are absolutely right, Strength Goo. I will rely on you. Thus, Boundless Forest Samsara obtained Strength Goo. Her speed in building the ladder became very fast. She could chop more trees at once. A year later, her ladder was extremely tall. She stood at the top of the ladder and looked down. She saw that the trees were very small. The grass was a field of green. She was very happy. So when I stand at a high point, things that are big usually will become small. It is just like Citywell. She looked down at the Mini-Man's ladder. It was very short, less than 1% of hers. She pouted. Boundless Forest Samsara walked down and said to the Mini-Man, Why are you still so slow? My ladder is already so tall. The Mini-Man looked at her ladder in admiration, saying helplessly, I really admire you. Your strength surpassed me to begin with, but now you also have Strength Goo. It is too bad that I have no help. I can only rely on myself. I have already tried my best every day, other than eating and resting. I spend all my time building this ladder, but it cannot match yours. Boundless Forest Samsara nodded. That is natural. Another year passed. Boundless Forest Samsara continued to build the ladder even taller. She stood at the peak and looked down. The trees were like grass, while everything smaller than trees could not be seen clearly. She looked at the Mini-Man's ladder. Even though it was taller than most trees, it was less than 1,000th of hers. Boundless Forest Samsara walked down the ladder, laughing at the Mini-Man. Mini-Man, oh Mini-Man, stop wasting your efforts. Your strength is too low. You will not be able to build that ladder even if you spend an entire lifetime. You might as well use this time to enjoy your life. Actually, you are already very amazing. Compared to those Mini-Men, you actually walked out of Citywell. You should just enjoy your life now. The Mini-Man thought about it and shook his head. I am not satisfied with being ordinary. When I am not happy with being ordinary would be like an abyss to me. I want to go out. Even if I cannot succeed, I want to try. If I do not try hard enough, I will not be happy. Thus, the Mini-Man continued building his ladder. The 3rd year passed. Boundless Forest Samsara's ladder was extremely tall. She stood at the peak and looked down, only to see that clouds were blocking her vision. She wanted to look at the Mini-Man's ladder, but she could barely see it. It was less than 1/10,000th of her ladder. Boundless Forest Samsara sighed. She felt lonely. When the wind blew, she shuddered, feeling cold. So when I stand at this tall point, not only will I feel lonely, I will also feel cold. Boundless Forest Samsara walked down the ladder and told the Mini-Man about this. The Mini-Man shook his head. My ladder is not tall enough. I don't know how you feel. Boundless Forest Samsara felt bored. She continued to build the ladder, but the time she spent on it was decreasing. Strength Goo asked her, Oh human, why are you not building your ladder? Boundless forest, Samsara answered. The ladder is too tall and cold. I need to rest and regain warmth. Another year passed. Boundless forest Samsara felt extremely bored. She was still building her ladder, but she was spending less and less time on it. Strength Gu asked her, "Oh human, why are you not building your ladder?" Boundless forest Samsara answered, "The ladder is too tall. When I look down, I get afraid. I need to rest and let my heart calm down." Another year passed. Boundless forest Samsara became even more lazy. Strength Gu asked her, "Look at the mini-man. He has never stopped building his ladder. He is giving it his all. If you continue being lazy, he will surpass you one day." Boundless forest Samsara laughed. "How can that be possible? One day of work for me is a month of his. How can he ever surpass me?" Like this, years passed without stopping. Finally, one day, the mini-man found Boundless forest Samsara, who was resting under a tree, saying to her, "Oh friend, my ladder is at the edge of ordinary abyss. Tomorrow, I will step out and leave ordinary abyss." Boundless forest Samsara laughed. "Oh mini-man, don't lie to me. This is too funny." The mini-man shook his head, saying seriously, "Grandness and being laughable is merely an inch apart. But I am not laughable anymore. I am grand and can finally leave this ordinary abyss. If you do not believe me, watch as I leave." Thus, the mini-man started to climb his ladder. Boundless forest Samsara was shocked at this. The mini-man was really at the edge of the abyss. He could leave if he continued like this. Boundless forest Samsara shouted, "Oh mini-man, do you not feel cold?" The mini-man said, "Of course, but I want to build my ladder and climb out of here." Boundless forest Samsara shouted again, "Oh mini-man, do you not feel lonely?" The mini-man said, "Of course, but I want to build my ladder and climb out of here." Boundless forest Samsara shouted again, "Oh mini-man, do you not feel afraid?" The mini-man said, "Of course, but I want to build my ladder and climb out of here." After saying those 3 lines, a bright light flashed on his body, rapidly forming into a goo worm. "My name is Perseverance. Oh mini-man, thank you for giving me life." Perseverance Goo thanked the mini-man. The mini-man laughed. "Great. Even though I do not have strength, I have perseverance." The mini-man said as he climbed out of ordinary abyss, stepping into the outside world. He first saw someone. It was Renzu. The rate of time inside ordinary abyss was different from the outside world. Renzu sighed as he saw the mini-man. "This is perseverance Goo? What a pity. If I had it, I would have been able to conquer Reverse Flow River." Part 31, Chapter 1473. As for the myriad gold wondrous essence physique, it was written in the Legends of Renzu, Chapter 4, Section 27. Legend says that the mini-man surpassed boundless forest Samsara and persevered to build the ladder and made his way out of ordinary abyss. When the mini-man saw Renzu, Renzu sighed. If he had perseverance Goo back then, he would have conquered Reverse Flow River and would not have created such a mess. Renzu wanted to save his children, but until now, he had not achieved anything. Renzu saw that the mini-man had perseverance Goo and gained new hope. He said to the mini-man, "Mini-man, oh mini-man, I need your help." The mini-man asked, "Oh Renzu, how do you want me to help you?" Renzu told the mini-man that he wanted to borrow and use perseverance Goo. The mini-man said, "Oh Renzu, the reason why I could leave ordinary abyss was because I used the trees that you planted. I chopped down those trees and built my ladder. Thus, I owe you a favor." The mini-man agreed to lend perseverance Goo to Renzu. But after Renzu gained perseverance Goo, he realized he could not use it. "This is the perseverance of the mini-man, not yours, Renzu." Cognition Goo appeared at this time and told Renzu this fact. Renzu was anguished. He sighed deeply. He asked Cognition Goo, "Then what should I do? I know that perseverance Goo can help me, but I cannot use it. I know the Feathermen can help me, but love cannot control them." Cognition Goo told Renzu, "Nobody can force anyone to love them, but you can create a Goo to lure the Feathermen into helping you do things." Think about it. How did the mini-man gain perseverance Goo? Cognition Goo's words were a huge inspiration to Renzu. Renzu was overjoyed. "Oh Cognition Goo, thank you for the great idea. I know what to do now. I want to create my own Goo." Cognition Goo was curious. "What Goo is that?" Renzu shook his head. "I am not sure, but I have an idea. I want this Goo to be something everyone in the world wants." Thus, Renzu left ordinary abyss and went to the blue sea. This was the blue sea that formed life Goo. It was the source of all life in the world. Renzu had walked ashore from the blue sea. He was back here again. Renzu was thirsty. He scooped up the blue sea water and drank a few mouthfuls. He got more thirsty as he drank it, but Renzu was satisfied. I want to use the blue sea water to refine goo. After I succeed, no matter who obtains it, they will never be satisfied, they will want more. Thus, Renzu took away a lot of blue sea water. After the sea level reduced, the beach was exposed. Renzu found that there were many sea urchin-like goo on the beach. This was not life goo, it was difficulty goo. Any life would face difficulties. Renzu's eyes shone. He said, I want to refine goo that everyone needs, but to obtain it, there will be difficulties. Thus, he took many difficulty goo. After doing all these, Renzu left the blue sea and headed to the door of life and death. After entering it, Renzu did not go deeply into the door of life and death, but only walked one round around the road of life. He gathered a lot of worry goo as he said, I want to refine goo that after getting it, people will not abandon easily. They will be worried that it will go missing. After leaving the door of life and death, along the way, Renzu met with sadness goo. Renzu laughed happily. Excellent. I want to refine goo in which once people lose it, they will be very sad. This way, people will not abandon it easily. Thus, he collected the sadness goo. Renzu had gathered everything. He started to refine goo. The flames of the goo refinement raged on. A lot of black smoke was produced, attracting many goo and life forms to come and watch. Oh Renzu, what goo are you trying to refine? Stupidity goo was lured here as it asked curiously. Renzu smiled. Oh stupidity goo, if you want to know, go into the fire and see for yourself. Stupidity goo went inside and never came out again. Not long after, wisdom goo came here as well. It asked, Oh Renzu, what are you trying to refine? Renzu laughed. Oh wisdom goo, if you want to know, go into the fire and see for yourself. Wisdom goo flew into, but it only flew into the black smoke. Once its vision was obscured, it flew around randomly and flew out again. Renzu, oh Renzu, I was almost deceived by you. I already know what you are refining. I am leaving. Saying this, wisdom goo flew away. Renzu felt that it was a pity, he sighed. This way, after my goo is refined, it can enslave stupid people and blind wise people for some time. Days passed one by one. The goo refinement flame continued to burn, but he did not succeed. The black smoke did not fade away. It gathered in the sky and created huge black clouds. Oh Renzu, you must have felt it. We are just one step away. This final step is the most crucial one. Cognition goo said. Renzu nodded. He stood up with determination and walked towards the fire. It seems that this goo needs to be created with human hands. Saying so, Renzu chopped off both hands and threw them into the fire. Boom! The flame exploded as the endless dark clouds in the sky faded. Under the golden sunlight that shone down, a little girl appeared before Renzu. Oh Father, thank you for giving life to me. I am myriad gold wondrous essence. The girl was radiating an aura of prosperity. She smiled towards Renzu. Renzu looked at her and laughed. Ha ha ha, I have another daughter now. But wait, did my goo refinement succeed? Myriad gold wondrous essence opened her right palm as she held the goo towards Renzu. Look Father, this is the goo that you refined. It is called wealth. Part 32, Chapter 16-19. The legends of Renzu stated that Renzu had spent enormous energy and effort to gather goo materials, even sacrificing his own 2 hands to finally refine wealth goo. He brought his son, blazing glory lightning brilliance, and daughter, myriad gold wondrous essence, to the Feathermen's residence. But strangely, all the Feathermen had disappeared with no traces left. What's going on? Renzu was puzzled. That is because I arrived here. Those Feathermen are afraid of me. All of them ran away. A black and white spider walked towards Renzu leisurely. Who are you? Renzu asked. The spider smiled. Human, you have walked through the road I created in the door of life and death. You still don't know who I am? I am Fake Goo. Myriad gold wondrous essence added. Fake Goo, you are not even the size of my palm. Why would those Feathermen fear you? Fate Goo chuckled. Because they pursue freedom, but I, Fate, bind and restrict them. Blazing glory lightning brilliance grumbled. So your intention was the same as us. You are really a failure, not capturing even one Featherman, while hindering us as well. Fate Goo laughed loudly. Who said I failed? The Feathermen are pursuing freedom, but what do they know? Their escape is only on the superficial level. I have already bound them. The road towards their freedom was all arranged by me. but they think they succeeded, not knowing anything. You are also the same. Look at yourselves. Renzu, blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, and myriad gold wondrous essence looked at their bodies. They discovered that white spider silk had stuck to their limbs and body for some unknown time. They also discovered that not just themselves, even the surrounding flowers, grass, trees, rocks, water, everything was bound by the spider silk. These spider silk gathered together to form into a spider web, which spread out endlessly in the sight of Renzu and his children. This is the web that I weaved. It is called all-encompassing web. Everything in the world is bound by this web, to be arranged and controlled by me, fate. Everyone you encountered and all the things that have happened are all controlled by me. Fate Gu said. Renzu and his children felt a chill in their hearts and began to struggle fiercely. Fate Gu smiled. It is useless, you cannot escape. Fate cannot be altered. Renzu glared at Fate Gu furiously. Oh Fate, why do you have to manipulate and toy with us? From what you said, all the hardships and misfortunes I encountered were all your doings. The loss of my children was also due to you. Fate Gu said calmly. Human, I know you want to save your eldest son, Verdant great son, but he is already dead. Death is a necessary fate of humans. You simply cannot save him. Moreover, you want to rely on wealth Gu to save your daughter, boundless forest Samsara. That is also impossible. As fate willed, a thread of spider silk bound Renzu's wealth Gu and dragged it in front of Fate Gu. Release it. That is our Gu worm. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance shouted. Myriad gold wondrous essence's eyes reddened, sobbing. Father sacrificed his own hands to painstakingly refine this wealth Gu. How dare you take it away? Renzu struggled fiercely, but the spider silk continued to become tighter, firmly binding them. Fate Gu laughed loudly. Life and death is decreed by fate. Prosperity is up to heaven. Human, you are fated to be poor and menial, tormented and humiliated till you become insane, and in the end, you will also die. Although you refined wealth Gu, you don't have the fate to enjoy it. If you are fated to be poor, even if you dug out gold, it will turn to copper. If you are fated to be rich, even if you pick up paper, it will turn to silk. All these things are under my control. Renzu, blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, and myriad gold wondrous essence started cursing Fate Gu furiously. Fate Gu was not the least bit angry, still carefree and at leisure. Many have cursed me, but so what? Humans, no matter how you curse me, it won't change anything. Fate Gu suddenly moved the spider silk, throwing blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, and myriad gold wondrous essence far away, completely out of Renzu's sight. My children, Renzu howled. Fate Gu said darkly. Human, don't blame me. This is your fate. Not just you. Loneliness is the fate of every person. Even if they are your own children, they will not accompany you for life and will eventually leave you. Every encounter is temporary. Separation is normality. Renzu, however, kept on struggling, but the more he struggled, the tighter the spider's silk bound him. Renzu felt an increasingly enormous pressure pushing him down to the point of suffocation. He panted heavily. He gradually lost the strength to struggle. Renzu started crying, tears rolling down his cheeks. Why does my fate have to be so pitiful? Fate Gu was silent. But at this time, a voice emerged from the depths of Renzu's heart. The voice belonged to Self Gu. Human, believe in your own strength rather than blaming your fate. Renzu stopped crying as he suddenly realized. Right. Although I don't have strength Gu, Self Gu has taken a bite of strength Gu. I have my own strength now. Self Gu, I can only rely on you. Self Gu then erupted with a dazzling light as it attempted to break the spider silk. Some spider silk was torn, but even more came to bind Renzu. My own strength is not enough. Renzu was anxious. Right, Self Gu, you have also taken a bite of love Gu. If strength does not work, let us rely on love instead. Thereupon, Self Gu let out a gentle light as it attempted to break the spider's silk, but this also failed. Fate Gu said, Oh human, why can't you understand? Love is a type of fate. I arranged it to make verdant great sun fall in love with desolate ancient moon. I also arranged it to make the rockmen fall in love with desolate ancient moon. I also arranged success and failure in their lives, so they eventually ended up dead. No, no. Renzu screamed and bawled. Fate Gu listened quietly. Renzu gradually lost the strength to cry. He mumbled powerlessly. I understand now. I know why the Feathermen pursue freedom. Fate Gu smiled. Human, you also want to pursue freedom? Renzu nodded. Yes, if I have freedom, I will no longer be bound by you. Fake goo. But look at those feathermen. Even though they pursue freedom, aren't they still under my control? Renzu shook his head. My freedom is different from them. I will pursue absolute freedom. Fate Gu laughed loudly. A person's absolute freedom is insanity. Oh human, see for yourself. You are seeking freedom, but you are actually moving towards insanity. I already said this earlier, you will lose your mind. That is the road I arranged for you. You cannot escape my control. No, I don't believe you. I will use my own strength and wisdom to obtain freedom. I don't believe your words. I will escape your control. Renzu retorted. Fate Gu's laughter became louder. Oh human, you are truly going crazy. You are already deranged. Did you forget? Yourself Gu has only taken a bite of strength Gu and love Gu. So you only have your own strength and love, but not your own wisdom. Oh human, when you think you are intelligent, it will be the sign that you are going crazy. Ha 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 ha. It was Renzu's turn to laugh. I don't believe you. Oh Fate Gu, I don't believe you. I don't believe that this world has fate. Fate Gu was silent for a moment before saying, even if you don't believe it, I will still exist. Renzu rebuked. No, that is not true. When I stop believing in you, you will stop existing. I refuse to believe in fate. Fate does not exist. Ha ha ha. Fate Gu shook its head, sighing. Truly pitiful. O human, you have already fallen into insanity. Renzu scratched his hair and skin, his tears and mucus mixed together. He struggled. He knelt on the ground as he rolled around. It was like how fate declared. He had become insane. Part 33, Chapter 1954. Legends of Renzu, Chapter 4 states. Renzu wandered alone on the vast land. His hair was disheveled, and he seemed to have lost his mind. At times, he wailed. At times, he sat down in a daze. And at times, he laughed like a fool. Fate Gu's manipulation had separated him from his children. He also lost wealth Gu. Renzu was forced into a state of madness. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Renzu was at a loss and went crazy again. One morning, a group of birds ran past Renzu. These birds did not have wings. Their 6 legs moved alternately as they ran on the ground, raising clouds of dust in their path. Renzu jumped with joy when he saw these birds. So, I am a bird. He also spread his legs and ran wildly, joining the bird group. The birds growled strangely towards Renzu. You are a human. You use 2 legs to walk. You are not a bird. Leave. Don't disturb us. We are pursuing freedom Gu. We want to retrieve our freedom. Renzu asked. Why are you all searching for freedom Gu? The birds said with a heavy tone. We once possessed freedom Gu, but we did not realize that. Only after losing it, we found that we no longer had wings and could not fly anymore. When we regain freedom, we will be able to spread our wings and soar to the sky again. Renzu realized. I understand. Humans also need freedom. If humans don't have freedom, they will be like birds who have lost their wings. Right? I remember now. Renzu clapped and laughed madly. I also need to search for freedom to get rid of fate's shackles. After that, I can go wherever I want to go and be with whomever I want to be forever. The birds casted a strange look at Renzu. Oh human, how can you have such preposterous thoughts? Look at us. How can birds not have wings? So, chasing after freedom is part of our duty. But you humans are destined to be alone. All gatherings will end up in separation. Oh human, you want to pursue freedom, but you also need to abide by your nature. You should not indulge in wild fantasies. Renzu scratched his head, puzzled. Is that how it works? The birds left behind their last words. Oh human, let us give you some sincere advice. If you obtain freedom in the future, you must cherish it. Don't be like us and let go. Don't let freedom Gu fly away. Otherwise you will regret it. After Renzu parted ways with the birds, he slowly forgot his identity and goals once again. One afternoon, a leap of blue leopards passed by him. The insane Renzu saw the group of leopards and shouted in joy. So, I am a leopard. Renzu rushed into the group. But the leopards pushed him away and shouted, You are a human, not a leopard. You use 2 legs to walk, while we have 4 legs. Leave, don't disturb us. We are pursuing freedom Gu. We want to retrieve our freedom. Renzu asked, Why are you searching for freedom Gu? The blue leopards looked depressed. Sigh. We once possessed freedom Gu, but we did not realize it. Only after losing it, we found that we no longer had teeth and could not bite and tear apart our prey. When we regain freedom, we will be able to eat happily again. Renzu realized, I understand, humans also need freedom. If humans don't have freedom, they will be like beasts with no teeth. Right. Renzu clapped and laughed madly. I need to search for freedom to get rid of fate's shackles. I will possess countless delicacies and wines, endless wealth, and all kinds of comfortable and beautiful clothes. The blue leopards were stunned before laughing loudly as they mocked Renzu. Oh human, how can you have such preposterous thoughts? Look at us. How can beasts not have fangs or claws? So, chasing after freedom is part of our duty. But you humans were born with empty hands and will pass away with nothing. Oh human, you want to pursue freedom, but you also need to abide by your nature. You should not indulge in wild fantasies. Renzu scratched his head, unsatisfied. Is that how it works? The leopards left behind their final words. Oh human, let us give you some sincere advice. If you obtain freedom in the future, you must cherish it. Don't be like us and let go. Don't let freedom go fly away. Otherwise you will regret it. After Renzu parted ways with the leopards, he slowly forgot his identity and goals once again. One evening, a school of fish swam past him. Renzu saw the fish and shouted in joy. So, I am a fish. Renzu joined the fish group and tried to swim like them. There was a commotion in the fish group as they pushed Renzu away and shouted, You are a human, not a fish. You use 2 legs to walk, while we have no legs. Leave, don't disturb us. We are pursuing freedom Gu. We want to retrieve our freedom. Renzu asked, Why are you searching for freedom Gu? The fish sighed. We once possessed freedom Gu, but we did not realize that. Only after losing it, we found that we no longer had gills and could not breathe in the water again. When we regain freedom, we will be able to swim in the water again. Renzu realized, I understand, humans also need freedom. If humans don't have freedom, they will be like fish with no gills and cannot breathe. Right. Renzu clapped and laughed madly. I need to search for freedom to get rid of fate's shackles. I will breathe freely and live on forever. I want eternal life. The fish sneered. Oh human, how can you have such preposterous thoughts? Look at us, a fish must have gills, so chasing after freedom is part of our duty. But you humans are destined to have no relation with eternal life. You will die of old age and illnesses. Oh human, you want to pursue freedom, but you also need to abide by your nature. You should not indulge in wild fantasies. Renzu frowned, feeling irritated. Is that how it works? The fishes left behind their final words. Oh human, let us give you some sincere advice. If you obtain freedom in the future, you must cherish it. Don't be like us and let go. Don't let freedom go fly away. Otherwise you will regret it. After Renzu parted ways with the fishes, he slowly forgot the advice of the birds, leopards, and the fish. I am a human. I need to pursue freedom. I need to get rid of the shackles of fate. I want to live forever with my loved ones. I want to enjoy life with enough wealth. I want to live on forever. Many beings that walked past Renzu heard him. They shook their heads and stayed away from him. Let's quickly leave. He is Renzu and he is talking nonsense again. He has already gone mad completely. How could he dare to have such thoughts? One day, Freedom Gu flew towards Renzu on its own accord. Renzu was joyous as he grabbed it. Oh freedom, I finally obtained freedom. Renzu was extremely happy but also felt puzzled as he asked, Freedom Gu. This is really strange. The wingless birds are pursuing you. The toothless beasts are pursuing you. The gill-less fish are pursuing you. But you flew to me. What is going on here? Freedom Gu replied, I didn't fly to you. Human, you once used attitude Gu to bully me, used love to bind me, and used wealth to bribe me. I loathe and hate you. I flew over because I was attracted by the cognition Gu on you. Cognition Gu floated out of Renzu's body and explained with a smile. Renzu, because you have gone mad. You are thinking deliriously all the time. A human that desires companionship forever. A human who has an extravagant hope of living a life with no worries. A human who pursues eternal life. What else can this be other than a lunatic? Freedom Gu sighed. Freedom of cognition is the greatest freedom. These delirious thoughts can strengthen me. Renzu, although you captured me, I will never work for you. Release me now. Renzu shook his head and grasped even tighter. Freedom Gu, I will not let you go. Freedom Gu sneered. Then prepare yourself. Don't collapse from the pressure. The moment it finished speaking, responsibility Gu flew over, pressing on Renzu's shoulder. Heavy, so heavy. Renzu almost bent over from the pressure. Cognition Gu sighed. Freedom and responsibility coexist. "Oh Rinzu, you want to obtain freedom, so you need to shoulder the responsibility. At least, you need to be responsible for yourself." Rinzu clenched his teeth and persevered. Sweat flowed down his body like a river. Soon, he knelt down on the ground. He saw spider webs again. Fake goose spider silk wrapped around his whole body. Rinzu was barely shouldering the heavy responsibility and had no strength to break free from the spider silk's bindings. Fake goose spider silk constricted tightly, forming blood wounds everywhere on Rinzu's body. Rinzu shouted, "What is going on?" Cognition Gu explained, "O human, the more freedom you experience, the more you will feel the restriction around you." Freedom Gu laughed. "Just let me go. The longer you hold on to me, the more spider silk will bind you. The binding will become tighter and will even constrict you to death." Rinzu shook his head. "No, I won't let go. Oh Freedom Gu, I must have you." Countless spider silk pierced into Rinzu's flesh. Rinzu howled in pain and rolled on the ground, but did not let go. "Ha!" Rinzu began laughing foolishly again. "I can sense a Gu far away. Just this feeling alone makes me happy and satisfied." Cognition Gu admitted frankly, "That is natural. Whoever obtains freedom Gu will also be able to sense the location of happiness Gu." Rinzu continued to persevere. He cried in pain at times and laughed happily at other times. The spider silk constricted tightly, tearing into his bones and leaving deep marks on them. But Rinzu still did not loosen his hands. In the end, he fainted from the pain. After a long time, he slowly woke up. Fake Gu's spider silk was no longer constricting him. Responsibility Gu also did not exert heavy pressure, while Cognition Gu had disappeared. Wait, what about Freedom Gu? Rinzu did not sense Freedom Gu's existence, and in his moment of panic, he opened his hands. The moment a gap appeared, Freedom Gu flew away and left Rinzu behind. Humans often did not understand freedom when they possessed it. Only after losing it, they would come to a sudden realization. Rinzu was stunned when he saw Freedom Gu flying away. He remembered the advice of the birds, leopards, and fish. He felt extremely regretful. He tore out his hair painfully and rolled on the ground. "I am better off dead." Rinzu was overwhelmed with grief. "I would rather lose love. I would rather lose my life. I don't want to lose my freedom." Part 34, Chapter 1960. His goal was achieved at this moment, but he did not think of himself and instead thought of the legends of Rinzu. Rinzu said he wanted freedom and to get rid of fate's shackles. After that, he could go wherever he wanted to go and be with whoever he wanted to with forever. The birds berated him. "You humans are destined to be alone. All gatherings will end up in separation. Oh human, you want to pursue freedom, but you also need to abide by your nature. You should not indulge in wild fantasies." Rinzu said, "I want freedom and to get rid of fate's shackles. I will possess countless delicacies and wines, endless wealth, and all kinds of comfortable and beautiful clothes." The beasts ridiculed him. "But you humans were born with empty hands and will pass away with nothing. Oh human, you want to pursue freedom, but you also need to abide by your nature. You should not indulge in wild fantasies." Rinzu said, "I want freedom and to get rid of fate's shackles. I will breathe freely and live on forever. I want eternal life." The fishes rebutted, "But you humans are destined to have no relation with eternal life. You will die of old age and illnesses. Oh human, you want to pursue freedom, but you also need to abide by your nature. You should not indulge in wild fantasies." Rinzu was puzzled. Rinzu was disgruntled. Rinzu was irritated. Rinzu became insane. "How can you have such thoughts? Why can't I have the same thoughts? Why can't a human be together forever with their loved ones? Why can't a human live life without worries and have endless wealth? Why can't a human have eternal life? Because fate does not allow it. Because it does not allow, therefore I cannot do it. I cannot even think about it. On what basis? On what damn basis? On what basis am I not allowed to think about it? On what basis is eternal life forbidden? If such thoughts turn me insane, then let me become a lunatic. If such pursuit makes me demonic, Shen, let me become a demon." Part 35, Chapter 2021. The Legends of Rinzu, Chapter 4, Section 30. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, and myriad gold wondrous essence were sent flying away by Fate Gu and were forced to leave Rinzu, arriving at immemorial blue heaven. Rumble. Thunder rumbled unceasingly here. Lightning flashed, imprinting the sky and forming a forest of lightning. "I am angry. I am angry." The source of this lightning forest was a lightning Gu. It was roaring continuously. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, and myriad gold wondrous essence were extremely afraid. The lightning was too strong. So long as a lightning bolt struck them, they would be heavily injured or even die. They did not move at all, afraid of lightning goo discovering them and bombarding them to death. They waited patiently for lightning goo's anger to dissipate. They would move once it calmed down. But lightning goo was extremely angry, and its anger did not show any signs of decreasing. The lightning forest kept on growing in size. What should we do? Myriad gold wondrous essence was worried. How can we return to Father? Brother, do you have any good suggestions? Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance shook his head, his brows furrowed. It is all fate goo's fault. It forcefully separated us from Father. I am definitely going to take revenge in the future. Arg, my heart hurts every time I think of fate goo. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance held his chest. He found his heart aching more and more. How could this be? He quickly opened up his chest and looked at the depths of his heart. Oh, why is there a goo in my heart? Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance was astonished. It is no wonder my heart is in constant pain. This goo was biting on my heart. Myriad gold wondrous essence also saw this goo worm. Isn't this love goo? I heard Father mentioning it before. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance was furious. He actually put his hand inside his heart and grabbed hatred goo. Hatred goo was like a curved blade without a handle. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance's hand was pierced and bled as he grabbed it. He clenched his teeth and exerted strength, crushing hatred goo to death. But at the next moment, hatred goo resurrected from the blood and became even bigger. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance crushed it to death again. Hatred goo revived once again, its size becoming slightly bigger again. It is useless, hatred goo said. Hatred cannot be killed. Vengeance only breeds more hatred and grudges. The more you treat me like this, the more your hatred will increase. Myriad gold wondrous essence was somewhat stunned and helpless against hatred goo. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance covered his chest, his face pale from the pain. Hatred goo was drilling in and out of his heart, creating holes after holes, transforming his heart into a heart of hatred. The current blazing glory, lightning, brilliance hated fate goo even more. If I was not sent flying here by fate goo, how could I have encountered hatred goo? How could my heart be pierced by hatred goo? I will definitely destroy fate goo. I will definitely take revenge. The more blazing glory, lightning, brilliance thought, the more he hated. He was no longer afraid of angering lightning goo. He stood up suddenly. Sister, let's go. I don't want to stay here. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance held myriad gold wondrous essence's hand. But myriad gold wondrous essence hesitated. Brother, there is lightning all around us. We don't know when it will strike. It is too dangerous. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance said, Sister, don't be afraid. The hatred in my heart has shown me a path. That is the path of revenge. There is no lightning on this path. As long as I follow it, I can find fate goo and take revenge against it. Quick, follow me. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance dragged myriad gold wondrous essence. The strange thing was that despite lightning bolts crackling around them, not a single one struck blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, and myriad gold wondrous essence. The two ran and ran when they suddenly collided into something. What is ahead? Myriad gold wondrous essence touched the air in front of her and found it was like a transparent wall. This is the heavenly wind chi wall, the border of the immemorial 9 heavens. Hatred goo explained. Brother, there is a wall ahead. We cannot leave. Myriad gold wondrous essence said helplessly. But blazing glory, lightning, brilliance had a different perspective. Where is the wall? I only see the path ahead. As long as we follow along this trail, we can definitely leave and find fate goo. Time and again, blazing glory, lightning, brilliance got up and rushed forward before colliding into the heavenly wind chi wall. His head bled as he fell to the ground. Then, he climbed up and charged forward again. Myriad gold wondrous essence wanted to stop him, but blazing glory, lightning, brilliance did not listen. Hatred goo laughed. It is useless. I have already built my home in his heart. Although his eyes are open, he can only see the path that I point towards. He cannot see any other thing. Ha ha. Right at this time, lightning goo sensed blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, and myriad gold wondrous essence. The terrifying lightning forest began to quickly spread towards them. There was no road to advance or retreat. Myriad gold wondrous essence was extremely anxious but did not have any ideas. It would have been great if we still had wealth goo. Blazing glory lightning brilliance did not listen to her. He continued to collide into the heavenly wind chi wall. Blood filled the ground. Lightning goo finally reached closer. Myriad gold wondrous essence cried, "Am I going to die here?" But lightning goo restrained its power and approached slowly. It let out a rumbling sound. "Don't worry. Oh humans, I won't harm you or injure you. On the contrary, I want your help." Myriad gold wondrous essence stopped crying and asked curiously, "Lightning goo, you are so strong. How can we possibly help you?" Lightning goo, "I have been trapped here all along. Immemorial blue heaven is large, but I am already sick of it. I want to go out, but I am unable to find a path that leads to the outside. Thus I am angry. Anger often leads to hatred, so hatred goo was attracted here. But from your brother, I can see the path to exit. Therefore, humans, let us cooperate. I will help you break the heavenly wind chi wall, and you will bring me out of here, all right?" Lightning goo proposed. Myriad gold wondrous essence and blazing glory lightning brilliance were very happy at this suggestion. "I agree to it. Your help will be great." Blazing glory lightning brilliance replied. Thereupon, lightning goo landed on blazing glory lightning brilliance's hand and started to emit a terrifying radiance. Hatred goo laughed loudly. "Let me lend you a hand." Lightning goo obtained hatred goo's strength and became extremely powerful. Rumble rumble. Lightning goo erupted with fierce strength, not only destroying the heavenly wind chi wall, but even shattering the whole of immemorial blue heaven. "Quickly leave." Blazing glory lightning brilliance was greatly shocked and knew that they had created a huge disaster. He quickly grabbed his sister and left with lightning goo and hatred goo. Part 36, Chapter 2036. The Legends of Renzu. Chapter 5, Section 31 states, Renzu lost freedom goo. He was anguished and only recovered after a long time. Renzu was troubled. He asked Cognition goo, "Oh Cognition goo, how can I obtain freedom goo again? After what happened last time, freedom goo will not approach me anymore." Cognition goo answered, "Oh human, why do you desire freedom goo so much?" Renzu replied irritably, "Don't you know the reason already? I am searching for freedom in order to break free of the restraints of fate." Cognition goo answered once again, "Then I have nothing much to tell you. Haven't you told fate goo the answer to this question already?" Renzu was dazed before he recalled. Before he went insane, he met fate goo. When he was harmed by fate goo, he shouted at it that he would use his own strength and wisdom to obtain freedom. He would eventually break free from fate's control. Renzu's eyes brightened. "Oh goo, I remember now. Thank you for the reminder. I need to rely on myself to break free of fate. I already have my own strength. What I lack is my own wisdom. I need to let self goo eat a mouthful of wisdom goo, just like how it ate a part of strength goo in the past." "But where is wisdom goo?" Renzu asked Cognition goo. Cognition goo, "I do not know. Wisdom goo has been to many places. Its location is not fixed. You can find wisdom in countless places. So human, you need to find it yourself." Renzu nodded as he set off on his journey again. He walked and walked and walked. One day, he saw two goo worms chasing each other along the road. One goo worm was white and tiny. It escaped ahead as it begged for mercy. "Stop chasing me. Stop chasing me. I do not want to be eaten by you." The other goo was clearly larger in size. It had thick armor and said in a deep tone, "I want to eat you. I want to eat you. No matter where you escape to, I will eat you." The tiny white goo was about to be caught by the larger goo behind. It suddenly saw Renzu and hid behind him. "Oh human, I beg of you, quickly save me." Renzu saw that this goo worm was so pitiful. It was chased by another goo worm, unable to fend for itself. He felt like he was seeing himself. At this instance, a new heart grew in his chest, the heart of sympathy. Renzu stretched out both arms as he stopped the larger goo. "Stop, stop chasing it." The armored goo shouted. "Hey human, are you obstructing me?" "No, you cannot stop me. You are unable to stop me." "Why is that so?" Renzu was curious. The armored goo explained, "I am strong goo, that is weak goo. Since time immemorial, the rule of nature is that the strong prey on the weak. Thus, strong must eat weak. Weaklings are the food of the strong." Renzu sighed as he tried to convince the goo. "Then why don't you let it off just this once? Look at how pitiful it is." Strong goo sneered. "Not even once. In the eyes of the strong, weaklings have no stature. There is no sympathy for the weak. This is because heaven and earth will never pity the weak. it will only marvel at the incredible feats of the strong. Weaklings are born to be subdued, controlled, and devoured by the strong. Renzu saw that his words fell on deaf ears. He could only deny strong Gu forcefully. I have already saved this Gu. Go and eat others. Strong Gu knew that it could not beat Renzu alone. It could only fly away in dissatisfaction. I will be back. Part 37, Chapter 2041. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 32. Renzu continued on his journey. After a while, a huge predicament entered Renzu's vision. Strong Gu was inside this predicament's body. It laughed. "Oh human, I am back again. This time, I have help. Let's see what you can do." Renzu had to stop walking. Even though the predicament before him was huge, he did not fluster. Long ago, Renzu had been chased by a group of predicaments as he escaped. But after he gave his heart to Hope Gu, those predicaments which feared Hope escaped in panic. "Oh Hope Gu, I need your help." Renzu summoned Hope Gu, but the light of hope did not scare away this predicament. What was going on? Haha, Strong Gu laughed. "Oh human, this predicament has gained my help. It will definitely be the greatest predicament you have ever met in your life. With just hope, how can you possibly defeat it?" Renzu could not think of a way. At this moment, weak Gu that was shielded by Renzu spoke in a soft voice. "Oh human, thank you for protecting me. Don't worry, I have an idea. Let's scare this predicament away." "You can scare it away?" Weak Gu shook its head. "Oh human, even something as weak as me has a method to survive in life. Against those that want to eat or bully me, I will often put up a deceiving disguise to make others think that I am very strong. This world favors the strong. Even if we are weak, we need to disguise ourselves as strong beings, or we will be bullied everywhere. Oh human, you can do it. Don't you have fear, Gu? Is an attitude Gu on your face?" Renzu heard weak Gu's suggestion and decided to try it. He first twisted his appearance using attitude Gu, revealing his teeth and showing a fierce expression. Next, he used fear Gu to scare the predicament as it bore its teeth, sprawling on the ground and staring at Renzu vigilantly. Renzu was dazed. "Why didn't we scare it away?" Weak Gu urged. "Didn't it jump earlier? This means that my method works, but we need to put in more effort. Oh human, why don't you put attitude Gu on top of self Gu? What is the best form of deceit or disguise? It is to deceive even yourself. By doing that, we should be able to deceive the predicament." Weak Gu continued. "As long as the predicament thinks that you are strong, it will definitely let you pass. That is because predicaments often take the initiative to give way to the strong." Renzu took off the mask on his face as he placed attitude Gu on self Gu. However, it was pointless. The predicament did not run off in fear. Renzu realized at once. "I understand now. When a person faces a huge predicament, putting up a facade will never solve the real problem." Strong Gu laughed. "Oh human, stop wasting your effort. With me here to remind the predicament, how can you guys possibly deceive it? You should not have saved weak Gu. Weak people often like to jeer and taunt others, showing a ruthless demeanor to conceal their own weakness inside." Renzu was helpless. He could only stall for time temporarily. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration as he said to Strong Gu, "You said that the law of survival is for the strong to eat the weak. I agree with that. But how do you prove that you are strong while we are weak? If you cannot prove this, on what basis are you allowed to eat us?" Strong Gu was dazed. "It is because I am Strong Gu and that is weak Gu." Renzu shook his head. "Just your names alone cannot prove anything. Moreover, other than both of you Gu worms, myself and this predicament are also here." Strong Gu smiled coldly. "Then I have a good method to prove it. We will eat a portion of each other. Whoever fails to persevere to the end will lose. Whoever is weak deserves to be eaten." Renzu saw that he could not stall for any more time. He had to take a risk. "Then we will do that. Don't regret it. However, which of us will eat first?" Strong Gu was confident in its strength. It chuckled. "So what if I let you go first?" Renzu assessed the predicament with his gaze. The truth was he had never eaten any predicaments before. Renzu thought about it before he had an idea. "Then I will eat the head of the predicament first." Thus, predicament took off its head and gave it to Renzu. Renzu only took a bite when his face became distorted. He almost vomited on the spot. So bitter. It turned out that this was a huge, bitter head one. Not just that. Even though the predicament lost its head, it was still standing. The neck that was missing a head did not bleed at all. There were no issues at all. "Haha," Strong Gu laughed. "Oh human, you chose wrongly, By just eating bitter heads, you cannot resolve any predicaments. Moreover, whether you are capable of eating this huge bitter head is another question altogether. If you cannot eat it, it means that you are a weakling. You deserve to be eaten by us. Compared to the predicament's head, Rinzu's body was very small. Rinzu knew that strong Gu was right. He could not afford to lose. If he lost, not only would he fail to protect weak Gu, he would even lose his life and become the food of the predicament. Rinzu could only frown as he opened his mouth, continuing to eat the bitter head. After taking dozens of mouthfuls, Rinzu suddenly stopped. He opened his mouth and almost vomited. Hope Gu encouraged him. "Oh human, don't vomit. If you grit your teeth, you can devour any hardship that comes your way. Humans do not just need to eat food, they also need to taste bitterness." Rinzu nodded as he continued to eat. Halfway through, the fear Gu on his body started to shout, "Oh heaven, when will we ever finish eating it?" Rinzu also felt a trace of despair. Courage Gu quickly said, "Oh human, you cannot be afraid of tasting bitterness. Don't fear bitterness. Suffering is only temporary. If you start to fear suffering, you will suffer for life." With the help of Courage Gu, Rinzu finally managed to eat all of the bitter heads after great hardship. Rinzu wiped his mouth as he looked at Strong Gu with difficulty. "You can choose now." Strong Gu smiled. "Then we will eat your skin first." Rinzu had to pull off the skin on his body as he threw it to the predicament. The predicament had no head. It stuffed Rinzu's skin down its neck. Rinzu's skin was completely eaten, but its huge belly did not expand at all. Strong Gu asked again, "Oh human, what are you going to eat next?" Rinzu was troubled now. He had just eaten the predicament's head. It was too bitter. Even though he endured the process, his stomach was almost full now. As for the predicament, even though it had no head, it was still alive and standing. "What should I eat now? I ate too much earlier. My stomach is reaching its limit. If I have to eat a lot, my stomach might burst and I'll die." Rinzu thought to himself. He had to eat the most important and fatal part of the predicament's body. But which part of the predicament's body was the most important? After thinking for a long time, Rinzu finally had an idea. He said to Strong Gu, "Then I will eat the part that you absolutely do not want me to eat." Strong Gu snorted coldly. "Then you can eat some losses too." It took out all of the losses from the predicament's body and gave it to Rinzu for consumption. These losses were not big. The quantity was not large either. Rinzu was quite surprised, because after these losses were taken out, the originally huge predicament shrunk by a lot. Rules and regulation Gu started to explain for Rinzu. "Oh human, this is not strange. Predicaments vary according to people. Since you ate such a huge bitter head earlier, you will have less losses to eat." Thus, it became smaller. Rinzu became happy. "This is great. Even if I eat all of these losses, I will not reach my limit. It will not fill my stomach completely." Rinzu opened his mouth and ate a small loss. It was so spicy. Rinzu could not even speak at this moment. Continuing to eat, Rinzu opened his mouth as he breathed heavily. His empty eye sockets also started to tear up uncontrollably. Eating again, Rinzu's entire body was covered in sweat that merged with the tears flowing out of his eye sockets. The most uncomfortable thing for Rinzu was that budding flames started to appear in his heart. These yellowish flames resembled chicks. They gathered together in groups. The more losses one ate, the more flames of resentment they would feel in their heart. The more flames of resentment they had, the more uncomfortable it felt. Even Rinzu's several hearts could not take it. They were going to be incinerated soon. Right at this moment, the heart of nobleness grew in Rinzu's chest. Compared to the other hearts, the heart of nobleness was able to endure the most flames of resentment. With this heart to bear the burden, Rinzu finally managed to endure it. Rinzu ate all of the losses. Strong Gu looked at Rinzu's bulging belly as he smiled coldly. "Oh human, you are almost at your limit. It is time for us to eat." Rinzu breathed roughly as he asked, "What do you want to eat?" Strong Gu said, "I want to eat your flesh." Rinzu was helpless about it. He could only let it eat his flesh. Rinzu's skin and flesh were inside Predicament's stomach. He only had his bones, organs, and hair left. TL note. 1. The Chinese phrase for suffering/hardship is written as bitter head literally. 2. Eat loss is the literal meaning of the phrase that means suffering a loss, being disadvantaged, or ending up in an unfavorable situation. Part 38, Chapter 2052. The Legends of Rinzu, Chapter 5, Section 33. Rinzu stared at the skeleton head. "Next, I will eat the most important part of the predicament's body. Strong Gu laughed. This is a stupid move. O human, your choice is extremely foolish. The predicament shook its body as it shrank. At the same time, countless tribulations flew out of its neck and attacked Renzu. The tribulations were like fire, burning Renzu's bones. The tribulations were like hammers, charging at Renzu as his bones cracked. The tribulations were like wind and rain, sweeping at Renzu's lone body. The tribulations were like flashing lightning, striking on Renzu continuously. Fear Gu shouted, "Oh heaven, this is too scary, that human will die for sure at this rate." Courage Gu encouraged, "Oh human, don't be afraid." Self Gu and Attitude Gu shouted together, "I am very strong, I am very strong. All tribulations are mere drizzles, they are insignificant breezes." Weak Gu, Betrayal Gu, and Fear Gu flew together, wanting to escape with Renzu. "Oh human, quickly run. Don't believe in Self Gu's words, it has already been deceived." Renzu was trapped in the tribulations, he could not escape. When tribulations loom over you, it is not a simple matter of running away. This is too scary, let's go, forget about the human. Weak Gu, Betrayal Gu, and Fear Gu flew away together. "You traitors!" Self Gu was furious, it grabbed onto these 3 Gu and bit them all. The 3 Gu were injured, but they were not stopped by Self Gu. They quickly escaped from Renzu. Self Gu wanted to chase them, but rules and regulation Gu urged, don't chase them. Escaping when tribulations strike due to fear and weakness, betraying one's self and courage in the process, it will only lead to death. Isn't it good that they are gone? Weak Gu and Betrayal Gu are unable to help us. As for Fear Gu, if the tribulations did not appear, fear would have been pointless. But since the tribulations are here now, fear will only lead to greater pain in the human. You are absolutely right. Self Gu stopped. Hope Gu flickered with light as it supported Renzu. Oh human, as long as you still have hope in your heart during the tribulations, there will still be hope in this situation. Strong Gu could not stop laughing. Oh human, you are truly pitiful. You easily believe in the words of hope. Don't you know? Having only hope during the tribulations will only cause them to continue longer. Hope is the thing that lengthens the person's pain. When you stop bearing any hope, you will feel relaxed in the tribulations. Renzu did not speak. He endured the attacks of the tribulations with great difficulty. No matter how bent his body became, he did not fall. Strong Gu soon found the reason. On Renzu's feet, there was a pair of independent wings. Even though the wings were small, they flapped stubbornly, helping Renzu to stand up despite everything. Strong Gu continued to demoralize Renzu. Oh human, I am starting to admire you. It is a pity that you are going to fall soon. Look at your bones. They are covered in cracks now due to the tribulations. Renzu was silent. Originally, Renzu's bones were shiny and intact. There were no cracks at all. Now, his skeleton was covered in cracks. It seemed like it would shatter at any moment. All the other Gu worms were silent. Only Hope Gu gave out light. Oh human, don't give up. Tribulations are not scary. The scariest thing is a person who has lost hope. The light of Hope Gu penetrated the cracks of Renzu's bones into his bone marrow. In the life of everyone in this world, cracks would always form at some point, but those were the times where the light of hope would shine in. Renzu's bones absorbed the light of hope. They started to engulf the surrounding tribulations. Each crack was like a huge mouth. The larger the crack, the larger the mouth, and the more tribulations it could devour. How could this happen? Strong Gu was extremely shocked. The more tribulations that Renzu's skeleton devoured, the stronger and firmer his bones became. Tribulations could destroy people, but they could also toughen oneself. As the tribulations continued, Renzu's bones started to shine in a golden light. The tribulations became wilder as Renzu's bones burned in flames, becoming dazzlingly golden. Renzu started to straighten his back. He raised his head and puffed his chest. After enduring countless tortures, his skeleton shined like a golden pillar. He stood directly inside the tribulations. This was the myriad tribulation golden skeleton. And on Renzu's skeleton head, a crown grew out naturally. It was the heaven-connecting bone crown. All of the tribulations and disasters that people suffer would become their crowns of achievement in the future. Even though the tribulations had not ended, Renzu could already speak at this time. I know, fate has arrangements. Tribulations are the arrangements it makes for people. But I can persevere. Any tribulations that seem unendurable are all in fact endurable to me. Strong Gu was shocked and bewildered. Self Gu realized at this time, I understand. O human, you are someone who walked out of ordinary abyss. That is why you can endure these tribulations that are impossible to endure. Strong Gu saw that the tribulations could not take down Renzu. It forced itself to stay calm. O human, don't forget, as long as you have hope, Gu, these tribulations will not stop. Are you going to delay our bet from earlier? I don't care. I will treat it as if you passed the tribulations. Now, it is our turn to eat you. Which part of me do you want to eat? Renzu sighed. Strong Gu laughed loudly, pointing at Renzu's chest. Next, I will eat your hearts. Renzu shook slightly. Strong Gu's choice was too fatal. How could a human live without his heart? Quickly take out all of your hearts. Let us eat them. Strong Gu shouted in excitement. Renzu sighed as he hesitated, before taking out the heart of sympathy. Strong Gu directly placed the heart of sympathy into the predicament's neck as the heart fell into its stomach. The predicament's stomach expanded slightly. When faced with predicaments, people often lose their hearts of sympathy first. Renzu took out his heart of nobleness next. The predicament ate it as its stomach expanded some more. It seemed to have problems digesting it. Renzu took out his original heart next. Oh, Hope Gu, leave now. I do not want to implicate you. Hope Gu resided in Renzu's original heart. It did not fly out. Instead it said, I am not leaving. This is my home. Oh human, just toss me in along with it. I do not blame you. Renzu had no choice. As Strong Gu rushed him, he gave his original heart to the predicament as food. After the predicament ate it, its belly expanded again. Predicaments often caused people to lose hope as well. Without Hope Gu, all of the tribulations around Renzu vanished. This caused the pressure on Renzu to fall, but he felt deep melancholy as well. Quick, O human, take out your final heart and let us eat it. Strong Gu pointed at the heart of loneliness in Renzu's chest. Renzu hesitated as he felt troubled. The heart of loneliness did not only contain his self Gu, it was also his final heart. Without this heart, Renzu might die. Strong Gu laughed and threatened. Quick, if you do not take it out yourself, we will make our move and eat you entirely. Self Gu had already been deceived. It called out in nonchalance. Oh human, just give it to them. I do not care, you will not die either. We are the strongest. Give it to me. Strong Gu grabbed the heart of loneliness in Renzu's hand and stuffed it into the predicament's stomach through its exposed neck. At this point, Renzu lost all his hearts. He fell onto the ground, losing all signs of life. He could not stand up anymore. Renzu died. Oh human, you died. We have regained freedom. Rules and regulation Gu flew away. There is no helping it. The human met with the greatest predicament in his life. Courage Gu and Edge Gu flew away as well. On Renzu's corpse, only Self Gu remained. It flew around him. Attitude Gu wanted to leave too, but Self Gu grabbed onto it, forcing it to stay. Strong Gu laughed happily. Ha! Oh human, you were nothing impressive after all. Predicament, what's wrong? The predicament that Strong Gu was attached to grabbed onto its bulging stomach as it rolled on the ground in pain. Loneliness was extremely hard to digest. The stronger the predicament, the lonelier one would feel. Boom. Suddenly, the predicament's belly burst open. Renzu's heart of loneliness, his skin and flesh fused to create a boy. Strong Gu was flabbergasted. Who are you? The boy said, I am Renzu's son, great strength, true martial. Before finishing his words, he jumped up and grabbed Strong Gu. Strong Gu tried to struggle, while Self Gu used the opportunity to approach and take a bite of it. Strong Gu was injured. It got weakened. Where are you trying to go? Great strength, true martial shouted. He grabbed Strong Gu and stuffed it into his chest. Strong Gu went into his chest and got imprisoned in his heart, unable to escape. Don't waste your effort. This is my heart of ambition. You cannot escape. Great strength, true martial laughed. Next, he found Renzu's other hearts from the corpse of the predicament and placed them back into his chest. Renzu was revived once again. Part 39, Chapter 2117. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 34. Legend says that Renzu encountered the greatest predicament in his life. He ended up creating his seventh child, Great Strength True Martial, and was saved as a result. Renzu and Great Strength True Martial started to travel together. Great Strength True Martial asked, Father, where are we going now? Renzu replied, My son, you still do not know the situation. I will explain it to you. I originally wanted to save your brothers and sisters, but Fate Gu arranged everything, not allowing us to have a reunion. Right now, we need to break free from Fate's control in order to be with our family again. After hearing the story, Great Strength True Marshal could not help but shout in anger. This Fate Gu is too wicked. At the same time, Strong Gu also shouted in his heart. Experts hate restraints, especially fate. Rinzu patted Great Strength True Marshal's head and consoled. Don't worry, I have already thought of a way. I will use Self-Gu to gain strength and wisdom. After, I will obtain Freedom Gu and break free from Fate Gu's control. Now let us go to a place called Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. We will search for Wisdom Gu there. Great Strength True Marshal nodded. Let us go there then. Rinzu and Great Strength True Marshal walked and walked. The road was uneven. There were many upslope and downslope roads. Strong Gu encouraged Great Strength True Marshal. Oh human, walk on the upslope road. Even though it is a harder journey, there are often good things there. Great Strength True Marshal nodded. Experts like to walk on the upslope road. Great Strength True Marshal took great effort to walk up the upslope road. He looked around and called out. There's nothing here at all. No, it is right by your feet. Pick it up now. Strong Gu instructed. Great Strength True Marshal squatted down, searching the ground with his hands. As expected, he found something hard. It was an invisible Gu. I found something good. Great Strength True Marshal laughed. So it is Effort Gu. Rinzu found it strange. My son, how did you find out its name? We can't see what it looks like. Great Strength True Marshal scratched his head. The moment I obtained it, I saw Effort Gu's appearance. As for why I know this is Effort Gu, well, every expert should know what effort is. This is natural, there is nothing strange about it. After all, you cannot see the effort of other people. The pair of father and son set off again. This is great. Now that I have Effort Gu, it will help me greatly. Great Strength True Marshal walked as he looked at Effort Gu, feeling very happy. He continued to choose the upslope road. Rinzu asked curiously, is Effort Gu really that amazing? Can it allow you to achieve success? Great Strength True Marshal shook his head. Effort might not necessarily lead to success, but effort will give you a result. Regardless of the result, whether you put in effort or not will show a difference. Rinzu was very worried. Oh son, you have just been born. Don't be deceived by the Gu. I had once been deceived by Wisdom Gu. I see that you are covered in sweat and pant heavily each time you walk on the upslope road. I do not see Effort Gu helping you at all. I've heard of such rumors too. Effort Gu can sometimes lie to you. Great Strength True Marshal shook his head as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. Father, because you cannot see the effort I put in, you misunderstood things. You cannot understand the amount of effort I put in to walk this upslope road. Actually, the result of my effort is below my feet. Every step, I move higher and further. There are many good things on the upslope road. Humans cannot obtain them without effort. Is that really the case? Rinzu was half convinced and suspicious. Rinzu and Great Strength True Marshal continued on their journey. Great Strength True Marshal kept walking on the upslope road. He continued to move up higher. He obtained Authority Gu and Fortitude Gu. In the later part of the road, he found Humility Gu and Forgiveness Gu as well. These two Gu worms took the initiative to follow Great Strength True Marshal. Great Strength True Marshal asked for the reason, while they replied matter-of-factly. Because humility, forgiveness, is the authority of an expert to begin with. Because Great Strength True Marshal walked on the upslope road, an ability Gu suddenly appeared within him. Great Strength True Marshal held Ability Gu as he said to Rinzu, Look father, this is the result of Effort Gu. It awakened my potential. I have my own ability now. Rinzu asked, Then what is the use of this Ability Gu? Great Strength True Marshal shook his head. I am not sure. People will only know their abilities and their strength after they use them. But it is definitely useful. It can last my entire lifetime. Rinzu shook his head. He still felt that his son was deceived by the Gu. Rinzu and Great Strength True Marshal continued walking. The situation on the road was getting worse. Downslope road was easier to walk on, but it was getting rarer. There were more and more segments of upslope road. Not only so, more and more predicaments appeared on the road. Isn't there an easier road to walk on? Rinzu was helpless. Cognition Gu flew towards Rinzu. Oh human, there is no other way. The more valuable thing you try to pursue, the more segments of the upslope road you need to walk on. and the more predicaments you need to overcome. Rinzhu and great strength, true martial, had to continue on their way. Indeed, as Cognition Gu had said, they encountered more and more predicaments. Their road was completely blocked. Rinzhu said, "Don't be afraid of the predicaments. We still have our hope. But hope alone cannot defeat the predicament. At this time, you will need me." Great strength, true martial's ability. Gu spoke. Great strength, true martial used his ability, defeating many predicaments. Rinzhu sighed at long last. "My son, your ability Gu is too amazing. It can actually do this. It seems I have underestimated your effort and ability." Great strength, true martial smiled. "Often, we humans do not lack abilities. We lack the opportunities to display them." Strong Gu shouted in his heart with great ambition. "Kill them all. Let's eat them all. That way, we can become even stronger." Great strength, true martial killed many predicaments. He started to eat the predicament's head. "So this is a bitter head. It is really bitter. But I can feel myself getting stronger." He started to eat the predicament's loss. Great strength, true martial immediately spat it out. Experts do not like to swallow losses. He also ate the predicament's flesh. Strong Gu got bigger. Great strength, true martial also became more muscular than before. Strong Gu was very satisfied about this change. In this world, only by becoming stronger can one avoid getting bullied. Great strength, true martial gave some of the meat to Rinzhu. "Oh, father, eat something. You are too skinny." Rinzhu was so thin, he looked like a rack of bones. Eventually, great strength, true martial tossed ability Gu into the tribulation. Ability Gu went through great hurdles and difficulties, but it got larger and stronger as well. All sorts of tribulations and difficulties were prime opportunities to train one's ability, to develop one's ability, and to increase one's ability. Part 40, Chapter 2160. The Legends of Rinzhu. Chapter 5, Section 35 states, Rinzhu and great strength, true martial, went through great hurdles and finally arrived before Qiankuan Crystal Wall. Qiankuan Crystal Wall was straight and stood upright in the void. It was like a huge mirror that reflected everything that happened in the world. Rinzhu and great strength, true martial went inside Qiankuan Crystal Wall. Numerous flowers, birds, fish and insects converged into a colorful, dazzling shadow that filled great strength, true martial's vision. The sound of the waves, thunder, and birds singing in his ears rippled together. There was a fresh, sweet, exciting, spicy taste dancing on his tongue. At times, he felt like he was walking on a steep mountain path. At other times, he felt like he was swimming in the waves. And at other times, he felt as if he was falling from a great height. "Father, father, where are you?" Great strength, true martial shouted. But Rinzhu could not hear great strength, true martial. He could not see great strength, true martial. The color of white filled his vision. It was boundless and vast. "Oh son, where are you?" Rinzhu sprinted, wanting to find great strength, true martial. Rinzhu ran and ran and ran. After a long time, he saw a black dot at the furthest point within his vision. Initially, he felt happy and thought it was great strength, true martial. But when he approached the black dot, he found that it was actually a huge mountain. This mountain was very special. The mountain rocks and vegetation were made of white paper. The streams and waterfalls were made of black ink. This was Book Mountain. At the foot of Book Mountain, there was a village with many ink men living in it. Rinzhu went into the village, causing a huge commotion to arise. "This is really a rare sight." The inkman spoke. When ordinary life forms enter Qiankuan Crystal Wall, they would get lost after a few steps. They cannot resist the allure of the material world or the countless temptations within it. They can never reach here. "You are the first person to arrive here." Rinzhu was confused. "Why so?" The Inkman elder replied. "O human, you are only left with a skeleton. You cannot see, hear, taste, smell, or touch. It allowed you to roam Qiankuan Crystal Wall freely without losing your life." Qiankuan Crystal Wall existed when the world was first created. It reflected everyone and everything. It contained all the secrets of the world's past and present. Once a person enters it, they would face the barrage of endless information. After some time, they would die from information overload. After Rinzhu heard this, he felt very worried about great strength, true martial. He asked the Inkman elder about the way to survive. The elder thus brought Rinzhu to ascend the mountain. On Book Mountain, there was a largest ink waterfall, and below it was a deep pool. The Inkmen called this pool Literature Spring. The ink waterfall continued to flow as it landed on the literature spring. Water splashed about. These black color splashes flew in the air as the water droplets formed into ink texts. If a person wants to continue living in Qiankuan Crystal Wall, the ink text will be your best helper. The reason why we Inkmen can live here is also because of the ink text. The Inkman elder told Renzu about this big secret. Renzu received the Inkman's advice. He collected a lot of ink texts and left the mountain. Every time he walked for some distance, he would leave behind some ink texts as reference points. In this vast world of whiteness, the pitch-black ink text became very conspicuous. Even though ink texts faded over time, using them, Renzu no longer walked on unnecessary trails. He eventually found Great Strength True Martial. Great Strength True Martial received Renzu's ink texts. Every step he walked, he would leave behind some ink texts. The ink texts recorded the information that barraged Great Strength True Martial, turning them all into pieces of literary work. These literary pieces turned into pieces of tiles that were layered below Great Strength True Martial's feet. Great Strength True Martial was finally free. His eyes were not blurry. His ears were not buzzing. He could no longer smell the mix of countless fragrances as well. Stepping on these tiles, he followed Renzu back to the Inkman village. Renzu asked the Inkman elder again, "Oh elder, how can I find wisdom goo inside Qiankuan Crystal Wall?" The Inkman elder told Renzu, "Even though wisdom goo often stays within Qiankuan Crystal Wall, it is hidden very deeply. To find it, you will need to venture deep into the crystal wall. It will not be possible with just ink texts and the tiles that are formed below your feet. These tiles only record all sorts of information on the superficial level. With the endless barrage of other information, the limited ink texts within the tiles will change in content. They will disappear quickly and cannot last for long." The Inkman elder said again, "O human, you need to turn all the information into knowledge. Only with knowledge can you explain information clearly. You will be able to write them down in words, allowing you to create a real path instead of just tiles made of texts." Renzu was troubled. "How can I turn them into knowledge?" The Inkman elder laughed. "There are many bookworms on Book Mountain. They record the knowledge that our Inkman seniors have left behind. O human, you can go look at them. It is not difficult to gather the knowledge yourself either. Firstly, you need memory goo to store all of this information inside your mind. Next, before the Inkman finished his words, cognition goo appeared, saying to Renzu, "After that, I can help you to refine knowledge." The Inkman elder nodded with a smile. "Indeed, cognition can produce knowledge. Renzu, then I will thank you all in advance." The Inkman elder shook his head. "No need to stand on ceremony. Cognition goo, don't say that, human. We have always been good friends, and this situation benefits myself as well. If cognition did not take in new information, it would quickly get outdated. Only by receiving new information and thinking about it could cognition create useful new thoughts that were healthy and vibrant, innovative and lively." Renzu gathered many bookworms on Book Mountain. He obtained a lot of new information. Next, with cognition goo's help, he created many new knowledge from the vast amount of information. He used ink texts to write down his knowledge, scattering them on the ground, and creating a black path made of ink texts. Renzu and Great Strength True Martial walked on this path. They walked for a long time, far longer than any of their previous trips. "Oh no, I don't have enough knowledge left." Renzu walked to the end of the path, feeling very dejected and upset. He had gathered many ink texts, but the knowledge in his mind was insufficient already. Renzu and Great Strength True Martial's first attempt failed. They had to return to Book Mountain. Great Strength True Martial continued to collect ink texts while Renzu gathered all the bookworms. With cognition goo's help, he refined even more knowledge from them. With more and more knowledge, Renzu found that his mind was getting filled up. "I have too much knowledge now." Renzu was very satisfied. He said confidently, "Let's go. I am sure we can reach the deepest part of Qiankuan Crystal Wall this time." However, they still failed in their second attempt. "Why did this happen? My mind was already filled with knowledge." Renzu said dejected. "This is all the knowledge I can hold." "No. O human, look closely again." Self-Gu suddenly spoke to remind him. Renzu inspected his mind. He found a goo hiding inside it. Renzu realized at once, "So you are occupying my mind, preventing me from getting more knowledge." "What goo are you?" The goo answered, "I am Pride Goo." Renzu said anxiously, "Can you hurry and get out? You are occupying such a huge area. I want to fill the place with knowledge instead. But no matter how anxious Rinzhu was, or how he urged, Pride Gu refused to leave. When Rinzhu was out of ideas, great strength, true marshal spoke. Oh, father, don't be anxious. Don't forget that I still have humility Gu. I will give it to you. Great strength, true marshal took out humility Gu and gave it to Rinzhu. Pride Gu was chased away by humility Gu. It had to fly out of Rinzhu's mind and land on great strength, true marshal instead. Strong Gu was very happy. The strong have their own pride. After Rinzhu chased Pride Gu away from his mind, he returned to Book Mountain to continue gaining knowledge. After Rinzhu gained humility Gu, he realized that the more knowledge he had, the more he found that he was lacking knowledge, and the more he wanted to fill his mind with even more knowledge. Rinzhu's mind was quickly filled. Self-Gu urged him, "Oh human, stop now. Your mind is already full of knowledge." But Rinzhu replied, "But I think that it is insufficient. I am certain that I still do not know a lot of things. I need to continue gaining knowledge." Rinzhu continued to refine his knowledge. His mind was getting bloated, it was hurting, and could not hold any more information. But humility Gu made him feel like he was still lacking in knowledge. Suddenly, there was a loud boom. Eventually, Rinzhu's mind could not take it anymore. It exploded from an overload of knowledge. The knowledge scattered on the ground as a little girl stood up from within. "Father, father." The little girl hugged Rinzhu's leg happily. "My name is Carefree Wisdom Heart. I am your daughter." Part 41, Chapter 2176. The Legends of Rinzhu, Chapter 5, Section 36 states, Carefree Wisdom Heart was born. She was intelligent and witty. Rinzhu liked his eighth child a lot. But at the same time, Rinzhu was vexed. "My mind shattered. What do I do? I cannot store more knowledge anymore. Sigh. It seems that only the two of you can help me now." Thus, Carefree Wisdom Heart and Great Strength True Marshal used their own minds to store up more knowledge. They filled their minds with knowledge before moving along with Rinzhu. Rinzhu and his children started their third attempt. Before they took a step, they would scatter ink text and knowledge. The text would describe their knowledge and form a small black path. Rinzhu and his children walked on this small path. But when they finished using their knowledge and reached the end of the ink text path, they did not see any signs of wisdom Gu. Rinzhu's third attempt failed again. Great Strength True Marshal shrugged in disappointment. "What do we do now? We have already done our best, but our knowledge is still insufficient. We cannot hold any more knowledge in our minds." Rinzhu sighed. He was also quite helpless. At this time, Hope Gu flew out. "Oh human, don't be disappointed. I am here." Rinzhu was surprised. "How can you help me?" Hope Gu answered, "Oh human, I can awaken your aperture 1. Awaken aperture in Chinese can also mean enlightenment/reach and understanding. Hope allowed people to gain enlightenment, awaken their aperture. Thus, Hope Gu exerted effort to create an aperture for Rinzhu. Humility Gu laughed. "Then let me help you as well, human. When you have humility, your capacity will be larger. You will be able to hold more things." Thus, the aperture expanded in size. Rinzhu obtained the aperture and felt very happy. "This place is really huge. I can store so much knowledge. This is wonderful." Rinzhu and his children went to Book Mountain again. They refined their knowledge and searched for ink text. Rinzhu stored a lot of knowledge into his aperture. Even he did not know the quantity he took. Rinzhu and his children set off on their fourth journey. They stepped on the ink text path and entered deep into Qian Kuan crystal wall. They went very deeply and searched many places. They changed directions countless times, but still could not find Wisdom Gu. They had no choice but to return to Book Mountain. This time, because the exploration took too long, the ink text path that they created when they set off was unable to endure the endless barrage of information. A large portion of it faded away. Rinzhu found the Inkman Elder and asked, "Why can't we find Wisdom Gu?" The Inkman Elder replied, "Sometimes, when we Inkmen explore the place, we would encounter Wisdom Gu. But you three have searched the entire Qiankuan crystal wall, but did not find Wisdom Gu. It means that it is intentionally hiding from you. It does not want to meet you." Carefree Wisdom Heart quickly asked, "Then where is Wisdom Gu hiding at?" The Inkman Elder pondered and said, "Oh humans, you have searched the entire Qiankuan crystal wall. If Wisdom Gu is still inside here, it can only hide in one place. That place is called Primordial Domain. It is the most mysterious part of Qiankuan crystal wall. Qian Kuan crystal wall has a record of everything that happens in the world. It contains infinite information. Primordial domain contains the information of the world since creation. It also has the information of the ends of all living beings. It is both the starting point and the ending point. It has nothing, yet it comprises everything. Great strength true marshal was overjoyed. We have not gone to primordial domain yet. O Inkman Elder, tell us how to get into the primordial domain. The Inkman Elder shook his head. It is not that I do not want to help you, but we Inkmen have also only heard of the location. We have never entered it. O humans, we Inkmen admire you a lot. You possess knowledge that far surpasses us. Thus, if you want to enter primordial domain, you need to rely on yourselves. Renzu and his children had to make their own research. Carefree Wisdom Heart had to find, she shouted joyfully. I found it. I found it. Oh daughter, what did you find? Why are you so excited? Renzu asked in curiosity. Carefree Wisdom Heart opened both her palms. On my right palm, I found right goo. On my left palm, I found wrong goo. These two goo are born in your body. They are ordinary looking and are much less presentable than my authority goo. What help can they give us? Great strength true marshal was very prideful. He spoke nonchalantly. Carefree Wisdom Heart answered. These two goo allow us to differentiate and classify our knowledge. Look at our knowledge again. The truth is, much of it is right at this moment, but after some time, those pieces of information will be wrong. There is also much of it that is right when placed here, but wrong when placed there. I think that if we use the knowledge that is always right at all times and use it to make our text path, we will be able to reach primordial domain. Renzu nodded. Your words are quite logical. Let us try it. But no matter how they looked, they could not find such knowledge. Great strength true marshal strong goo said proudly. O humans, you are wasting your effort, because in this world, there has only been strong and weak. There has never been right or wrong. Thus, your actions are in vain. You cannot classify right and wrong. Qian Kuan crystal wall contains everything that happens in the world. All of the information comprises genuine events with no lies. Using right and wrong will not be able to differentiate them at all, because since they exist, or rather, since they existed, they are all logical information. Carefree Wisdom Heart was criticized, but her eyes shined with bright light. I get it. The existence of everyone in the world, regardless of right or wrong, is logical, because this is the true meaning of their existence. This is what true meaning is. Be it information or knowledge, they are a type of expression of true meaning, a form of revelation. If we can grasp true meaning, not only can we explain what is right, we can also explain what is wrong. It can explain everything. Let us search for it. The three of them started to dig up true meaning from the vast sea of knowledge. Great strength true marshal was the first to get impatient. Renzu also lost his perseverance soon, but only Carefree Wisdom Heart remained calm and composed. Her expression was serious and solemn. After a long time, Great strength true marshal pointed at Carefree Wisdom Heart. He gasped in shock. Look, another goo grew on your body. The newly born goo was called Serious Goo. After Carefree Wisdom Heart obtained it, she became very happy. With this goo, I will be able to recognize true meaning more easily. After a long time, Renzu pointed at Carefree Wisdom Heart as well. Look, another goo appeared on your body. The second goo was called Learning Goo. Carefree Wisdom Heart started to learn knowledge. She converted knowledge into things that she truly understood. She was no longer just storing them using memory goo. She started to understand more and more knowledge. Soon, a third goo appeared on her body. The third goo was called Talent Goo. I found it, I found it. One day, Carefree Wisdom Heart shouted with joy. With the help of Serious Goo, Learning Goo, and Talent Goo, she finally found the true meaning of knowledge. Quickly tell us, what does true meaning look like? Great strength true marshal was very happy as he asked. But Carefree Wisdom Heart shook her head. The true meaning contained within will be lost if I try to convey it in words. Then write it out using ink text. Great strength true marshal thought about it and suggested. But Carefree Wisdom Heart shook her head again. The meaning can only be understood. It cannot be passed down in text. Renzu waved his hand. Forget it. Since you possess true meaning now, let's head out immediately. Carefree Wisdom Heart was filled with true meaning. They set off from Book Mountain as she scattered ink text on the ground. The path was much wider than before. It was also more sturdy. Renzu and his children walked on the great path. and arrived in Primordial Domain. Within Primordial Domain, they met Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was quite helpless. It had already hidden itself so deeply, but Rinzhu still found it. Self Gu managed to take a bite out of it in the end. Part 42, Chapter 2184. The Legends of Rinzhu, Chapter 5, Section 37. Wisdom Gu was bitten by Self Gu. It felt very angry and decided to take revenge. Wisdom Gu found Lai Gu. No matter what I say, my words are filled with wisdom. They will advise and help others. This won't do, so I came to you for help. Lai Gu asked, "How do you want me to help you?" Wisdom Gu said, "This is easy and simple. Rinzhu and his children are in Primordial Domain now. In front of Primordial Domain is Shi Land, while behind it is Hu Land. Go to Primordial Domain and deceive Rinzhu. Tell him Hu Land is in front while Shi Land is behind." Lai Gu was puzzled. "That can help you take revenge?" Wisdom Gu laughed loudly. "Humans need to breathe in first before they can breathe out. Meanwhile, Shi Land and Hu Land are the breathing of heaven and earth. Just follow my instructions." Lai Gu followed Wisdom Gu's arrangements and went to Primordial Domain. It told Rinzhu, "Human, you need to be careful. You are in a mystical place. You will reach Hu Land if you go forward and Shi Land if you move back." Rinzhu had been thinking of leaving Primordial Domain, he thought. "The Beastmen once advised me to not go to Hu Land. In that case, I shall head towards the back and go to Shi Land." Rinzhu moved towards the back of Primordial Domain with his children Great Strength, True Martial, and Carefree Wisdom Heart. Thus, they arrived at Hu Land. This is not Shi Land. Carefree Wisdom Heart knew they had been deceived. Rinzhu patted his chest. "Fortunately, I died once and Betrayal Gu has already left me. Otherwise, if I care one. Care is read as at who here. It's a word pun. Betrayal Gu will harm me." But Great Strength True Martial suddenly realized something and shouted, "This is bad. What's wrong?" Rinzhu was just about to ask when Self Gu flew out of his body. Self Gu left Rinzhu, leaving behind a sentence. "Oh human, after you put Attitude Gu on me, you deceived even yourself, so don't blame me for leaving you." Back then, Rinzhu protected Weak Gu. Weak Gu urged Rinzhu to put Attitude Gu on Self Gu to deceive himself, creating the perfect deception that managed to even deceive the predicament. If humans deceive themselves, their sense of self would leave and the person would lose themselves. Rinzhu was angry and anxious. What to do? Self Gu left me. How can I obtain freedom without it? How can I break free of the restraints of fate? Self Gu once took a bite of Betrayal Gu, so it gained the inclination to betray. I was already dissatisfied with it. Great Strength True Martial's ability Gu shouted. The skilled were naturally dissatisfied with themselves. Self Gu will be out of our sight soon. We need to give chase. Carefree Wisdom Heart reminded. The three immediately chase after Self Gu. Self Gu left very fast and dove into a river. The river's surface was calm with ice of all sizes floating on it. This is the River of Time. The ice floating on the river is called Truthful Floating Ice. Rinzhu's group recognized it immediately. They had gained this knowledge in the Qian Kuan crystal wall. Rinzhu looked afar and said, "I think Self Gu is hiding in the center of the floating ice. Let's quickly go and catch it." Rinzhu's group sized up the situation by the riverside. Every piece of floating ice in the River of Time was a piece of truth. Rinzhu observed for a long while before pointing towards a floating ice. "This floating ice is neither big nor small and has a smooth surface. Let's step on this." But Great Strength True Martial said, "This floating ice is clearly too small. It is not enough for us three." Carefree Wisdom Heart shook her head. "This floating ice is quite big, but there are many spikes on it. They will pierce our feet." Even when looking at the same truth, from the perspectives of different people, they could be big or small, minor or severe, difficult or easy. Some could accept it, but some could not. Rinzhu's group discussed for a long while before they chose a floating ice and stepped on it. When Rinzhu stepped on this ice, he immediately cried and sniveled. Great Strength True Martial shouted in anger, while Carefree Wisdom Heart laughed happily. When looking at the same truth, different people would have different feelings and emotions regarding it. Rinzhu and his children could only endure this. Every piece of floating ice in the River of Time is a cold and silent truth. But we humans have hearts. We feel emotions when we come across truths, and when truths and emotions mix, they create different situations. 1. The Chinese character for situation/thing is made up of truth and emotion. For everyone, Carefree Wisdom Heart recalled the knowledge in her mind. The floating ice carried the group and drifted for a while before it started shrinking and submerging. Let's jump to that floating ice. Renzu pointed towards the left, at his front. Before the floating ice under them submerged, the three jumped to the second floating ice. This piece of truth created different emotions in Renzu's group. The longer they stood on the floating ice, the more these emotions accumulated. As the floating ice continued to sink, the emotions they felt also changed. Some went from angry to happy, while others went from happy to depressed. I can't endure this anymore. I feel horrible. After persisting for a while, Renzu said while grasping his heart, "Let's jump to that floating ice." The three jumped over, but shortly afterwards, Carefree Wisdom Heart said, "I cannot stand this situation. I am also feeling extremely down. I even want to die." Renzu's group of three quickly changed to another floating ice. No matter what truth they came upon, in reality, they could be endured by gritting one's teeth. The most dreadful thing was the suffering of the heart. If the heart could not endure it, the person would be unable to continue moving forward. After changing several pieces of floating ice, Great Strength True Marshal felt the least amount of discomfort. "I am still fine." Strong Gu shouted proudly in his heart. There are too many situations in the world, but it has always been the weak who suffer more than the strong. Fortitude Gu called out. "The credit here goes to me because I have been helping you since the start." Fortitude Gu could suppress emotions. Suddenly, two Gu worms grew on Carefree Wisdom Heart's palms. The Gu on the left palm was called good. The Gu on the right palm was called bad. "Humans, we can help you distinguish which situation is good and which is bad." Good Gu and Bad Gu said together in a soft voice. Thus, with the help of Good Gu and Bad Gu, Renzu's group was able to choose a piece of floating ice that had a good situation. All three of them felt happy when standing on this floating ice. When the floating ice started to submerge and good situations turned bad, the three jumped away. Like this, the three gradually turned happy, then ecstatic, before finally becoming euphoric. They could not move forward anymore as they drowned in emotions of endless joy. The three forgot about their situation. The truthful floating ice they were standing on submerged completely. They fell into the river one after the other. Part 43, Chapter 2294. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 38. After falling into the water of the River of Time, Renzu and the other two woke up in shock. The three immediately climb up to a nearby floating ice. Although it was only a short time, they had already grown old. Time Gu is hidden within the River of Time. Our lifespan will be washed away by the river water. Great Strength True Martial side. Renzu felt regretful. Constantly encountering good situations is actually a bad thing. It will create a huge problem. It is not good to be too happy or constantly happy. It can make people indulge in the present and forget about time as they get immersed entirely. But Carefree Wisdom Heart said with a tone of joy, "Quick, look at your heart." The three of them inspected their inner heart. They saw that many accumulated emotions had been washed away earlier when they fell into the river. This discovery made Renzu and the other two feel very happy. Next, they continued to travel on the floating ice. Whenever they encountered a bad situation and felt negative emotions, they would put their heart into the river water to wash it. These bad situations will pass eventually. Their negative emotions faded away with time. Whenever they encountered a good situation and felt immersed in joy, they would put their heart into the river water to wash it. These good situations will pass eventually. Their positive emotions also weakened over time, preventing them from feeling indulgent. Cognition Gu saw that the three of them were constantly washing their hearts. It could not help but remind them. Time has never healed the wounds of the heart, except that your hearts have grown old. The worst thing is not your body growing old, but your heart's aging. Stop washing them. Renzu and the other two heard these words and quickly stopped their actions. But without washing the hearts, their speed fell again. "Let me help you." At this time, a goo worm flew over and landed on Renzu. Renzu and the other two saw this goo worm and became very happy. It was familial emotion goo. With the help of familial emotion goo, Renzu and the other two spread their emotions around. The joy of one person was split among three. The sorrow of one person was also split into three. Using familial emotion, Renzu and the other two consoled each other and carried each other's burden. They moved quickly and firmly. But good times did not last. More and more emotions accumulated in their hearts. Their hearts became tired and gradually got hurt after being unable to sustain it any longer. Deep emotions hurt the heart. The situation soon aggravated. Because their hearts were severely injured, they could not take in more emotions. At this time, Carefree Wisdom Heart took out a cage and held it in her hand. This is the mental domain that I created. Place all your emotions in here. Renzu and Great Strength True Marshal did as she said. They put their emotions into the mental domain. Immediately, the truthful floating ice revealed its original appearance in front of the three. They were simply pieces of floating ice. The three felt a different sensation towards it now. The emotions of people did not concern others. Only their own mental state mattered. What is this? Carefree Wisdom Heart soon found a goo worm in the floating ice. The goo worm answered, I am calm goo. The truth was icy cold. This was the attitude that one should have when facing situations. Renzu and the other two finally reached the center of the truthful floating ice. But they did not find self-goo. So self-goo is not here. Renzu was very disappointed. Initially, people would often think that they were the center of all situations, but that was not true. At the center of the truthful floating ice, there was no self-goo, but three other goo instead. They were rules goo, regulation goo, and practice goo. Rules and regulation goo had been with Renzu for a long time. After Renzu's heart was eaten by the predicament, they thought that he died and left him. They came here to create truthful floating ice along with practice goo. All sorts of situations were bound by the rules and regulation of heaven and earth. The three goo continued to create truthful floating ice like this. Afterwards, under the effect of time goo, these floating ice flowed away and sank. Rules and regulation goo saw Renzu and felt surprised. Oh human, so you did not die. Renzu quickly asked them on how he could find self-goo. Rules and regulation goo pointed at practice goo and said in unison, it can help you. Practice goo replied, oh human, you have gone through too many situations. After such a long time, you have changed a lot. Self-goo is the same. Even if it is right before you, it will feel very foreign now. You cannot recognize it. What can I do? Renzu was troubled. This is simple. Practice goo laughed. Can't you just undergo the situation of recognizing yourself? That's right. Renzu and the other two realized at once. Practice goo continued. For a human, recognizing yourself is the most important and also most difficult thing in the world. Great Strength True Marshal, you are strong and have ability. If we work together, the chance of success is very high. Ability goo laughed and said, undergoing situations can make me stronger. Carefree Wisdom Heart supported this. She gave serious goo to Great Strength True Marshal. Great Strength True Marshal started to undergo situations alongside practice goo. They first created a piece of floating ice that was as small as a ball. It surrounded Great Strength True Marshal and practice goo as a light membrane appeared around the ice ball. Renzu and Carefree Wisdom Heart stood on top of the ice ball as they flowed away, eventually encountering Year goo. Is this self-goo? Renzu asked. Great Strength True Marshal replied, no, self-goo is smaller than it. They continued to undergo situations within the ice ball as ability goo got stronger. The floating ice also became larger as a water membrane appeared around the periphery. While floating, Renzu saw month goo. Is this self-goo? Renzu asked. Great Strength True Marshal replied, no, self-goo is smaller than it. Great Strength True Marshal and practice goo continued working hard. Ability goo got stronger and made this floating ice even bigger. The periphery of the ice ball was covered in a stone membrane. Renzu saw day goo. Is this self-goo? Renzu asked. Great Strength True Marshal replied, no, self-goo is smaller than it. The stronger the ability, the more one would find that they were small and insignificant. Eventually, the floating ice reached its biggest size. The periphery was covered by a crystal membrane. Renzu and the other two floated on the ice ball and eventually found self-goo. Self-goo is actually so small. Renzu was internally shaken. Cognition goo sighed. In the eyes of heaven and earth, in the eyes of mankind, a single self-goo is very small and insignificant.